Football weekend starts tonight with a really good game on Thursday Night Football. The baseball weekend is now set, coming to a climax big time in the American League West. Final weekend of the regular season on tap after last night's results that included big wins for the Rangers and Astros. So a lot to do there. Round Rock Express season came to an end last night. Longhorns now T-minus 2 days to their showdown with 24th-ranked Kansas. And Kansas is a handful if you dive into the numbers. I'll tell you that. They're top 25 in both offense and defense nationally. Come in at 4-0. It's not your father's Kansas Jayhawks. Well, Lance Leipold has done a great job there. We'll talk plenty of college football, pro football, and a huge trade in the NBA. How about the blockbuster consummated yesterday? Damian Lillard's been trying to get traded out of Phoenix or out of Portland the entire offseason. It has finally been consummated in a done deal just ahead of training camps opening next week. So we get to all of it. We have a lot to discuss. 5 hours, though, to do it, which is good. That's right, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. We rise and thrive and bring it to you on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Now, Rod, of course, continuing his sabbatical, enjoying time with his new baby and his wife. We will see Rod again on Saturday as part of our pregame coverage for Texas and Kansas down on campus there at the Mockingbird Saloon. But until then, our friend Nick Shuley is going to drop in along with several other guests. Ty Henderson is here. Bottom of this hour, we're going to check in with our buddy Ari Temkin from SiriusXM Satellite Radio, Big 12 Radio. He covers the Big 12, football, basketball, and all the sports on SiriusXM. He is also a Kansas Jayhawks graduate, former producer of ours. So we'll check in with Ari, his thoughts and pulse on this game, Texas and Kansas. Also, some other topics in and around the Big 12 Conference and what's going on there. So Ari at the bottom of the hour. So a lot to do. We appreciate you finding us to start the show and hope you can ride with us all morning long, all day long here on the Horn, 101.9, also AM 1260, streaming for you. Take us wherever you go, all over the great state, all over the country, and all over the world. With the download of that app, you have a touch of a button. You're listening to us wherever you are, wherever you go. Also, you can find us on our website, hornfm.com. With our Twitch channel there, you can watch the shows and the proceedings there as well. Also on YouTube, our YouTube channel growing by the day, and we appreciate that at The Horn Austin as we crank it up on a Thursday morning. Approaching the end of September now, 28 September, into a great weekend of sports that includes college and pro football, the last games of the baseball regular season. The postseason will be determined into the next couple of days. And, of course, the Ryder Cup will tee off over in Rome starting overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. And we'll preview that as well on this 5-hour extravaganza as we crank this thing up. Appreciate those who get up and serve. As we say every morning, pat on the back, tip of the cap to you. Respect to those who rise and do the work that needs done in our community and all over the great state. Those who serve, the military, first responders, certainly medical professionals, and all of those, teachers, administrators, everybody that gets up and serves. We appreciate you this morning and every morning. Ty Henderson is serving. He's through the glass. How are you, Ty? You lost your keys this morning.
Yep. Two back-to-back rough
Yesterday you
me.
forgot your wallet. Today you lost your keys. Where are your keys?
I don't know. I looked for a good 30 minutes, and then I had to make the tough call.
You stole a car to get here.
To steal my roommate's car.
At least it was your roommate's car, not your neighbor's.
I mean, that would be a lot more tough to get into my neighbor's house and get their keys or hotwire their car, but yeah, he's got law school early this morning, so I sent him a nice long text explaining that I'll pay for an Uber for him. That's a nice little tip.
So you took his car and he doesn't know it?
No.
Oh.
I didn't want to wake him up too, because he doesn't wake up till probably about
Well, maybe he can wake up and find your keys.
Yeah. No, it's an issue because I've been lazy, and I got a flat tire in my car like 2 weeks ago now.
I do remember that.
And I haven't changed the tire. So I've been driving my brother's car, which, is kind of my secondary car. He leaves it at my house while he's...
You're like the Chicago Bears. What's wrong with you?
So I'm on my third car in 2 weeks.
It's like a sitcom.
That's good.
So your car is on blocks in the driveway. You stole your brother's car. Now you can't find your keys, so you stole your roommate's car.
Mm-hmm.
This is awesome.
I have terrible car luck, as you and the listeners are learning over the...
You make your own luck, Ty. Make your own luck, my friend.
That's true.
Glad you made it. You didn't bail on me. I would have been here by myself, for crying out loud. Then what would I have done? Because Rod is out with his beautiful baby girl and enjoying this time with his infant child. Who, by the way, I now know the name, but I'm not going to reveal. I'm going to let Rod reveal the name on Monday. It's not Beyonce, though. I will tell you that. I told Rod. Rod did tell me the name. Send us a couple of pictures, but I promised him I'd let him share the name and where it comes from. And I'm not giving out any pictures.
Can you give it? Is it a family name?
I don't know. It sounds like it might be. Sounds like it might be a family name.
Like an old school name?
No, it's pretty unique. It's a unique name.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
It's
I
not
don't know
Beyonce, though.
He did not tell me.
He did tell me, but I told him I would not tell anyone. I'm going to let him announce that coming up when he returns on Saturday or even next Monday when we return from the busy weekend. So that's how that's going to roll. Remember, if you've been listening, we have adjusted our text line number, a couple of numbers. So if you're texting the show, hit us at 447-3776. That's how you do it, 512-337-3776. That's the best way to communicate with us as we get this thing cranked up and look forward to a tremendous football and sports weekend. Somebody said, air tag those keys, brah.
Yeah, I did have
air tag those keys, brah. I like that. That's good. Now, how do you just put a little, what's that, a little sticker?
They have the Apple AirTag. That's basically like, you know how you can do the Find My iPhone?
Yes, I do.
It's the same thing for your keys or wallet. I have a tile in my wallet. So I never really lose my wallet with the keys. They were my brother's keys, so I didn't have my tile on his keys.
Oh, I got it. Okay, that's right. Because your car has a flat tire. Do you want me to come change your tire today?
I can. I'll do it.
I can come do that.
I almost. It was like 5:30, like right after I called you, and I looked for a few more minutes, and I was like, man, am I gonna have to see how fast I can change it, put a spare tire on my car? But I didn't. I decided the stealing of my roommate's keys.
The more I hear about you,
way.
Because somebody said the other day we were arguing about, we had our Dan Quinn argument, whether he's a terrible head football coach or not. Which I was decisively the winner in that debate. Somebody texted and said, you talk to Ty like one of your kids, and sometimes you feel like one of my children, because I have a son that is your age. He's now married, and I've decided what you need is a girl. You need you need some structure in your life.
I do. I operate on a lot cleaner when I have a girlfriend.
You need an organizer in your life.
I need the right girl,
grounded.
Though. The right girl.
Makes you go to bed early sometimes, and she'll go out and have a good time with you, but also tether you a little bit. I think that's where you're at right now at 25. But my oldest is 25, and he recently got married last November, and now they bought a house. I mean, all this adulting stuff.
That's not even in my mind at all.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you find the right one, and then all of a sudden cool things start happening like that. You buy houses,
priorities,
go to bed early. Yeah. House is clean.
I've never missed a show.
No, I know.
I might be cutting it close
or you might be sleeping in the studio when I get here. But that's
I'm here.
Whatever means necessary, I guess, is the way that goes. Hey, let's start with the headlines. Get you caught up on the news of the morning, then we'll pick this back up and the big conversations of your Thursday morning here on Ian Rod B. Top Gun, rentals and lawn equipment, bring it to you. We'll start with college football, of course. When the Kansas Jayhawks roll into Austin on Saturday to face the Longhorns, they'll do so as a ranked team for the first time this season. They come in at number 24 off to a 4-0 start. Head coach Lance Leipold has done a tremendous job with the Jayhawks. His offense features multiple weapons. They got good defensive players too, but on offense, they average over 460 yards a game. They're extremely difficult to get off the field. Kansas converts third down more often than any team in the country through the first month of the season. A tad north of 60% of the time they move the chains. Pair of excellent running backs, a dynamic dual-threat quarterback, Jalen Daniels, who has the ability not only to find open receivers, but will run on design run plays and scrambles.
He's a real dual threat. I think the natural thing is we think about the runs that he has for explosive plays, but he throws the ball all over the place. And they've got great schemes and concepts. They're running real pass concepts that stress your coverages. And then they have the run concepts with his legs as an added element to it. The +1 runs with the quarterback run. So he taxes you both ways.
Texas and Kansas kick off at 2:30 on Saturday. Our pregame coverage starts at noon from the Mockingbird Saloon on Guadalupe. NBA, absolute blockbuster of a trade has been completed just ahead of training camp. Portland Trailblazers have traded all-NBA guard Damian Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks, where he'll play alongside Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's part of a 3-team deal that also includes the Phoenix Suns. Blazers will receive Drew Holiday in the trade, as well as DeAndre Ayton from the Suns, also a future first-round pick from Milwaukee and other assets. Phoenix will land big man Yusuf Nurkic to replace Ayton and 3 other players in the move. That's a blockbuster. Big night in the big leagues. Blockbuster night in Major League Baseball. Rangers put themselves on the brink of their first playoff berth since 2016. Did it with a 5-0 win over the LA Angels. Dane Dunning, big start for him last night. The right-hander stepped up big, allowed just 3 hits over 7 dominant frames. Adolis Garcia had a homer and an RBI double. Texas lowers its magic number to clinch a playoff berth to 1. Their magic number to clinch the AL West stands at 2. That's because the Houston Astros posted a huge win of their own last night. They beat Seattle 8-3. Mauricio Dubon hit a tie-breaking 3-run homer in the 4th. That backed Framber Valdez in the bullpen. Astros extend their lead over the Mariners in the race for the final AL wildcard spot to a game and a half. So Houston will be off today. ahead of their regular season-ending series in Arizona this weekend. Rangers, meanwhile, close their regular season starting tonight with 4 games in Seattle. High drama, no doubt. Magic numbers lowering now. Great season has come to an end for the Round Rock Express after the Oklahoma City Dodgers closed out the Pacific Coast League Championship Series with a 5-2 win over the E-Train last night at the Bricktown Ballpark. Dodgers will now advance to face the International League winner in the AAA World Series. Week 4 in the NFL kicks off tonight. Great matchup on Thursday Night Football. 2-1 Detroit Lions traveling to Lambeau Field to face the 2-1 Green Bay Packers. Battle for first place in the NFC North. Appreciate the text on our new number, 447-3776. It's good morning from Charleston, South Carolina. App is loud and clear, and we appreciate hearing that. This is, I don't miss the frequently frantic mornings of my mid-20s. Nick and San Angelo. With that note, we appreciate those all over, wherever you are. That's what we love about the Horn app. Also, those who listen locally on 101.9 and AM 1260, and certainly watching on our Twitch channel, on YouTube, and cranking it up. And, one thing about Utah that is... charming is that you are completely an open book. You could have just been late and not told me all that stuff. You just, said, now I was running behind. But
what fun would that be?
What fun would that be? You're completely an open book and share, and that's what we appreciate. We kind of live vicariously through Ty. And
for better or worse.
Yeah, well, it's good. It's good. It's a reminder, man. It used to be really fun, but it also used to be, the good with the bad, I guess is what you would say, right? Because you get to stay up late and go to the Deep Eddy Cabaret and hang out and all that kind of stuff.
I haven't been going out during the week, though.
I know. Yeah, I've noticed that. That's good. All right. That's a good thing. Ari Temkin, bottom of the hour. Can't wait to talk to AT, former colleague and producer of ours, and has gone on to do great things. Worked in San Antonio on radio for quite a while. Now he's on Sirius XM up there in the Metroplex doing Big 12 radio. We'll talk to him about this Kansas game. He'll have a unique perspective in it that he covers the Big 12 daily on that show. Talking to coaches and players from around the conference and insiders, but he also went to Kansas. So he pays attention to the Jayhawks and the tremendous job that Lance Leipold has done closer than most, and we'll have a good thought with him coming up. We'll also ask Arik, he's a big basketball fan, about this trade. What's your thought on this trade? This is a blockbuster. Kind of the whole time that Dame Lillard wanted to be traded, and people, he wanted to go to Miami and then go play with his good buddy there. The big man Bam Adebayo is one of his closest friends, and that was kind of his angle. But in the end, I kept thinking, and I said this to you several times, the Bucks seemed like a great fit because you got Giannis Giannis is much like Lillard has been, a team player in Milwaukee, kind of waiting his turn. They won a championship, obviously, and now they're, they've kind of faded back. They fired their coach, and now Giannis is, sounds like he's testing the waters a little bit. Well, all of a sudden, you land Dame Lillard, and according to Vegas, they're now the odds favorite to win the championship, not just the East. They've now, according to Vegas, moved past Denver, the defending champs, as the odds favorite to win the championship. Huge move by Milwaukee.
Yeah, I'm not surprised the Miami Heat situation didn't work out. They just simply didn't have the assets to complete a trade with a caliber player such as Damian Lillard. They needed a third team. Couldn't find one. Milwaukee obviously did with Phoenix and the DeAndre Ayton. I like it for all three teams, honestly. This is one of the first trades I've seen in a while where I feel like it was pretty equal and balanced for everyone involved.
Well, and I would say Portland gets an A+ for trading. Rarely can you trade a star player, like superstar player like Dame Lillard, and get something close to commensurate.
Two stars back. Two top.
Well, I think the key for them in a rebuild is because you're rebuilding now that you trade your stars, and they've been bad for quite a while, even with Lillard there. But the key to the trade for me is Drew Holiday, because Drew Holiday is an all-star point guard.
Might be the best defensive guard in the NBA.
Well, and to me, because the thought is they're going to flip him now. They're going to move him to a contender because they're not a contender at this point. And Drew Holiday is a really good player. I mean, played on the Team USA and best defensive guard, as Ty just said. Heck of a player, heck of a teammate, just an all-around great player. But he's 33 years old. And the thought is they can move him for something really good. They can get more assets in addition to what they already acquired and use him to really bring a haul that can help and expedite their rebuild. Phoenix, meanwhile, they're already running with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. And so now you get rid of the DeAndre Ayton problem, and which is a huge contract for a big man who's really doesn't fit with what they're trying to do. and they picked up Nurkic, the big man, the 7-footer, who's probably he's not as good as Ayton, but he's probably a better fit.
More consistent.
Yeah, and more consistent with what they're trying to do.
And they got a lot of good bench pieces, which is that was their main concern last year.
Yeah, Phoenix landed 4 guys in a trade, which is what they need, bodies. I mean, they needed to move Ayton and pick up quality players they've got star power. They just needed some depth. This brings depth to Phoenix. Obviously, the Blazers now, are in a rebuild, but boy, they did well.
That core of Ayton, Scoot Henderson, the number 2, or was he the number 2 or 3 pick?
Top 3.
Yeah, top 3 pick in the NBA draft, and then Shaedon Sharpe, who is a big sleeper going in this year for a guy, a breakout guy. And then if you don't trade Drew Holiday, which I also think they do, have him at the 2 guard, kind of be a mentor to an extremely young roster in Portland.
Yeah,
I love what they're doing up there.
Well, and again, you rarely rarely pays off to try to trade a player as the caliber of Dame Lillard, but to do it, get that haul, and now what can you get? Because there's going to be because now the rest of the league has to react to Milwaukee. They're teams who in the East who want to be contenders. They've got to look at that and say, "Damn,
the Heat are screwed."
I know.
They left open 2 roster spots. They thought this was going to go down before the season started, all off season.
Well, I'd give also props to the general manager of the Blazers, who stood ground, stood firm, waited out the summer, because a lot of times these guys, bow to the pressure of the player who wants out, and he wouldn't. He said no. And then now here we are, inside a week to training camp. And he pulls this deal because the deal needed to get done, and the Bucks make the move. Good for them. And I think I agree with you that all 3 teams land in a good spot based on the circumstance of Dame Lillard wanting out, and the Blazers want to do right by their superstar, who's been a great teammate and a great team player to the Blazers, but wants to go chase a championship, and you understand that now he has an opportunity to do it, and what a dynamic combination that will be. The offensive dynamo and Lillard with just the overall game and dominance of Giannis. That'll be fun to watch in Milwaukee. Chris Middleton's still there. Really a good roster. They only gave up Drew Holiday and a couple other guys to make this thing move. Good trade. That's fun. It gets you kind of juices flowing for the NBA season. Nick Shuley will be in here with us coming off his birthday night. Nick will hang out. He's a huge basketball guy. We'll get his thoughts on that. We'll take your thoughts on it. Hey, by the way, and tomorrow on the show, in this hour, we're going to talk to the legend. The legendary Bill Schoening will be with us, the voice of your San Antonio Spurs. He's playing a concert, a singer-songwriter show. It's Bill Schoening and Friends at the Saxon Pub on Sunday. So I hit up Bill yesterday and said, "Hey, man, why don't you come on and talk with us about this trade?"
And your show.
And your show. And he sent me some tunes that he's going to be playing, so we'll play some tunes of Bill Schoening tomorrow.
Do they do covers, or is it originals?
No, man. Bill Schoening is a singer-songwriter, man. He has been as long as I've known him. I've known Bill since I got into radio in the late 90s, and he's always got the guitar, and he'll play a tune.
Never would have thought that.
Yeah, Schoening.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he grew up in Philly. He's a Philly guy. He grew up loving Springsteen and Jim Croce, all those great singer-songwriters, Dylan. So yeah, he's always fancied himself. He just likes it. It's art, right? It's an outlet. While he's doing play-by-play, he's one of the best play-by-play people you'll ever be around, whatever sport it is. He used to be the voice of the Longhorns, and now the longtime voice of your San Antonio Spurs. He will be with us tomorrow, and we'll get his thoughts on this big trade, and also a little Spurs chatter with Victor Wembanyama, and that whole thing cranking up. So yeah, we got football, we got baseball wrapping up into its postseason. Is one of the high times of the sports calendar we're dealing with right now. Speaking of the baseball, Astros and Rangers stepping up in big spots last night. Rangers, Dane Dunning. How about that performance last night? Now the Angels, they're ready for the golf course. They've mailed it in. Shohei Ohtani's locker's cleaned out. Mike Trout's not playing. They're a mess of an organization. They're kind of like Ty right now. Can't find his keys. Can't find his wallet. Car's got a flat tire. That's the Angels. And Dane Dunning, though, stepped up in a huge way. 3 hits allowed over 7 frames. They needed that right there. And now the Rangers are on the brink. They've got their magic number of 1. So any combination of them getting a win, all they got to do is beat Seattle tonight and they're in. And if the Astros don't play tonight, if they beat Seattle, now their magic number to clinch the division is down to a half a game. Houston's got 3 tough games this weekend in Arizona, where the Diamondbacks are in a fight for the NL wild card spot. They currently hold down the number 2 spot in the National League. They're closing in on that, which will be great. But it's one of those that you'd like to see. Houston winning last night really puts Seattle on the brink. See, that was as I said yesterday, previewing it, that's the biggest game of the year for the Astros. It was. The winner of that game was going to be, have a little cushion. You're a game and a half up. Because, again, Toronto has really come strong and locked down that second wild card spot in the American League, or done a good job moving towards that. So Houston and Seattle, the loser is going to be out. And last night's game was really big, really big. And the Astros continue to show that they're better on the road than they are at home. I don't know what that's all about, but they found ways. Framber Valdez wasn't great last night. He threw a lot of pitches and didn't even get through the fifth inning. But then the bullpen stepped up in a big way. Kendall Graveman, I thought, gave them a couple of big innings, and that bullpen locked it down from there. Mauricio Dubon. How many times in the last week when the Astros have had a big hit have we heard the name Mauricio Dubon? This guy is a utility player, kind of plays all over, but boy, has he been clutch for the Astros. That big 3-run homer highlighted a 4-run fourth inning for Houston was just crucial last night to break that thing open a little bit, give the Astros a cushion that they never relinquished. So both Texas teams win. They're now moving closer to the postseason, and could be over by tomorrow night. Both teams are in because if you're an Astros fan, you're now rooting for the Rangers. I mean, you technically could still chase down the Rangers and win the division, but at this point, if you're Houston, you'll just take a huge sigh of relief and be the 6th seed in the American League, face the Twins in the first round, and be happy with it. Because you were facing not making the playoffs at all. Now what you want, if you're as an Astro fan, I want to see Houston, the Rangers beat Seattle tonight. Houston get one win this weekend out in Arizona. That's all they need, and they'll clinch that division, or clinch that, not division, the wild card. And the Rangers go ahead and win the AL West, and props to Bruce Bochy's team for putting themselves in that position. And, as we've said, they've been the clutch team. They've come strong here. They've won 8 of 9 right at the right time, and now they face the Mariners, who are fading in a big way. How about on the bad side for the Mariners, Julio Rodriguez, their young star. Remember when they went on their streak to get back in it? And it was Julio Rodriguez batting like .500 for the better part of a month, which was, record-setting. Well, he went 0 for 9 in the last 2 games with the Astros here. I think he struck out 9 times in the series with the Astros here. Astros took the rubber game last night, so Astros did a great job against him, and safe to say is a young, emerging superstar. He's streaky. When he gets hot, look out. When he's not, he was 0 for 4 last night with 4 Ks, 0 for 9 in the series. And Mariners struck out 16 times against that Astros pitching staff in that spot. And I'll say clutch for the Astros because they had not – the Mariners had dominated the Astros all season. The Astros went into that series with a 2-8 record against the Mariners on the year. So the odds were stacked against them on the road, and they went in there and took 2 out of 3 to get themselves into a good spot going into their off day. Rangers in a great spot as well. One other baseball note before we get to the timeout and get to our buddy Ari Temkin. Ronald Acuna. I don't know if I'm reading this, and I don't even know if I believe it, but Ronald Acuna Jr. last night became the first 40-70 player in Major League Baseball history. That's one of the greatest seasons ever put on the field. 40. I remember growing up when 40-40 with Jose Canseco was a huge deal. 40.
Are we going to attribute this to the rule changes?
Yeah. I think open it up.
What was the most steals he'd had in the season before this?
I'd have to go look, but it took him to the 10th inning last night to get his 70th steal of the season, making him the first player in Major League Baseball history with more than 40 home runs in the season and 70 steals. Just incredible. What do you do with that guy? He's going to be the walk-away winner of the National League MVP. What do you do? You can't walk him because he's going to steal second and third. But you got to pitch to him, and of course he's batting .340, and he's got 40 bombs. This guy is the total package. One of the best seasons we've ever seen from an offensive player.
Up until this season, in 2019, he had 37 steals.
Yeah, that's so doubled almost.
And before that, 22 last year.
40-70. No one's ever done better than 40. 40-60 was the record before. Just ridiculous. Or 40. This guy not just broke the record; he shattered the record. He became the first 40-60 player already. Now he's 40-70, and the only person that can break that in the future is him. It seems like that was pretty awesome. So, and the Braves are so far and away the favorites to win the whole thing with that lineup. If you go to look at their lineup, the numbers up and down the lineup, like on their lineup card when they have their averages and home runs, looks like a video game. Looks like a video game you were playing when you were growing up, Ty. Just stupid. The number of home runs.
Matt Olson.
The batting averages. Yeah, Matt Olson's got 50-something home runs. Acuna's got 40. Austin Riley's got, 38. Just up and down their order. Ozzie Albies has got, 30-something home runs. They're ridiculous right now in Atlanta. All right, so there's some baseball. There's a little basketball with the big trade. Coming back, we're talking football. Big 12 variety, Texas, Kansas. How good is Oklahoma? And we'll talk with Ari Temkin about those topics. Also, our What the Fact segment before the end of the hour. Just getting warmed up on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Happy Thursday. BetterHelp, folks. Listen, guys out there, listen up. I mean, if you're like most guys I know, and we're all we're busy, right? We've got a lot on our shoulders. We got wives and families and jobs and stuff to take care of, and we kind of just lower our head, grind through it, and then sometimes you're laying in bed at night and your life is racing through your heads at night, waking us up. Keeps us from enjoying life. Maybe you're just stressed all the time, down on yourself a little bit when things aren't going great. Oh, this is where BetterHelp comes in, right? It's a strength to seek help for your mental health and for your well-being, your emotional peace. And BetterHelp is there for you. It's designed for you. It is a team of online professionals specializing in helping men just like us. They understand the unique struggles we face, including your schedule and time and how to make this happen. I'd like to talk to someone who doesn't have time to do it. Well, this is the thing with BetterHelp. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. All you have to do is go to the website, BetterHelp.com, and fill out a brief questionnaire. You'll get matched then with a licensed therapist and, just schedule chats and visits and to talk about your mental health and well-being and emotional peace and things that are important and you shouldn't be putting off and just, let it pile up until it gets to a cracking point. Yeah, Rod B continues enjoying his beautiful baby girl, born on Tuesday evening, and now he's going to join us again on Saturday. But he and Mel doing great. For the top of the hour, we'll get our What the Fact segment, including, oh boy, a report on Taylor Swift. You're tired of Taylor Swift mania invading your football. It's not going to stop, apparently. Also, some other facts from the sports world and landscape. But look who it is on the Vaqueros hotline. Longhorns playing the Kansas Jayhawks on Saturday, 2:30 showdown game in the Big 12. And who better to talk to than a Kansas graduate who currently hosts the Big 12 radio program on Sirius XM College, channel 375. A great friend, great former colleague of ours, our buddy Ari Temkin. Ari, how are you, man?
I'm great. E, what's going on, man? Congrats to Rod and his wife on the birth of their child. That's amazing.
It is amazing. Now, how are your children? You and Margo, how old are yours now? You got two boys.
Yeah, two boys. One of them is 8. My oldest is 8, and he's in second grade. And my youngest is 4, almost 5. So, yeah, it's crazy.
It is.
Trucking along. I remember when you had 8 and 5-year-olds.
Yeah, now I've got 25 and 22-year-olds and 21-year-olds. That's just the way that goes. But you know what? I was telling our producer, Ty, who's having a rough week. He's kind of like the Bears, the Chicago Bears or something these days. He lost his wallet yesterday, had to go let him in. He lost his car keys today, so he had to steal his roommate's car. I'm like, and I know this because I knew you when you were single too, Ari. He needs a girl. He needs to find his Margo, right? He needs some stability in his life. You know how that works. You go from being a mess to all of a sudden, everything lines up for you.
Yeah, it's amazing how much more organized you can be and less forgetful.
Yeah. When
you aren't a single 20-something-year-old. But yeah, I mean that sounds exactly like the Chicago Bears. I guess the only thing worse would be like his house burning down. Yeah, that's probably more Chicago Bears. That's
exactly right. Ari, let's talk some football now. This Big 12. I want you to start with Kansas because you're a graduate. You follow that program closer than most, and I'll let you brag on the job Lance Leipold has done because whether they can beat Texas or not on Saturday, we'll talk about. But, man, just to have him here, top 25 in both offense and defense, he's done one hell of a job, maybe the best job of any coach in the Power Four.
Yeah, I mean, I picked the wrong weekend to be going to New York because I would be in the building for the biggest Jayhawk football game in 2 decades. You could argue that this is even bigger than the Orange Bowl because it's just the history of Texas and Kansas in the Big 12 and this final meeting here in Austin and especially where both teams are situated. First time ever that these two teams are ranked in a game playing against each other, which is no surprise considering Kansas has spent a ton of time in the top 25 usually. But I mean, look, the big question about KU heading into the season was their defense. We know what Bijan and the Texas ground game did against them last year to the tune of 400 yards rushing or whatever it was. I think Bijan had close to 300 yards, and that was their Achilles heel last year. They did a good job early on in the season defensively, rotating and keeping guys fresh. And I think teams caught up to that and started playing a lot faster against them. And it really ate them up. Their defense was really, really bad last year. And they are playing considerably better. They gave up 200 yards rushing per game last year. They're at 90. It's still a small sample. And it's, again, mostly non-conference. But still, it's significant that they've been able to do this defensively. I obviously no Bijan, no Roshan, but still a good, robust running game. So I think that's a key here is – If Kansas can limit them a little bit, then I think this could be a good football game. But if Kansas's defense is able to limit Texas, Kansas can score, and that's obviously where their bread is buttered. But it's just going to be tough for them to keep up because Texas is so good on offense and defense, and Texas's defense will get some stops. Can Kansas's? That's the big key in this game, but. I definitely like Kansas plus 17. I feel like 14, 13 is probably a better number.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes. I mean, this is a big game, and I love what Lance Leipold, the approach he's taken here. And that is, he was asked by the media in Lawrence in Kansas City about the game in 2021, and he was like, I hope this is the last time I'm asked about it. And he even used last year's game as motivation for this year's team. So, look, these two programs are in considerably different places than when they met in 2021. Obviously, Texas is significantly better, and Kansas, when they won that game, it was such a novelty. And so I think that's why Lance Leipold doesn't like it. It sort of notates a time when winning games was so unlikely for Kansas, whereas now it's a program that's used to winning football games. And so we'll see, if they could put their best foot forward here against Texas.
4-0 wins over, not the best competition, but pretty darn good. BYU, Illinois, Nevada, all wins so far. And again, the number, it's similar that, we cover Sark and the Longhorns on a daily basis here, Ari, and he's just done such a great job of acquiring talent and then developing the talent and then hitting the portal where they needed to. And, same thing for Lance Leipold, though. When you read up and follow that program, he's added good players, but then they've developed the players that they have, and his systems, much like Sark's, very difficult to get your hands around. The number that jumps off the page for me for Kansas, and I mentioned it in the top of the hour headlines, they're over 60% on third down, Ari, conversion. I mean, 6 of 10 times they move the chains, which that makes it very frustrating on a defense if you can't get them off the field, and it starts and ends with their quarterback, Jalen Daniels. He might be the best QB in this conference.
And look, I mean, the reason they're so good at converting on third down, is because they're so good at running the football with their schemes. And, I mean, this was the same last year, too. They were really good on third down last year as well because they're in third and short situations pretty consistently. And, they do that because they're three-headed monster rushing attack with Daniel Highshaw and Devin Neal and Jalen Daniels. Neal is a legit four-star recruit that is out of Lawrence that, wanted to build this thing, and he's been instrumental in doing it. I mean, he's a legit back, but the way that Andy Kotelnicki, their offensive coordinator, the way he schemes, the pre-snap motion, the window dressing. I mean, Sark does a ton of it too. So I think that from a schematic standpoint will be really interesting to watch. And to your point about the talent, look, I give credit to Les Miles too, because Les Miles, Kansas's football program is so far behind at scholarships. When they had scholarship limits, they couldn't catch up. And so what Les Miles did in 2 consecutive recruiting periods was not take any transfers and just completely replenish with freshmen. And, look, Lance Leipold is the beneficiary of some talent here. Jalen Daniels was brought in by Les Miles. But it was the perfect timing. It was the right group at the right time for the right coach. And he instilled, some accountability and certain things within this program that had not been there that these players were waiting for. And it's obviously worked. And then from a defensive perspective, they've used the portal, to really buoy where they missed, because again, that defense was really bad last year. And they've improved the talent pretty dramatically in one off season. They
have. I mean, Texas is third in the Big 12 in rush defense at allowing just 87 yards a game. Kansas fourth at 93. I mean, this will be a tough game. I mean, both teams are dramatically improved. Texas probably more talented. What's your thought on Texas? Obviously covering them on the daily at Sirius XM College, Big 12 radio. I mean, this looks like Texas looks the part, I guess is what I would say, as far as a team that can win this conference and put themselves in the conversation for bigger things. What's your read on the Longhorns through 4 games?
Yeah, I mean, I think Texas is in a tier by itself right now in the Big 12. I mean, Oklahoma is, statistically up there, but they just haven't played the competition yet. I think that would dictate that. I mean, Cincinnati's got major issues in terms of trying to throw the football. They can run, but they can't play from behind because they can't throw. So I'm just, as the season evolves, I'm curious to see how Oklahoma continues to play. I've been impressed with them defensively, but Texas just looks different. I mean, you and I were covering this team at the beginning of the end, after the McCoy injury and the BCS national championship game. And I mean, none of those teams we covered looked anything like this on the field, obviously. And, the biggest question mark I had about Texas coming into the season was Sark and the ability to close games. We'd seen 2 years of teams just not be able to close games. And, in the Alabama game, when Jalen Milroe hit that long touchdown pass that put Alabama up, and you kind of felt like, man, Texas has kind of dominated this game, but they were settling for field goals, and it doesn't reflect on the scoreboard. You're kind of like, oh, here we go again. And what do? They go right down the field and get a long touchdown themselves. So, the Wyoming game is a good example of this too. Like the biggest issue and concern that I had, and a lot of people had coming into the season with Texas, I think was, sort of quelled in those 2 games back to back, the way that they closed out Alabama, the way they closed Wyoming. And so, for me, that was the only question mark I had. The talent was obvious, and not just talent, but substantial talent up front on both lines of scrimmage. Jalen Ford's the best player and the best defensive player in the Big 12 and one of the best in college football. So, yeah, to me, it was just about, can they close games? It's been an issue for 2 years now with Sark, and, he's never won 9 games in a regular season, had to have a bowl win to get to 9. So he's been impressive. They've been impressive, and yeah, it's hard not to view Texas through the prism of a CFP team right now.
It looks like it, especially if they can get through this 2-game stretch where they're playing the only other 2 ranked teams in the Big 12 back-to-back. Kansas at 24 and 4-0. Oklahoma, of course, 4-0, and they'll likely be 5-0 at the Red River game next week. They play Iowa State, who's having a hard time right now, and Oklahoma is improved. And that'll be a conversation maybe we can have next week, Ari, because we'll now know if we're going to get an undefeated battle in the final Red River game between the 2 rivals as Big 12 teams, because Oklahoma looks the part, but, man, they just aren't playing anybody yet. I mean, their defense is dramatically improved from year over year with Brett Venables. Dylan Gabriel's playing good. The numbers all jump off the stat sheet. Same time, who's the competition, right? I don't know if they have a win as quality as Texas has a couple so far this year.
No, I agree. I'd say Texas probably has 2 wins that are better than any of Oklahoma's wins so far. And look, Iowa State played significantly better last week against Oklahoma State with redshirt freshman quarterback and Rocco Becht. But they'll test Oklahoma defensively. Iowa State is still elite defensively, and if they can string together some scoring drives, and that's been their issue. But it's an inexperienced young team. They can make that a game this weekend. And then I think the other one in the Big 12 that's kind of big is TCU and West Virginia.
Sure.
The Big 12 looks really down right now, and I wonder if part of that is because of the preseason expectations for certain teams. Like Texas Tech looks really bad. Oklahoma State looks really bad. Those are 2 teams that I think, especially Texas Tech, people pick to win this conference or be competing for it. And so you wonder, okay, well, Kansas is a team now. It's 4-0, and I mean, even if they don't beat Texas, this is still a team that looks primed to get to 6, 7, 8 wins, be a bowl team and compete towards the top of this conference. I mean, West Virginia, they're off to a 3-1 start. They get a win here. They're 4-1. That's a huge surprise. So, I wonder if the Big 12 is just quote unquote bad because of some of the preseason expectations we had for certain teams. But that TCU West Virginia game is another big one this weekend because I think both those teams are kind of fighting for the top half of the conference right now.
Yeah, wouldn't have picked that with Neil Brown, but they lost to Penn State, but they've won the rest of their games, including last week over Tech. All right, thanks a lot. Tell the family hi, and we appreciate it. Maybe we'll see you up in Dallas next week. No matter how this game goes this week. Best of luck to Kansas. Why are you going to New York, by the way? You mentioned you won't be in town.
Yeah, going for work, unfortunately. I was all excited when I booked it before the season started to see the Jets and the Chiefs, thinking that's going to be a big-time game. And I guess now I'll just have to settle for seeing the Chiefs blow out another team with Taylor Swift in the house. So
yeah.
That was fun last week. By the way, I said watching the Bears-Chiefs last week. They were down 24-0, the Bears, with 1:55 left in the second quarter. And I said, just take a knee. Just take a knee.
Take a knee. Ari's Bears fan.
They went into halftime 30. They went down and a half down 34-0. They should have just taken the knee.
Yeah, right before half. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. You've seen that team too often, being born, growing up in Chicago. You've seen enough Bears football. And, yeah, you'll be in the building, huh? Taylor Swift, man, that's going to be brushed with greatness for you. That's pretty awesome. Looks like Taylor Swift will be at that Jets-Chiefs game on Sunday as well. All right, Ari, thanks, bud. Best of luck and safe travels. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care, brother. Say hi to your family for me, and congrats to Rod again. Take care.
We'll pass them along. That's Ari Temkin, former colleague of ours, now up in Dallas doing SiriusXM radio, Big 12 radio, channel 375. You have the SiriusXM. Also doing all kinds of things. Ari works about 6 different jobs, which is a good thing. Coming back with the What the Facts, including that Taylor Swift breaking news. Also the other facts of your Thursday morning. We'll reset the headlines. Look forward to a great sports weekend. College and pro football, the Ryder Cup, baseball's regular season comes to an end. Huge trade in the NBA. Plenty to do Thursday on Hook 'em Up. Time for What the Facts on a Thursday, the fact segment of the show. It is a fact now that Mel Tucker has officially been fired by the Michigan State Spartans program. The embattled coach is out. They had notified him of their intention to fire him for cause, and due to legalese and contractual terms, they had to wait until yesterday to make it official, but he is out. That will lead to a pretty massive lawsuit, I have to imagine, a fight over the $75 or $80 million left on his contract. He has been adamant that there is not cause to fire him. So we'll see where that goes, but it's official now. It is a fact. Also a fact that the Texas Rangers are now a magic number of 1 to clinch their first playoff berth since 2016. We'll reset that coming up top of the hour, how we get there. But yes, also, I know you don't want to hear this, Ty. Well, maybe you do because you like this whole Taylor Swift mania. But you just heard Ari Temkin say that he's going to be at the Chiefs-Jets game on Sunday. And it's the night game. This is the prime time, Carrie Underwood, Sunday night, the whole bit. That was a marquee matchup when it was announced because it was going to be Aaron Rodgers head-to-head with Patrick Mahomes. Well, now we know what's happened with the Jets, and Robert Saleh's trying to keep his locker room together around Zach Wilson. But Taylor Swift, according to Front Office Sports, and a report, is expected to attend the game with her new boyfriend, Travis Kelce, whether it's a marketing scheme or not. She's going to be there for Chiefs-Jets. Can you imagine? We've already told you that Taylor Swift is her own economy right now, her own industry. Since Taylor Swift surprisingly was in the box at the Chiefs game and the win over the Bears on Sunday, we told you about the 400% spike in Travis Kelce jersey sales. His podcast with his brother is now skyrocketed to number 1 on Apple. It was the most watched game, even though it was a terrible game. It was the most watched game of the weekend. And the amazing jump for the Swifties and the flock of Taylor Swift mania, the 63% jump in female viewership of that game. Just tuning in to get a glimpse of Taylor can show you the power. Whether that's crazy or not, we're the consumer culture that we are. But the 63% jump in female viewers ages 18 to 49. I don't know what that's going to be because we didn't even know she was going to be there. Just the word spread that, oh my gosh, Taylor Swift is in the box. And it took off like wildfire. Well, now we're 3 days ahead of it. We know or have been told she's going to be there. What is that female viewership going to be? The NFL couldn't be happier because they're about to launch this thing. And Taylor Swift mania. Where more and more this comes out, T.Y., are you on board that this is a marketing gimmick that's been perfectly executed and planned by the PR firms of the NFL and Taylor Swift? Or is this for real? These two are really a couple.
It might be for real, but there definitely there's been some talks of like, hey,
let's play this up.
If it's going to happen, let's play it up. Exactly. I don't think it's sustainable either. I don't see, even if they do stay together, how they can show Taylor Swift for like 10 minutes of airtime every Sunday.
Well, and it's odd that it's not like either of them needs the hype, right? The Chiefs are already the pick to win. Travis Kelce's a very popular player.
Needs the hype. It doesn't need the hype, but
why would Taylor Swift feel compelled to help the NFL? I don't know what that answer is. I'm looking for motive. I'm investigating. I'm looking for motive. What is her motive here?
Money.
She's got enough. She could buy her own country. She just had the most successful tour in the history of tours.
Yeah, but is it her making these decisions or her team?
She's been pretty independent in her whole life here. She's been kind of a do it my own way. Remember, she sued to get her publishing back and then re-recorded all of her old songs.
But she lost.
Yeah, but then she went out and trumped it. But then she trumped it by re-recording all the songs and getting her. I mean, she's kind of her own lady. There's no doubt about that. So I don't know, but either way, it's going to be a zoo this weekend. Also a zoo. Looking forward to the Ryder Cup. Are you a Ryder Cup fan? By the way, did you know that Ryder Cup golf is the second most popular betting event of the year, behind the Super Bowl?
Really?
Yes.
More than March Madness?
Yes. And because it only happens every other year. But the second most popular golf betting event of the year. Golf betting.
Okay,
I apologize.
So the Masters, definitely.
But it's, of course, the United States won the 43rd Ryder Cup at Whistling Straits 2 years ago, 19-9. Romper-roomed over the Euros. Well, now the 44th Ryder Cup matches will be played at the Marco Simone Golf and Country Club, just east of Rome's city limits. So you're in Italy now. This has been the host of the last 3 DP World Tour Italian Opens. Beautiful golf course. If you've seen some of it it's just a masterpiece. If you watch Golf Channel, it says here, Michelangelo himself will be proud of the aesthetics and the Da Vinci, the innovation in preparing this course. So, and again, when you play a Ryder Cup, you don't want it's got to be difficult, but you want to challenge players to go for it. You want to challenge the best players from Europe and best players from the United States to be aggressive, try to, shot making, shoot for birdies because you're playing, team golf, you're playing match play. And so you're looking for pin hunting and not trying to beat these guys down. And it's not a 4-day test of golf. It's, partners and team golf until Sunday. So looking forward to this. It's 7,268 yards and USA heavy favorites here. And we'll certainly preview. We're going to get a good preview on that coming up of where it goes. But it does tee off. It actually tees off overnight. So obviously time difference. When we come in here tomorrow morning, Ty, we'll have some results from the early matches that are going on in Rome. So looking forward to that. That's a fact. Also, we mentioned it's incredible, but as last night in a game against the Cubs, Ronald Acuna Jr. became the baseball's first ever 40-70 player. Also from baseball, the Orioles, Baltimore, they're going to be the number one seed in the American League. They're now 40 games over 500 for the first time since 1979. Go all the way back to the Earl Weaver days. Last time they were this far over 500. The Orioles are 99-59 on the season. And the Cubs, if you thought the Bears were bad, how about the Cubs? They've lost 5 games this month after holding the lead in the 8th inning or later. That's tied for the most losses in any single month over the last 50 seasons. 5 games, including last night's game, after holding the lead in the 8th inning or later, and they're falling apart. Cubs are looks like they're going to miss the National League playoffs because their bullpen can't hold leads. That's frustrating. Texas Ranger fans can relate to that, but as of late, the Rangers have been really good. They've won 8 of 9. We'll get your headlines coming up, including the Longhorns. How do they deal with this 24th-ranked Kansas team? We're from Sark coming back. Longhorns in Kansas 2 days out now here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Yeah, what a weekend. As we always say, Rod and I, the weekend starts on Thursday. The football weekend kicks off tonight with a really good football game. We'll preview that coming up. Important football game, too, not just a good one on paper. Important in the NFC North. Also, baseball season coming to its climax in the regular season. 4 more days starting tonight into the weekend. Final spots will be determined. And we know it's week 4 in the NFL, and it's week 5 of college football, all important week 5, with some big-time games, including the Longhorns. As we said yesterday, Ty, we just came off our Just the Facts segment. As the Longhorns win this week and if Oklahoma wins this week, both are at home and heavy favorites. Texas over Kansas will be a handful for the Longhorns, and then Oklahoma facing Iowa State. As Ari Temkin said to us last hour, Iowa State still plays elite defense. Can they slow down Dylan Gabriel and make that a game? Cincinnati did a pretty good job of that last week at Cincinnati. It was only 20-6. And they did a nice job defensively against Oklahoma. They just couldn't punch it in the red zone. They had settled for field goals, and they ended up with 2 field goals, but missed a couple field goals, and they actually missed 1 field goal, Cincinnati did, and then had to went for it on 4th down and couldn't get it. They just couldn't move the ball in the red zone. That's been a problem for the Bearcats this year so far. But, you kind of feel like Iowa State's defense can do some things. Meanwhile, Texas has to get a hold of this Kansas offense that is prolific. But if they both win, Ty, it's a fact. Well, I'll call it a fact. It's not official yet. But if they win and they're both ranked in the top 12 next week, both 5-0, College Game Day will be at the Cotton Bowl. Because if you look at the schedule next week, there aren't many huge games. It would be the biggest matchup by far next week. This week, obviously, all eyes are on Colorado and USC. See what that game becomes. USC a heavy favorite after Colorado got blitzed by Oregon last week. Out at Autzen Stadium, and ESPN College Game Day this week is going to Duke. Yeah, Duke, North Carolina, to the Blue Devil country, where the undefeated Blue Devils and Mike Elko host Notre Dame, coming off that Ohio State loss.
That's a pretty close spread from what I saw too.
Well,
under a touchdown.
Yeah, it's hard to score on Duke's defense. I mean, Mike Elko does a great job. I mean, if you look at their statistics nationally, they're a really good defense. And Notre Dame lost the game last week and they only scored 14 points. And so Sam Hartman's a really good quarterback, but and I think there's the idea of this. It's the best of the I don't know. Is it the best of the games? They could have picked Texas, Kansas at a game they wanted to, but I think they're already anticipating what's coming next week at the Cotton Bowl.
Wasn't Notre Dame? They were College Game Day last week. I guess it's in
Notre Dame,
Durham,
Ohio State, and that was the biggest game of the day, top 9 matchup. And so they
could have done Florida State Clemson last week.
Yeah, but Clemson's 2-2 now and not ranked. It was a great game. Went to overtime. Well, so was Ohio State. I mean, so was the Ohio State Notre Dame game. That went to the final play. And I know it's a controversial and brutal finish, and indefensible
I
for
wouldn't
Marcus
be able
Freeman
to be on his side as a Notre Dame fan.
Well, I said that to Rod on Monday. That's the first thing I thought, having done sports talk radio in the mornings for 20 plus years. I don't know what that would have been like here. If Steve Sarkisian had done the same thing, if they had the exact same scenario and had 2 plays with 10 people on the field,
and he says what he said,
and then says we knew and we didn't do anything about it. Oh my gosh, I just can't imagine that fan base right
and
now.
Then it comes out that at Ohio State did sub, so they had the opportunity to get another guy out there.
Well, yeah, no, because Travion Henderson was on the field the previous play, and then the guy that scored a touchdown was a new running back, so clearly they subbed. And once the other team subs, you can add a player without a penalty, and the ref won't let the ball get snapped until he's in place and ready to go. And that's a huge. I mean, Marcus Freeman's gonna have to make up for that. That one will leave a long-term mark for him. That's one of those. That's tough. And I just can't imagine what that would be if it were someplace like here. I mean, having been around it when Mac Brown's teams had 3 punts blocked against North Carolina doing the post-game show, and the Big 12 championship game of 2001, and so many post-game shows along the way. Charlie Strong, when they had 3 extra points blocked in a game. I mean, there's just events that you just never forget. And as a fan, you're like, how does that Charlie, how do you get the same kick blocked 3 times? What are y'all doing? Like, you're a highly paid coaching staff. Can we get the extra point blocked? That doesn't seem too difficult. Mac Brown, who went on to win national championships at Texas, but can we three punts blocked in one game? Can we get that shorn up?
How did that happen?
North Carolina State. It was just bad. I mean, they just
same way every time.
No, but
they just schemed around.
2 were very similar, if memory serves. But that was 20 years ago now.
Okay.
1999 I believe it was. Yeah, Texas lost the game. Just like Charlie Strong. Charlie Strong lost the coin toss. Remember when they screwed up the coin toss?
That was so that it turned out that was on Charlie Strong, not the player. I forgot which player that was though, because initially it just sounded like the player was being an idiot, but then it was like, oh, like he told me to do this.
Yeah, he put it on Charlie. Oh, too much. But yeah, that one. Marcus
Charlie Strong
Freeman
did a lot of questionable things. Starting Breckenhager.
So did Tom Herman. Tom Herman was flipping off the cameras. Tom Herman was headbutting players without a helmet on. I mean, Tom Herman
kissing his players.
Mocking other players from the sidelines. I mean, there was a lot of
that was funny.
That was not funny for your head coach. If your strength and conditioning coach did that, okay, he's supposed to be a wild guy.
It was on brand for Tom Herman though,
which is not on brand of a head football coach at a big time university.
That's true.
That is. And, now Steve Sarkisian seemingly has this thing headed in a really good direction. Hey, hit us up on our news text line. It's 447-3776. That's 447-3776. We'll also check the old line occasionally, but eventually that's going away. So make the change. Make the switch. We do appreciate you weighing in on the show. Your picks for the Ryder Cup, picks for these games. Let's get you the headlines, the trending topics of the morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news on a Thursday morning. We'll start with college football. Kansas Jayhawks rolling into Austin on Saturday to face the Longhorns. They'll do so as a ranked team for the first time this season. They're off to a 4-0 start, ranked number 24. First time ever these two teams have met when both were ranked. Head coach Lance Leipold's Jayhawks feature multiple weapons on both sides of the ball, especially on offense that averages over 460 yards a game. And extremely difficult to get off the field. We mentioned Kansas converts third downs more often than any team in the country through 4 games. It's over 60% of the time. Pair of excellent running backs, and, of course, the dynamic dual-threat quarterback, Jalen Daniels.
He's a real dual threat. I think the natural thing is we think about the runs that he has for explosive plays, but he throws the ball all over the place. And they've got great schemes and concepts. They're running real pass concepts that stress your coverages. And then they have the run concepts with his legs as an added element to it, the +1 runs with the quarterback run. So he taxes you both ways.
Certainly does. Texas-Kansas kickoff 2:30 Saturday. Our pregame coverage will start at noon on Saturday from the Mockingbird Saloon on Guadalupe between 26th and 27th. Also from college football, Michigan State officially fired embattled football coach Mel Tucker yesterday. School announced formally ending his tenure at MSU after a sexual misconduct scandal went public earlier this month. NBA, absolute blockbuster of a trade has been completed just ahead of training camp. Portland Trailblazers have traded their all-NBA guard Damian Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks, where he'll play alongside Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's part of a 3-team deal that also includes the Phoenix Suns. Part of that deal, Blazers will receive Drew Holiday from the Bucks and DeAndre Ayton from the Suns, as well as a future first-round pick from Milwaukee and other compensation. Phoenix will land 4 players, big man Yusuf Nurkic being the biggest of those, and then 3 others in the moves. Big night in the big leagues, and Major League Baseball Rangers put themselves on the brink of their first playoff berth since 2016. They beat the Angels 5-0. Dane Dunning, big start for him. The right-hander allowed just 3 hits over 7 dominant frames. Adolis Garcia, El Bombi hit an RBI double and a homer. Texas lowers its magic number to clinch a playoff berth to 1. Their magic number to clinch the AL West stands at 2. And that's because the Astros posted a huge win of their own last night. They beat Seattle 8-3. Mauricio Dubon hit a tie-breaking 3-run homer in the 4th to back Framber Valdez in the bullpen. Astros extend their lead over the Mariners in the race for the final AL wildcard spot to a 1.5 games. Houston off today ahead of their regular season-ending series in Arizona. Rangers closed their regular season with 4 in Seattle. High drama starting tonight. Great season has come to an end for the Round Rock Express after Oklahoma City. The Dodgers closed out the Pacific Coast League Championship last night. 5-2 win at the Bricktown Ballpark over the E-Train. Dodgers will now advance to the International League to face the winner of the International League in the AAA National Championship. And Week 4 in the NFL kicks off tonight. Great matchup. Thursday Night Football. 2-1 Lions traveling to Lambeau Field to face the 2-1 Green Bay Packers. Battle for first place in the AFC North. Says Kansas offense is scary. However, BYU did hold them to 24. KU defense scored 2 TDs. Yeah, look, I mean, Texas beat this team 59-10 last year. And as Ari Temkin said last hour, 400-plus yards rushing. Bijan had a huge game. And that's why Lance Leipold and the Kansas and the staff went out and really attacked the transfer portal. They rotate 10 defensive linemen, and they all play. And, but again, Texas has better players. I mean, how much can you make up 59, a 49-point loss year to year over year, and traveling becomes the question. That's why the line is where it's at, 16 or 17 points. Texas is better, but so is Kansas. but last year the game was a 50-point separation. Jalen Daniels wasn't 100% in that game, if you remember. He was battling injury, and they rotated the quarterbacks with Jason Bean, and that game was just never close because Texas just overwhelmed Kansas with their run game. And that's encouraging for Texas in that their offensive line is a year better and a year more mature at Texas. They're running the ball great right now. They just had the big performance from Jonathan Brooks against Baylor and Dave Aranda's front. They just overwhelmed them and really did what they wanted to do offensively. After a couple of early drive stalls, but then they got it cranked up and did another, that second quarter, which was 21 points. Texas had a 21-point quarter in all 4 games. And that's the question. Can Kansas keep up with that? Because Texas's defense is better than any Kansas has seen this point. But as I said, that 60% on third down is a really impressive stat. Because that they can frustrate a defense. But to Ari Temkin's point, who is a Kansas graduate and watches them closely, the reason they're so good on third down is they're good on first and second down, and they run the ball with their concepts and their schemes, and Devin Neal and Devin Hineshaw. So they got 2 good running backs, and then the quarterback can run. So they stay ahead of the chains, and this is something Baylor could not do last week, right? Baylor could not, establish anything on first down. They were going backwards on first down most of the time, and then Texas was able to come after them. Kansas keeps you on your heels defensively with all the motions and movement and different ways they'll run the ball, option plays, quarterback draws, and quarterback design runs, and then then they'll throw it. I mean, they're a handful. So both teams and their defensive staffs are staying up nights trying to get their hands around this. But again, Texas won by 49 last year, just like Texas won by 49 last year against Oklahoma, who they'll play next week. So in a key stretch, the Longhorns have ownership of the previous 2 teams, or from last year. Can they maintain? If they do, they're going to be 6-0 and sitting in a really good place. Look who it is. The birthday boy is back in the house. Nick Shuley joining us this morning as Rod Babers continues to play daddy duty and enjoy his beautiful baby girl. Hello, Nick. How are you, bud?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing good. How was your birthday dinner?
It was great. It was just super chill. Some friends, and my girlfriend surprised me with a few additional people, including Higgs. So it was
Mark Higgins, who's going to join us later in the
yeah.
show. You're a good friend and also heavily involved in the NIL space, right?
Yeah. No, he's the guy to talk to. He's the one that actually does the stuff. So
does the stuff. You facilitate, he does it.
Yeah.
Mark Higgins will be joining us later. Also, Bob Ballou will join us later in the show. He's going to give us a Ryder Cup preview. We're going to talk to our buddy Keenan Womack from OrangeBloods.com and Basketball Insider on this big trade. You're a basketball guy. How about this trade? Dame Lillard, man, that's a big deal.
That's a big-time shakeup in the league right there. That balance of power just got real interesting.
Yeah, and we thought, Miami was kind of holding on, but Miami just didn't have the ammo to get this done. And I give Portland's GM credit for holding the line on this and getting the best deal possible. And I think Ty said it to start the show last hour. I think all 3 teams come out feeling pretty good about this, that got involved in this. The Bucks get one of the best players in this league to go with maybe the best player in this league, and Giannis. It's between Giannis and Nikola Jokic right now, of the best big in basketball. And right now the Nuggets are the champs, and it feels like the Nuggets are in their prime, right? They won the championship last year, and Jamal Murray is 26, and Jokic is 28, and they got this talented young team that's all coming back, so they're the team to beat. Well, now you've got Dame and the Greek Freak together in Milwaukee with still a pretty good roster. Vegas says they're now the favorites, Nick. They're now the favorites to win the NBA championship.
They have Milwaukee as the favorites now?
Yep.
Oof, man,
Jumped
already doubting the Nuggets pretty quick.
Oh, man, don't you know, Michael Malone loves that. It's like,
Exactly.
we're not the favorites. We're the champs, but we're not the favorites anymore. But
they're used to that.
They're used to that. But, no, that's fun. I'm sure Giannis is happy. So you make your superstar happy. You give yourself a chance to make a run. But I thought Portland did pretty damn good. I mean, Portland had come out with Drew Holiday, who most people believe they're gonna flip somewhere else to continue their rebuild, right? And Drew Holiday will be a piece for somebody because now the rest of the league, especially the East, Nick, has to react.
Yeah.
Because you now have a powerhouse in Milwaukee that you got to deal with if you're the Celtics or the Heat or any of the teams in the East that want to contend. Drew Holiday, 33 years old, is one of the best defensive guards in the league. Great point guard, great teammate. That guy can bring a return for the Trailblazers who are likely to move him.
If I was the Mavericks, I would trade the next 4 first-round picks you have for Drew Holiday right now.
To pair him with Luka?
I think that would be the perfect fit with Luka. Because they had Drew playing point guard in Milwaukee. Clearly that wasn't working. The offensive output there didn't match the defensive standard that they set. So bringing in Dame Lillard allows Giannis to kind of play more freely and not have as much of the workload on his back. I think bringing in Drew to Dallas would do the complete opposite, where the defense needs more attention than the offense, and clearly they didn't do much this offseason to improve on that. So maybe a big-time trade during the season for Drew
But
Holiday.
again, kind of like the
Theme
Heat.
in Dallas.
Kind of like the Heat. Do they have the assets to go get it? And, Portland's in a rebuild, and Portland's got some good young talent now with Scoot Henderson, and now they've added pieces, and now they're moving on from Dame, which is a big move. But rarely do you trade a superstar and get something really good back. But they have DeAndre Ayton now, who they, that's they'll probably just use him as a big for them because he's making a lot of money. I don't know what the demand's going to be for him on the trade market. But even Phoenix, who has already got the superstar group of KD, Kevin Durant, who you got to see at that wedding. How's Kevin Durant doing, by the way? Did you get to talk to KD at all last week when you were at Royale Ivy's nuptials?
Just a quick second. So he was obviously the most popular person there, so I didn't try to stick around, but he looks healthy. So
looks healthy. He was dancing.
He was dancing. He was
dancing
having a good
with Roy.
time. So
yeah, man, they were getting after it to the Belle Biv DeVoe on the dance floor. But yeah, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal now in Phoenix, and now you add 4 players, and this is what Phoenix needed. Phoenix needed bodies. They need depth to go with the stars, and now you add and you get rid of Ayton, but they bring in Nurkic, the big man, the 7-footer, who's probably, as we said earlier, a better fit for what they're doing in Phoenix. One of those Euro bigs that's skilled, but
lower ceiling, higher floor.
Yeah, well, lower. He's not as talented as Ayton, but Ayton's so inconsistent and immature, and just. He wants the ball, but Nurkic is just going to work for you, right? He's just going to go to work for you and do the things
If
that
he can stay healthy.
Yeah, that'll be a factor. And they pick up 3 other guys in that trade. So blockbuster for sure. So we'll take your thoughts on it.
Boom or bust for Phoenix this year.
Oh yeah,
I mean it has to be. They had to go in.
And you have 3 guys that have very severe injury histories now on your roster. So 3 of your top 4 guys.
That's true.
Maybe even Devin Booker. Maybe 4. 4. Because Devin Booker gets hurt a decent amount, doesn't he? Not as much as KD or Nurkic or Bradley Beal, but yeah, I'm excited for the NBA.
Yeah,
this kind of got me back into. Haven't thought about basketball once, and I didn't realize it's starting in
I know it's crazy.
A few weeks.
It's right on us, and I mean I haven't seen a trade like that in a long time where it feels like everybody felt like they won kind of a thing. So
including the general manager in Portland, who, as I said, held the line and didn't give in.
I'm just happy
to the
to get
superstar.
Miami.
Oh my God!
Oh, me too.
I hate the Heat so much.
Well,
I love Jimmy Butler, but
I do too.
The Heat. As a Mavs fan, I can't.
I'm the same way. I've never forgiven them for the officiating.
Well, that was the NBA's fault.
Did you see that Jimmy Butler had a tweet saying, "Hey, essentially saying look into Milwaukee for tampering. Look into Milwaukee."
It was a joke,
I know,
because they were tampering.
They were
clearly tampering.
Jimmy B doing his thing, but yes. All right, and Nick Shuley is in the house. Appreciate you coming back in and joining. As Rod will be back with us on Saturday. And by the way, as I said earlier, I know the name of the baby.
Oh wow!
But I told Rod I won't share. I'll let him share.
You have inside info.
It's his baby. He sent me a picture. Beautiful baby girl. Also the name, but I'm gonna let him reveal that.
Can you confirm or deny if it was Beyonce?
I can confirm it's not. But what's so funny? As I texted, because Rod obviously hasn't been listening to the show, he's been a little bit busy. I said, can you share the name? And he gave me the name, and I said it's a beautiful name. And I said, just so you know, the listeners were pushing for Beyonce, and he said that's hilarious. And he did like the emoji and said there was a Beyonce song on the playlist when the baby was born.
Oh, nice.
See. Beyonce song, because Rod was daddy duty, man. He made a playlist that was going to play during the
Do you
whole
know
process.
the middle name?
I do.
I was going to say, that could be Beyonce.
So I said Destiny's Child. You know
I
what
think
I'm
it's out. I feel like he would have volunteered that information when I asked that question. So
Rod's not going to be the guy that's sharing much about his child.
I will tell you that the middle name is Grace. So I will not share the first name.
That's
middle
my niece's
name.
name.
Is Grace.
It's a great name.
Mary Grace Babers?
No, you can guess all you want.
Is
I'm
it
not
a
telling
double
you.
name?
No. What do you mean double name?
Like, could Grace be a part of the
No.
first name?
No.
Very southern.
I like it. I like a good double
Like
name.
Mary Grace? No.
Mary Margaret.
No.
I feel like a double name girl.
He says, don't forget about
Always.
Wemby and San Antonio. Yeah, NBA. This will percolate some NBA, fans and fandom. And then, what happens when Drew Holiday gets traded? That's going to set another, oh, wow, big trade. So Portland's on the clock now to make another move that could light the fire for NBA fans.
When do we start hearing Drew Holiday to the Lakers stories coming out? Today?
Just Google
Today?
it. I
Or-
guarantee it's already out there.
LeBron James wants.
Well,
Drew
I'm sure
Hall.
LeBron
Yeah,
James will be
exactly.
asked with this week because you know where LeBron's going to be Saturday, the USC Colorado game. He's one of the, according to the Colorado Buffaloes front office, he's going to be on the sidelines of that game along
For
with.
Colorado.
I don't know who he's rooting for,
His son goes to USC now.
so I'm assuming he's rooting for USC. Matthew McConaughey will be there.
I'd put him rooting for Colorado probably because it's the cooler thing to do.
Matthew McConaughey is going to be not going to be at the Texas game, but he's going to be at the Colorado USC game.
That's correct, according to a press release released by the athletic department of Colorado.
Minister of Culture.
Cheater.
What's going on?
He wants to be around Dion, man. Be around Dion.
The game's in LA though.
The game is in Colorado. It's at CU, Folsom Field. Folsom Prison
Questionable.
Blues. Yes.
Questionable.
It says, guys, question, do you think Texas's offense has played a complete game yet? The answer is no.
No.
The closest to it was Baylor. I mean, well, God, I will also say the best four-quarter football game they played offensively was Alabama because they moved the ball all night. If their biggest problem against Alabama in the first half was drop balls, right? I mean, Xavier Worthy had a drop touchdown pass that should have been a catch. Jonathan Brooks dropped one that could have been another touchdown. So they settled for some field goals, but the offense was moving, and the offense was Sark had that thing humming with the scripted plays and got Quinn off to a great start. X-Man had the huge game, and all that stuff, whether they converted the touchdowns or not, set up everything you saw late, right? I mean, getting X-Man, if you go back, I mean, X-Man had catches early. He had the reverse that almost went to the house if he had followed Jatavion Sanders to the outside, I believe. I mean, they were clearly showing Nick Saban that X-Man is our go-to, which he probably thought coming in. But when you put it on the field like that, well, then you have to respond to that. And they couldn't handle X. And if he catches that ball, think about if the first half Xavier Worthy would have had if he follows. If you go back to that end around that they ran, Jatavion Sanders had it blocked.
It was there.
It was and then Christian Jones was downfield taking the next DB. If Xavier would have just stayed outside, I think he would have scored a touchdown there. Instead, he cut back in, and that's gave the defender a chance to cut off a Jatavion and get the tackle. But so think about the half he had. He had a touchdown there potentially. He drops a touchdown in the end zone. X-Man was clearly the go-to, and he was on his way to having a huge game. Well, second half, Alabama's adjustment is we got to get something with number one. Well, what ends up happening? Jatavion Sanders is wide open in the seam. A.D. Mitchell's, big time over the top. Those are designed. So I think Alabama was their best four-quarter game
Yeah, I agree.
so far offensively.
Well, but I also think they would have Baylor probably would be their best effort, but
they needed it to.
Yeah, but they didn't. They called
Agreed.
off the dogs at the end.
Agreed, 100%. And I thought Baylor was their most complete performance, where the offense, defense, special teams was the big letdown against Baylor with the drop punts. But you know what? That allowed your defense to practice sudden change. I thought that was huge. You're going to need that. I mean, their Texas defense, as I've said all morning, as good as Kansas is on third down. I mean, Texas is the number one red zone defense in the country right now. And, if you can let Kansas, you almost have to figure going into this game on Saturday that Kansas will move the ball a little bit more than any other team we've seen because of their offensive philosophy and identity and talent. Well, if you can keep them out of the end zone and force field goals, that's fine. I mean, let them move between the 20s and occasionally move between the 20s and then settle for field goals. They held this team to 10 points.
Yeah,
last year up at Kansas. All right, so dinner was at the Italian restaurant last night?
Il Bruto.
Il Bruto.
Yeah, it was great.
You were getting ready for the Ryder Cup, over in Rome.
Yeah.
Over in Italy. You're getting a
We're
little Italian
celebrating. They found out it was my birthday, and Aaron, who's the chef over there, brought out all this extra stuff, including a bottle of Prosecco, all this stuff. It was really nice. It was super cool.
Super cool. Happy 43rd birthday.
Thank
You're
you
now
so much.
off to number 44.
I know, on my way.
Start the ride. Guys, is it LaFonda Grace? No, it's not LaFonda. That is not the name. Oh, man. This says maybe the only ranked matchup at home all season. He's in Boulder for a 23-point underdog. Strip the minister of culture of his duties. Yeah, we can get petty on that. Yeah, he should probably be here. But I'll have a look at that. But yeah, that's according to a press release that McConaughey is going to be part of the star-studded contingent. You know who won't be there? Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift will, though, be in New York.
Is that confirmed?
What?
That she'll be there?
Hey, you didn't listen to our What the Fact segment? Front Office Sports reporting that Taylor Swift will be in attendance at the Jets-Chiefs game, Sunday Night Football in New Jersey.
For a primetime football night America game. This is crazy. This
you
definitely
saw the ratings bump for a game where it was a surprise and it just kind of caught fire that, oh, look, she's there. Now we know she's going to be there. What is the jump going to be for that? NBC's like doing cartwheels.
Man, I wonder if she did a deal with the NFL. Anyway,
I asked that question earlier, Mr. Marketing PR guy, because you and I have both speculated about that. But the question is, what's her motive for that? What would she? She doesn't need money. She doesn't need any more popularity.
It's not exactly her fan base, and so I mean, like that gets you out to an entirely new fan base of people. Like it's most of the fantasy football playing guys like us probably aren't the biggest Taylor Swift fan. No offense, Ty. I've seen Taylor Swift in concert 3 times, mind you. So please don't.
I've seen her twice.
Please don't cancel me.
I've never seen her. I've never been to a Taylor Swift.
Front row once.
I don't think I have any of my thousands of songs on my collection. I don't have any Taylor Swift.
I saw her open with just her guitar in Dallas, and I can't remember who she opened for.
Like acoustic.
It was on the first tour. It was lighter, a lot lighter budget.
Yeah. Well, now she's the global superstar who's going to be at the game watching her boyfriend. I did hear on I think it was the Pat McAfee show yesterday. They had a guest that says that they think this relationship's been going on for 2 or 3 months, and they're just now comfortable putting it out there. So we'll get off.
How is that show on TV? They cuss.
I know
every 2 minutes.
Well, because it's on cable and they put a warning every time they come back from a break. We'll come back. When we do, it's talking Texas, Kansas. The weekend is one of the great weekends of the calendar so far, man. What a weekend we have with great football, baseball to the end of the regular season. Golf is heating up. I'm watching some of the pre-coverage of the Ryder Cup teeing off over in Rome. One of the great events of the golf year, every other year. Looking forward to that. We'll come back. Nick Shuley is here. You are here. Ty is here. Coming back on Hook 'em Up. Nick Shuley is in the house. Rod Babers will be back on Saturday. Ty Henderson is here. I'm about to throw him out the window. He just came in here and turned my computer off. What are you doing? I got like 10 screens open. I got everything organized. And now it's all got to reboot. I'm like, what are you doing, Ty? You weren't here earlier, Nick, because Ty was almost late for the show because he couldn't find his car keys. Yesterday was his wallet he couldn't find. And then this morning he had to steal his roommate's car, who doesn't even know he doesn't have a car when he wakes up this morning because he wasn't going to make the show because he couldn't find his car keys.
I think this is all part of the Ty brand, which I really like. So
it's on brand.
I think it fits perfectly, and I think he's doing great today.
You really sounded like my dad right there, though. What are you doing?
I have kids. I have a son your age, and as I said to you earlier,
Gave me some PTSD.
Best thing that he did was find the right girl and get married, and now he's doing great. Bought a house, working. I'm doing 2 jobs.
I'm doing good.
You're doing fine.
I'm doing better than I was a year ago.
I think
or the year before that.
Okay, just don't turn my computer off in the middle of the show. Look at me. I'm having to rebuild everything.
I didn't realize I thought it was just a screen. Sorry.
See, this is great though. People are starting to understand how the magic is made in here. Like
this is magic.
Yeah.
Oh man,
it is.
It is magical, and it's good to have you back in the house. Also, the magic of a new baby for Rod. We're getting ready for the Ryder Cup. I'm looking at Scotty Scheffler right now doing a press conference over in Rome. I know he's been working on his putting like crazy, and right now he's talking about it. And if Scotty Scheffler could have putted a little better this year, he would have had one of the great years in golf. I mean, he was unbelievable this year, tee to green. And he'll be a big part of this Ryder Cup for Team USA coming up in Rome. What a cool event that would be. Ryder Cup is always a great spectator event because it's, like golf, we have to be very quiet and whisper. You get rowdy and crazy. We saw it at Whistling Straits a couple years ago. This is in Rome, just outside of Rome at a beautiful golf course that, as I said earlier, Michelangelo would be proud of this beauty.
What's the name of the course? Do you know?
Well, I could if Ty hadn't turned my computer off.
No, that's I actually I can't say I've ever seen a golf course when I've been in Rome. Like I didn't.
When I thought of Rome, when I heard it was there, I did not. I was like, damn, they play golf.
Yeah,
Italy?
but I guess that makes
Obviously
sense.
Obviously they do.
What?
But I didn't think there was like top flight. World-renowned golf courses in Rome.
They played the Italian Open at each of the last 3 years there, the DP World Tour Italian Open. So yes, it's a premier course. Yes, they play golf in Europe. Golf was actually started in Europe.
I know. It's just one of those things you don't really think about.
I guess.
Yeah, I think Rome, I think the Colosseum.
But also we do. I guess it's kind of like you go to Manhattan when you go to New York. I'm sure Rome is like you're dropping into the most kind of tourist main part, and then the outskirts are where you obviously
they
find
don't
the
have
land.
Golf courses on Manhattan Island, do they?
Yeah. Well, actually, this is a great question. I know they have multi-level driving ranges.
Yes, they do, and they have great golf courses outside of New York City, right? Then where they Bethpage Black and that great collection of public courses and all kinds of courses. But either way, yes, Rome has golf courses.
It looks like it's Marco Simone Golf and Country Club.
That's
I
right.
believe.
I had Marco Simone.
Simone.
See, I've never been to Italy, Rome. I have not done the Europe thing yet. I've been to most states in this country, but I haven't been to Canada, Mexico, most states in the United States, but never to Europe.
Rome's a cool one. It's just very, very historic and
old.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see stuff like
you
that.
You get back to Boston and Philadelphia and think those cities are old, and then you go to Europe. I mean, that's obviously thousands of years older. That's cool, and I've not been. I'm going to do it. I'm 50 now. Kids are all we had our kids early, so Rod's just starting with the baby right at 42. I'm done. I mean, my youngest is 21. She'll graduate college in December and off to grad school, and then Mom, we'll get her a bit of a raise because I think she's going to help pay for grad school, and then, we're off to start doing some trips. I'll do all those things eventually because when you have 3 little kids as early as we did, you can't afford to go to Europe. Yeah. It's not part of the budget, not part of the deal. But that's okay because that's got a long life and plenty of time to do things like that. But what's your favorite city in Europe that you've been to there, Nick?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I honestly just love. I have an obsession with London. I think London's such a cool place. I also really like New York. So London is kind of like the older version of New York, and I just like a place like that has so much. There's so much going on, so much industry, so many things happening. But It's also the history of it is so cool because you're walking somewhere that now might be a Target or something like, I don't know if they have Target over there or whatever, but something like that. But the building it's in was built, in the 1600s or something like that. It's pretty cool. The history there is pretty, and to know that people have walked there, hundreds of thousands or whatever years before you is pretty cool. No offense against America.
By the way,
America's my spot.
Another person says that Ty needs to tag his car keys, AirTag. Let me further exacerbate his problem. His car, actual car, has a flat tire, and it's had a flat tire for 2 weeks, and he hasn't fixed the tire. So he's actually stolen his brother's car, and that's the one that he can't find the keys for. So now he's had to steal his roommate's car in order to get to work today. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, I have
AirTag your keys,
I have
man.
a tile
I did.
tag,
But they're not his keys.
on my keys.
His keys are AirTagged, but he can't drive his car because it has a flat tire that he hasn't fixed in 2 weeks. This guy needs a girl desperately.
Like I said, on brand. No, but it's good. It's like it's why we tune in.
I was so sad when I had a girlfriend. Not sad, but like I didn't do anything. It was lame.
Going to bed early,
Played video
organized.
games, took a gummy from here and now and then. That's about it.
Says, you mentioned Ty needs a girlfriend. Would your daughter hook up with such a guy? No, we're not. No, we're good. She's great. She's had a long-term boyfriend. I saw them post some pics. I guess yesterday was National Girlfriend Day or National, whatever day.
Parents love me though, for the most part. Like when I meet,
not this one.
Okay, but
I know you
too
well.
much about me.
Yeah, you guys are too close.
No, I'm good. No, they're great. My daughter's doing great, but Ty will find the one eventually, and it'll help him.
And she is not that one.
Well, once you find your unicorn. But somebody texted and said, Ty, don't worry about it. You live the life until you're 35, and then unless you meet the unicorn, have fun until you're 35.
Hey, Nick's not married.
That is very true. I've did that same philosophy. So
It's working out.
well,
pretty well for
Were you ever close?
Yeah. I was in some longer term relationships, but I've always had jobs where I travel a ton. So it was always like there was just always I was always somewhere. It always felt more long distance, but I had some long ones.
Yeah, well, and now you've kind of settled down. That's good.
Kind
Whether when you live the life, like I'm about to start doing that kind of stuff, traveling a lot more often. I think, right, in the coming decade, you've kind of done that, and that was for work. That's cool. Okay, so we've got major trade in the NBA. Dame Lillard is now a Buck. Suns and Trailblazers also made out well there. We've also got the Longhorns getting ready for Kansas and a big college football weekend. And the NFL tonight, let's mention quickly that this Thursday night football game looks like a good one. I mean, and it's an important game because you realize in the NFC North, the Vikings, who won it last year with 13 wins, they're 0-3. And there's talk about Kirk Cousins and what they're going to do if they continue to slump. Also, the Chicago Bears are 0-3, and they're terrible. So this division will belong to one of these two teams tonight. Because I don't see the Vikings playing their way back into this. They just have too many issues right now. They don't run the ball in Minnesota. Their defense still struggles. Kirk Cousins is putting up huge numbers with Justin Jefferson. They're just not winning games. And you kind of felt like they would be the regression team after the 11 one-score wins a year ago with the Vikings, that kind of comes back to earth. And now you've got Green Bay against Detroit. Remember, Detroit opened the season on Thursday Night Football and beat the Chiefs. In that game, they kind of stole, got out of there with the victory with Patrick Mahomes without Travis Kelce. And apparently Taylor Swift was like rubbing his ankle somewhere, whatever that whole deal was, rubbing his knee, because he didn't play in that game. But Chris Jones didn't play, and the Lions stole that. We said when that happened that's just you don't apologize, take your win. That's one you probably didn't expect to have. So now they're sitting here at 2-1. They went home after that, the Lions, and lost to the Seahawks. But then they came back last week and played a great game and beat Bijan Robinson and the Falcons. So now they're 2-1. Packers are a weird team. They beat the Bears week 1, lost week 2 in Atlanta to Bijan and the Falcons when they couldn't hold the lead, right? The Falcons came all the way back and beat them 25-24. And then last week they were down 17-0 in the fourth quarter at home and came all the way back to beat the Saints 18-17. So, interesting game tonight, important game. Lambeau Field, it kind of feels like supremacy of the NFC North on the line, at least early in this season.
Do you guys feel like Kirk Cousins gets kind of I like recognize how Tony Romo was treated when he was there, and I feel like Cousins gets that a little bit because I feel like he's a better player than he gets credit for, and a lot of times what's around him isn't always the best of what it was.
I mean, He has the best weapon in the NFL.
He does.
That's true.
He does.
That is true. But I mean,
he can't play defense.
He's number one in the NFL in passing yards. Right
but I feel like
He
he
does.
gets thrown into that he's a junk quarterback category, and I don't think he is at all.
Well, no,
I
I've
feel
said
like a lot of people
You put that dude on the 49ers, he might be an MVP.
I put him on the Jets, like you guys have talked about, like that. I don't know.
Well, look, I'm telling you, you guys can go look at the numbers. I've done it, and I can put them out for you. He is Dak Prescott. Every number that they have are the same. They're really wins, losses, completion percentage, interception to touchdown interception ratio. They're really the same player. They're both really nice quarterbacks. They put up numbers. They're great locker room guys. The thing you know about Dak more than anything else is he says the right thing. He never throws a teammate under the bus. He's always got the coach's back. And Kirk Cousins the same way. Now, Kirk Cousins was in Washington, and that was kind of an ugly situation, right? You're playing for Dan Snyder, the coaching carousel there. Remember, he was drafted the same year that Robert Griffin III was drafted in the top 5. But then the Shanahans still loved Cousins, and they took him in the 4th round. That's the other thing about Dak and Cousins. Both 4th-round picks, both taken as kind of insurance players, and both have outplayed that big time. And again, I don't think either player is a bad player. I think both are really good. But, you're right. The wins just aren't there. And, the other thing that's almost identical with Cousins and Dak is their playoff record. Their playoff win-loss record is almost identical. And that's really what it's about for both. They've both been on teams good enough to make runs, and they don't come January. And, I think Cowboy fans were reminded of that last week against Arizona because, Dak Prescott in the offense, you can point the finger at Mike McCarthy. Last year fans would point the finger at Kellen Moore. But at some point, if your offense isn't generating touchdowns, and because, again, the defense was sleepwalking in the first half. And as we talked about, I thought the Cardinals came out with a great game plan and attacked Micah Parsons. They went right at him. I'll play you a piece of sound coming up that I found that I think is interesting. And they went right at him. And then they made an adjustment, and the defense played much better in the second half. And as we said, gave the offense every chance to come back and win that game. And they couldn't execute in the red zone. And is that McCarthy and play calling? Is that missing 3 offensive linemen? Or is that Dak? I mean, the history is starting to tell you that there might be a shortcoming at quarterback. Same thing with Cousins. Lot to like. Same time, when it matters most, wins, losses, where are they? They feel like very similar players to me.
Yeah, and even with that backup offensive line, it wasn't like they struggled to move the ball, in between the 20s. Like, they moved the ball fine, but every time they got inside the red zone, they had such an issue. Although they did get hosed on that pass interference call that didn't. But I'm not making excuses.
They did.
But still, you got to put the ball you got to put the ball in the end zone when you're in the red zone, and they could not. They could not do it.
I do think injuries on your O-line will show up most in the red zone because that's where you got to be able to push somebody. And you're compressed with the end zone, and the defensive backs don't have to play back and worry about deep balls. So that's where the really good red zone teams can run the football in those spots. And the Cowboys could last year, and they had Zeke Elliott, right? And that becomes the question: because Tony Pollard scored 2 short touchdowns in the first game. I think they're going to be okay. They got to get healthy. But again, those 2 players very similar to me, Dak and Kirk Cousins, and the debates are surrounding them by their fan bases are exactly the same.
Yeah.
Hey, we come back. It's bullish or BS. I'll play you that sound of a former NFL coach watching film and saying exactly what the Cardinals did to Micah Parsons. You want to hear that? Also, more on the big sports weekend coming. Rangers, Astros, all the way to the wire. Ryder Cup teeing off tomorrow or overnight tonight. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Time for Bullish or BS. That's right. Topics in the world that we are either bullish or calling BS on, including Ty lost his keys. Well, bullish or BS that Ty will not lose something tomorrow. I'm saying I'm bullish
Hey,
on that.
I lost my wallet yesterday, but I found it before I got here.
And then you stepped in dog poo coming
Yeah.
into the
That's
So he
how I
came
got
in with-
greedy yesterday.
So he came in with no shoes. Oh, it's too much. It's too much. I love this guy. All right. Hey, I'll say this: bullish or BS. The Bucks are now the favorites to win the NBA title based on the trade for Dame Lillard. The favorites, according to Vegas. Are you bullish on the Bucks to dethrone the Nuggets, or would you stick with the Nuggets to start the season coming up in about a month?
I'm sticking with the Nuggets. I mean, they have the track record. That I haven't seen that team play together. Granted, the Bucks were already a solid team, but you never know how those things are going to go when you put two all-stars together.
Yeah, and I also think that Giannis battled injuries last year when the playoffs were coming, and then couldn't make any free throws once they got to the playoffs. But he's still, that's the compelling part. I know they're in smaller markets, Denver and Milwaukee, but those are the two best players in the league right now. I think we've seen that Joel Embiid is not ready for the prime time. I mean, because Nikola Jokic stepped up and he had 2 MVPs, but finally showed the world just how great he is.
Incredible.
With the passing ability and the size and just the skill of that player. And that's what you have to beat. And they've got a great contingent around him. But now you've got Giannis, who's, if anybody could play defense on him, come a final series, you would love to see that matchup head-to-head. And then now you've got Dame Lillard to provide more offense. And it's going to be fun. That's interesting. You also got Wembanyama coming in for the Spurs. And they're not going to be a playoff team. By the way, I mentioned, you didn't hear this, I don't think, but Bill Schoening, the great Bill Schoening, will be joining our show tomorrow.
Oh, no
in
way.
the 6 o'clock hour. You got to get up early, Nick, to hear Bill Schoening, voice of the Spurs, because as we did yesterday in Setlist ATX, your look at the best music in Austin this weekend, Bill Schoening's playing Saxon Pub.
Yeah, he's doing music promo for once, probably.
Bill Schoening and friends at the Saxon on Sunday night. So Schoening's going to come on, and we'll talk about the Spurs and this big trade, and then preview his show a little bit. That's tomorrow, so we're looking forward to that with Schoening. All right, Ty, what are you, bullish or BS? Would you take, at this point, based on what we know, Bucks, Nuggets, or other to win the NBA crown?
Bucks,
Don't
Nuggets,
take the
or- I'll
Mavericks.
take the other.
Okay.
Just based off of
Who would be
Like-
your other, or just basing off of like the odds?
the odds. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think those are the two best teams in the NBA. Yes.
Yeah.
But a lot before the season starts, we know a lot can happen. I mean, we started last season with Kevin Durant on the Nets.
Yeah.
So,
that Nets team looks a lot different this year.
Yeah, and James Harden could be somewhere. I expect him
That's
to be on
not
a
a
different
needle
team.
mover. That's not moving the needle.
I don't know.
Not moving the needle.
It might make your team worse. Who knows?
That's very true.
There's a lot that can happen. But yeah, I'll take the field.
Now, where does Drew Holiday go becomes a question. All right, let me play this for you, and then I have a bullish or BS question. Now, I found this yesterday. We were talking, it's a short clip. We were talking about Micah Parsons and the Cowboys and how the Cardinals had a great plan to run right at him. And listen to this. This is Chuck Pagano. He's a former NFL head coach, longtime defensive coordinator, defensive mind in the NFL. And here was some thoughts. I think he was on a podcast, and after watching the film, here's what he said about what the Cardinals did that he thinks is going to be copycatted around the league.
Run at Micah Parsons. They came up with a blueprint, and damn did they run at his ass. And they put big bodies on him. He's a smaller guy. You get a tight end and a tackle and doubling him, I think Dallas is going to have some issues.
All right, I think Dallas is going to have some issues. Bullish or BS, that's a problem. There's now a blueprint, Ty, for the Micah Parsons problem that teams have that he presents.
It's BS. I think that performance was more about the defensive line as a whole than it was about Micah Parsons. We talked about it earlier this week, but them running off the cliff, as I said it, running upfield, expecting to get the big play, the sacks, the tackles for loss. So I don't know. I feel like he'll fix it. He also looked a little tired, and I don't think that defense was ready to play in the first half at all as a collective unit.
It's BS. You got Dan Quinn. That's all I got.
They'll figure it out.
That's all I
Dan
got.
Quinn and talent.
I'm not worried about. Yeah, Dan Quinn with Micah Parsons, with DeMarcus Lawrence, with all these folks. I'm not worried.
You can't go from the media can't go from saying that he might be the best defensive player of all time to the book is out on him now.
Greatest defense in the NFL.
We know how
Greatest
to beat
player.
him. It's a copycat league. It's like no, that's not. That's
It is a copycat league.
It is. It is. But
and that's not the media. That's a former coach who was just giving his opinion.
But the media in general.
I think Dan Quinn's sharp enough to throw some stuff at people that'll really mess with what they're trying to do, especially when they think they have it figured out.
Cowboys are 6.5-point favorites over the Patriots Sunday afternoon in Arlington. Bullish on that number, Ty?
I'm not too bullish on that number.
Over under is 43, so expecting a lower scoring game.
I'd
Kind of
take the
21.
over.
You take the over there. Well, look, okay, I'll ask you this on the Cowboys front. More concerned, offense or defense after 3 games?
Offense.
Yeah.
Offense.
Red zone
10 out of 10
offense.
offense.
Yeah.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
Last week,
I was concerned the first week because that game flipped on that fumble and like everything, or was it block kick, whichever it was.
the block kick and then the forced fumble. And
everything kind of just crumbled there, and like the offense didn't have to do anything. The offense didn't do much in
By
the
the way,
second game.
it's Thursday now, but it's still kind of hard to sit back and think the Cowboys lost to the Cardinals.
But it happens all the time. We've said that
The
sentence.
Cardinals are among
in the glory
when you
years.
do the
They
power
used to,
rankings, they're 33.
They used
If
to
had
lose to
33
Jake
teams.
Plummer and those teams that were horrible. Like they would always lose to the Cardinals. It doesn't make sense.
Colt McCoy beat the Cowboys twice.
There you
his
go.
career.
Hey, can I give a little props to my Texans because I saw several power rankings in the NFL that have them 22-23 now after their win over. That's the first time I've seen it in like 5 years where they're not a 3 before their number.
They
Come on
better
now.
be careful. They're gonna have a bad draft pick.
Come on, give me some C.J. Stroud. All right, bullish or BS? If it is true, as a report or a release from the University of Colorado has come out that Matthew McConaughey will be on the sidelines for the Colorado game with USC this weekend, not the Longhorns' ranked matchup with Kansas. If that's true, and the Minister of Culture is cheating on the Longhorns, it is right to be, he's rightfully criticized,
Yes.
or not a big deal.
It depends on if he talks about Texas when they interview him.
Yes.
Oh, is he the Minister of Culturing
Because
for?
he could be
he's
spreading
a covert op. I love it.
spreading the culture. He's a minister. He's got to get out, preach to the people.
You
It's a
completely flipped me
barnstorming
around
tour.
right there. If
I
he-
mean,
if he
McConaughey's
plugs
a smart
Texas,
guy. He's
yeah.
a smart guy.
He is sharp.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Highly recommend the book Green Lights.
Everyone associates him with Texas, so when he's on the sideline, all they're going to be like, "Oh,
He's
well,
doing
I
the
thought he
hook 'em.
was a
But he
Texas
does
guy,
the-
Texas."
He does the hook 'em backwards.
Yep.
He does the backwards hook 'em. Yeah, if he's preaching the good book and the gospel of Texas on his minister tour, I think that's okay, right?
I think it's great. I think it's how you get the word out.
It's a
And
barnstorm.
what better association than with the biggest figure in college football right now?
I get it. Go to the biggest game where everyone's going to be watching, at least as far as the perceptive and the eyeballs, and then sell Texas.
I'm trying to help Matthew here, so. No, but I do think like what better? Everyone's going to talk about Texas when they see him.
Well said. All right, your thoughts on the bullish or BS? Cowboys, have they figured out Micah? Or just a one-game deal? Also, Minister of Culture. Also, we'll get a little Ryder Cup bullish or BS coming as well later in the show. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Oh, man, a lot of opinions on our new Horn text line. We've had a text line. We just changed the phone number a little bit. And people have said, why did you change the number? Only because we want it to be more user-friendly. And this is a platform that we can do some contesting, send you like coupons to like partners of ours if you want, some cheaper stuff, that kind of stuff. We can do more with it, interactive, than just get text and respond to text. This says, running at Micah Parsons and double teaming are not new concepts. That's true. This says on the Horn text line, MOC, the Minister of Culture, has earned the right to do whatever he wants. He'll be there in Dallas next week. This says, McConaughey should be at the Texas game. End of discussion. That's BS. Fire him if he's at that game. Longhorn fans are fired up, man. You know who else is fired up right now? Ty's roommate, who has law school this morning, who doesn't have a car to get to law school because Ty had to steal it from him because his tire is flat on his car, and then he couldn't find his keys to his brother's car that he stole.
The least surprising news that your roommate's mad that you stole his car.
I mean, I thought he'd be cool. I sent him $100, so we're good.
You can take an Uber.
He did not respond to my "I'm sorry" text though. So it was a very explicit initial text that he sent me. So we'll have a good talk.
Good talk. Dude,
he's a good friend.
Very one-sided talk.
You've been in here for a couple days now, and I know you know Ty because you've gotten to know him through our show. But he is a walking sitcom. I mean, he is a walking Seinfeld episode or season.
He's a likable character.
He's like combining the Seinfeld with The Office at some level. I don't know, man.
I've always wanted to write a TV script. Maybe I'll have someone follow me around for a month or something. Try to get something started there. Monty Williams, you know who to.
Well, you know what,
Yeah,
Monty.
there you go.
Well, you know that idea
Nice
can
tee
be
up there.
that idea can be pitched tomorrow because Monty is going to be here tomorrow. So we're excited to have Monty come in and let Nick have a morning off until Rod gets back on Saturday.
Let the audience have a morning off from me.
Old Man Radio.
Well,
It's back.
Old man and Ty. Old man and Ty.
I have a bit of an old soul, I'd say.
That's what you inject. You inject this other
Element.
Yeah, element to the mix of Rodney, and it's important.
I'm just, I'm pretty good at like putting myself in other people's shoes, and like that dude, your roommate got up and is so mad. He's like,
It's
"Where's
okay.
my car?"
This is also the roommate that got a puppy, and then the first week he had a puppy, left for a week, and was like, "I'll send y'all $20." Me and my other room, I live with two other guys, and he's like, "Oh, I'll send y'all $20 a piece if you'll just watch the puppy." And I was like,
$20.
"Well, I mean, it was more. I mean, the money doesn't matter. It was more like, damn. So
No,
I'm potty training this puppy this week.
That's a full-time job right there.
I mean, Uber's one thing, but you just do not have your car, right? It's your
I
vehicle.
know.
It's got stuff in it that you probably need that you use.
Well,
on-
I was pretty worried because this weekend his girlfriend goes to law school at Baylor, and so he goes up there a lot. And on the way back during that storm, his car overheated and broke down, so he had to get it towed back. And was like, "Yeah, it's pretty shaky. I'm worried about driving it to campus."
So
But
you were
I
about
got out
it.
of the car and I was like, if I get in this car and it overheats after all this has happened, I'm just going to call Aaron, and I don't think I'm not making it for.
I would have been here by
myself.
myself. I would have, because I'm at that point at 5:45 in the morning. I'm the only one in this building at that point, unless Ty shows up. Okay, so that's where we are. Ty's roommate's mad. There could be a fist fight later tonight. And we'll keep you posted on that deal. Here's what you do. You should send your roommate this text. Nothing nice, nothing about $100. Just say, look, just find my keys and you can drive my car.
But I don't have the parking pass on my car. Like it's a
Oh,
whole.
man.
I thought about saying,
But I
that
feel
too.
like I'm going to
kidding.
walk through
That
the
was a joke.
argument that he's going to bring to you, and he's going to be like, "Why didn't you just take an Uber?"
why
That's the
didn't
first
you-
thing he said, and I said, well, because I looked.
It was kind of too late.
It was too late from
Oh,
where I
you were in
live.
the hustle. I
it
got
was
you.
probably
Yeah.
going to take 15 minutes to get 15 minutes
That's
to get
fair.
there. I had 40 to 30 minutes to get here. It's a 20-minute drive. The logistic. I thought about putting on my spare tire see how fast I could do that.
Oh dang!
I went out there, pulled it out, and I was like, oh, this is going to take too long.
Yeah, I live super far south, and it's the same way. Like, I can't just get an Uber on a whim. You
Yes.
got to like plan out an Uber coming.
So when my tire went flat initially, and I, been lazy and not changing it, I ordered an Uber the night before rather than going out and putting on my spare
Okay, that's
tire.
it.
So
You are.
I'm aware of
officially-
that
You're
situation.
officially like one of my boys. I'm coming to your house today to change your tire.
I'm going to change.
I'm
it,
going to
so.
come change the tire. That's going to happen. Hey, let's get to the headlines, trending topics, including a couple of big wins for the Texas MLB teams and the Longhorns getting ready for the Jayhawks. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news, top stories, including the Longhorns. Kansas Jayhawks rolling into Austin on Saturday to face Texas. They'll do so as a ranked team for the first time this season. And for the first time ever, Texas and Kansas will meet in a football game when both are ranked. They're both 4-0. Head coach Lance Leipold's Jayhawks feature multiple weapons on both sides of the ball, especially on offense. And it's an offense that averages over 460 yards a game. Extremely difficult to get off the field. Kansas converts on third down more than any team in the country through 4 games, a tad north of 60%. They have a pair of excellent running backs and the dynamic dual-threat junior quarterback Jalen Daniels.
He's a real dual threat. I think the natural thing is we think about the runs that he has for explosive plays, but he throws the ball all over the place. And they've got great schemes and concepts. They're running real pass concepts that stress your coverages. And then they have the run concepts with his legs as an added element to it, the +1 runs with the quarterback run. So he taxes you both ways.
Bad plays for sure. 2:30 Saturday, Texas and Kansas. Our pregame coverage starts at noon from the Mockingbird Saloon on Guadalupe, just next to Kirby Lane there. Also from college football, Michigan State made it official yesterday, firing in battle Coach Mel Tucker. School made with a release, formally ending his tenure at MSU after a sexual misconduct scandal went public earlier this month. NBA, absolute blockbuster of a trade, has been consummated just ahead of training camp opening. Portland Trail Blazers traded guard Damian Lillard to Milwaukee. He'll play alongside Giannis there as part of a 3-team deal. It also includes Phoenix. As part of the deal, Blazers received Drew Holiday from the Bucks and DeAndre Ayton from the Suns. Also other compensation, including a future first-round pick from Milwaukee. Phoenix is going to land the big man Yusef Nurkic and 3 other players in that mega deal. Big night in the big leagues. How about the Rangers? They put themselves on the brink of their first playoff berth since 2016. 5-0 win over the Angels. Dane Dunning, 7 innings of one-hit baseball last night. Dominant. Adolis Garcia had a home run and RBI double. Rangers' magic number to clinch a playoff berth down to 1 now. Their magic number to clinch the AL West stands at 2. That's because the Astros posted a big win of their own. Huge win, actually. They beat the Mariners 8-3. Mauricio Dubon hit a tie-breaking 3-run homer in the 4th inning to back Framber Valdez. And the Astro bullpen, they extend their lead over the Mariners in the race for the AL wildcard spot to a 1.5 games. Houston will be off today ahead of their regular season-ending series in Arizona. Rangers will open that 4-game series in Seattle tonight, 4 to finish the season. High drama, no doubt. Great season has come to an end for your Round Rock Express after the Oklahoma City Dodgers closed them out last night in the Pacific Coast League Championship 5-2. They won both games of that best-of-3. E-Train season comes to an end. The Dodgers will now advance to face the International League winner in the AAA World Series. Week 4 in the NFL kicks off tonight. Great matchup. Thursday Night Football. 2-1 Lions at 2-1 Packers for first place in the NFC North. This says female viewing stats skyrocketing because of Taylor Swift. They watch these games because of her, and these people vote. That's true. Well, actually, the numbers will tell you that young people don't vote that often. But that was pretty staggering to see an 18 in the demo of women 18 to 49, almost 65% increase just because Taylor Swift was in a box.
She can move an audience. I do laugh at they had that everywhere. They kept showing that video of Travis Kelce watching his own touchdown, I believe it was, on the screen. And, of course, all of the internet was like, look at how he looks at Taylor. It's so beautiful. But if you can actually
he was looking at the screen.
You can actually see the screen reflection in his eye looking at his own touchdown, which is the best part of that. I got to say it. I really like Travis Kelce. He seems like a pretty funny dude.
Yeah, well, I like the Kelce brothers, right?
They're both great.
Yeah, they're from where I was originally born. Northeast Ohio boys are from outside of Cleveland.
Oh, the Heights, right?
The Heights, yeah. Good dudes.
New Heights.
Midwestern Rust Belt dudes, hard-working guys. Both going to the Hall of Fame, probably. Even Jason Kelce, if he continues on this track, will be a Hall of Fame center. And, of course, Travis Kelce, maybe the greatest tight end to ever lace him up. And now, adding Taylor Swift to the conversation.
Yeah, we've already said, not to like.
And if you were ready for the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce thing to die down, don't, because it's already been confirmed that she's going to be at the game, Chiefs at the Jets on Sunday night. I mean, what levels is NBC going to go to highlight that deal? The primetime game. It was supposed to be Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes. There's no Mahomes, and now they've got Taylor Swift, so they're good. I mean, that's the end of skyrocket. Speaking of skyrocket and moving needles, you showed me this, but this is pretty cool. I'm interested. We just did Bullish or BS. Are you guys interested in this? Drake, the megastar himself, is just played 2 shows at the Moody Center pretty recently. He's coming out with his own clothing line that's called October's Very Own, and apparently there's a collegiate collection that will include some burnt orange gear that you can buy. Are you into this?
I'm very into this. As far as like cultural relevance for the university, especially with the younger crowd, this is a huge deal. Like Drake's, besides, I would venture to say, besides Taylor Swift, he is the most powerful person in the industry, and maybe Harry Styles. Like right now, like the guy could have sold out 10 straight nights at Moody. Instead, he only did 2. But this October's very own brand is a huge brand in kind of the younger generation and a lot of the hip hop crowd. And so the fact that at this first release, I think there's only like 6 or 7 schools. Yeah, it says Kentucky, Alabama, North Carolina, Memphis, and Texas. It's a big deal that Texas got this, and I think these things are going to sell out in seconds.
Yeah, I mean, and what we're talking about, like hoodies, cool looking gear too, by the way. And that's you're right for branding for your. I mean, Kentucky's kind of off the nose.
Well, that's Drake's team.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, he's
basketball.
Yeah, that he's always he had John Calipari out to his house and the whole Kentucky basketball team out to his house in Canada, and that's definitely. I think the Texas is a nod. He's a future soon to be Houston resident. Drake bought a house, I guess, in Houston.
All right, so there it is. There's the Texas gear, October's very own, coming to a. Where do you probably buy these online?
I'm guessing it's at October's very own.com.
Limited college collection with Texas, Kentucky, and more. There you go. Bang, Drake, bringing it to you. I would first do the 40 Acres brand of apparel from the Co-op is where I would get my gear first. That's where I would go.
They have great stuff. And I got to meet their owner with Bobby Burton the other day.
Yeah, Jeff. Yeah. Jeff's a good dude. Hey, can we go to the Vaqueros hotline? Let's shift gears and talk a little basketball. Huge trade right on the eve of training camp. This one came out of nowhere yesterday, I think, but we kind of known Dame Lillard was wanting to be moved all summer. But let's talk to Keenan Womack of OrangeBloods.com, covers basketball there, also has his own basketball podcast and does great work. What's up, Keenan? How are you, bud?
Man, I'm fantastic. It's great to be back on the airwaves, gentlemen.
Appreciate you being there. Nick Shuley with me as well. Now, your thoughts when you first heard this trade go down? I mean, Bucks land one of the best players and best offensive players in this league. Dynamic score to go with Giannis. Suns land 4 players, including a big to replace DeAndre Ayton, who's going to Portland. It seems like to me all 3 teams did pretty good. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I actually agree with one of the takes I saw today, which was I wouldn't give any of them an A, but I'd give 2 of them a B. Phoenix is not done, right? So Phoenix has like 18 dudes on the roster right now, so they're going to ship off some of those guys. So I'm not quite sure what their angle is. I mean, obviously they had the blockbuster trade earlier this year. So we'll see. I think it's a really interesting trade for Portland is who I think made off with the best results, actually. I love their lineup next year. It's probably not going to be super successful early on, but man, it's going to be a lot of fun to have Scoot, Shaedon Sharpe. Like, I think it's important that they kind of shipped Lillard out in this way because now, Scoot Henderson is going to be the guy in Portland, and I think he should have an opportunity to be because if you'll remember earlier this summer when I called in, I was very high on Scoot. I think he's one of the best prospects I've seen last few years at the point guard spot. So very exciting times for Portland, exciting times obviously for the Bucks, but they did lose Drew Holiday, which is basically the best point of attack defender and wing defender in the entire NBA almost, I would say. So that's obviously going to hurt. Dame is kind of older, right? I think he's 33. So that's kind of the wrong side of 30,
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes, but I'm excited.
Well, the next step, and I want to talk to you about the Bucks, and do you think that they've made themselves the clear favorite in the East with this move, even losing Drew Holiday? But you got to give up something to get something. A lot of talk already that the Blazers will now flip Holiday to get to continue their rebuild, and he will bring a package back. I mean, so what they've gotten for Damian Lillard is just starting. Because they could actually trade both of these guys, Ayton and Holiday potentially. Who are some good spots for Drew Holiday if they're looking to flip him? Ty says Mavericks. What do you think?
I think Mavericks, but I'm a little biased. So, I'm trying to think. The thing is, if Dallas wants to engage in that kind of trade and get that guy, they're going to have to give up all their young talent, which is like they're going to have to give up Josh Green. They're going to have to give up Jaden Hardy. They're going to have to give up Olivier Maxence-Prosper probably. I think they'd be more interested in him for that trade since he's not he doesn't really play like Drew, but he's kind of built in that same mold of like a wing defender, good size, switchable, that kind of thing. But yeah, if Portland does flip Drew, which they have every intention of doing from what I've heard, they could bring back even more young talent. I don't know exactly what direction they're trying to go. Obviously, you build around Scoot Henderson and Shaden Sharp, but we'll have to see what they can get back for Drew. Drew is a very well thought of player. He's an excellent locker room guy, excellent defender. He's just a winning player. I know that's cliche, but that's just kind of who he is.
Wasn't he the NBA's Man of the Year last year, whatever that award is? Didn't he take that honor?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was. He's a fantastic community guy.
Just a good dude and a great defender. Everybody on the team loves the guy. He will be in demand because you got to feel like the rest of the East and these teams that just saw the Bucks land Dame, they're gonna have to respond. They got to make a move, right? I mean, whether it's the Sixers or the Heat, they've got to find a way to try to keep up with what the Bucks just did.
Well, the thing that's super scary is the Bucks offensively, right? So when they run the pick and roll, you have Dame running the point. You have Giannis as the roll man, and then you have Brook Lopez, who can kind of drift off to the corner and hit threes on short roll passes from Giannis. So that's a scary offensive idea. I think that could work very well. I think it will be very difficult to stop offensively. And then they do need to address maybe or need to think about how they're going to play defensively, but because trading Drew for Lillard defensively, obviously Drew is a far superior player. Dame is he gives effort on defense. He's just not very big. It's hard to be a good defender in the NBA when you're 6'2", I think is what he is, 6'3" maybe. I think it was a good trade. I'm really looking forward to seeing Scoot though, man. I was so high on him. I can't wait. He's going to be the guy in Portland, like from the jump. I'm really excited to see it.
Yep, they're going to build around the youth and let Dame Lillard go chase a championship with the Bucks. Keenan Womack with us, OrangeBuzz.com. I know earlier in the week the Longhorns had a player availability for basketball. The Big 12 schedule is out, so their full schedule is known. It's kind of a get-to-know-you season again for the Longhorns. A lot of new faces, coming together. Some familiarity with Tyrese Hunter and Dylan Mitchell coming back. Dylan DeSue. What's your early take on this team that we're going to cover all year starting next month? A high ceiling for this group?
Yeah. I really do think that. And, I'm pretty high on this team. So the thing to keep in mind about this new team is, A. Smith, the transfer from Oral Roberts, who went to my high school, shout out Jesuit Dallas. He is oh my God, sorry. I just got a text from a source about something. I'm really excited about the team. I really like the additions in the portal. The most enlightening thing that I've learned in the past couple of weeks, talking to some players, was I talked to Tyrese Hunter last week, and we talked about his cramping issues, right?
Yes.
If you'll remember last season, he had a bunch of issues. So he has a legitimate medical issue. I forget what the name of the syndrome is, but he got on medication right before the tournament. If you notice, he wasn't really cramping during the tournament, right? So they got that figured out. And because I was fascinated as to what was going on with him last year, because he was playing like an All-American for the first few games. I mean, if you remember his game against Gonzaga where he scored like 26 points or something, you're like, oh, this dude could be like an All-American. I think he has a shot to be an All-Big 12 guy. I think Tyrese is really good. He's got a great attitude, super athletic, but I'm just super happy for him that he figured out his health issues. Now he can play,
Yeah, no question. That's neat to know that he's because he was having cramping issues and he didn't seem like himself last year. And when he's right, you have A. Smith next to him, who's maybe the sharpest shooter Texas has had in their roster in a long time. Absolute bucket.
Maybe ever,
Durant. Since Durant shooting the ball, A.J. Abrams kind of player. And then you got Tyrese, and then the bigs up front. The health of the bigs is going to be big, right? They got to get make sure Caden Shedrick, the Virginia transfer, is healthy. Dylan DeSue needs to be healthy. Dylan Mitchell, who came back after testing the draft waters, he needs to take a big step forward. If all things end in the affirmative for Texas, they could be as talented and deep as any team in the Big 12, maybe in the country.
Yeah, I agree. Also, what I meant to say earlier before I got that text was A. Smith is better than anybody on the team last year.
Oh, really?
Right.
Wow.
That's saying a lot. Yeah, no, he is. He is a preseason second team All-American, according to a couple of sources, like the Almanac, I think, has him there. So get used to some really fun basketball, because I wrote a piece earlier this summer comparing A. Smith to Jimmer Fredette from Brigham Young from a few years ago. the dude who was like just tearing it up, and I think he won Player of the Year. So he's not going to put up numbers like Jimmer did. He's not going to average 26 points a game, whatever the hell Jimmer averaged. He was amazing. But he's a similar kind of player in that he can pull up from 30 feet, drain it. He can shoot off the dribble. He can shoot off the pass. He can shoot. He's a motion shooter. He can come off screens and hit shots. He's really like arguably the best shooting prospect in the country this year.
No, well, that's going to be fun to watch with that backcourt and then bigs up front and returning players. Nice mix of returners and newcomers for the Longhorns. And Rodney Terry, his first full season, they'll go to camp here coming up and have that orange-white scrimmage on October 17th. Hey, Keenan, thanks so much. Keenan Womack. Find him on Twitter there at Keenan Womack. Womack. It's Keen. Keenan Womack. Also on the NBA in the big trade. Bucks acquiring Dame Lillard. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Always appreciate it.
All right, there it is. There we go. Hoops. I know Nick Shirley, you're a big hoops junkie, and you were at the wedding of Royale Ivy this past weekend talking. I'm excited. I mean, I haven't been this excited about an NBA season in a while because actually as a Rockets fan, I'm actually excited about Ime Udoka, the young talent, the pieces that they've got, and that Royale Ivy's now on that staff. That makes me excited. And then Mavericks, if they could make a move, we'll see, to respond. And then, got Wemby down in San Antonio, bringing some energy. So there's actually some fun. And I think this Texas basketball team with our guy Rodney Terry. And the guy, shout out to Rodney, for in addition to playing that orange-white scrimmage, they're going to play an exhibition game with St. Edwards at the end of October. That's really cool. That's his alma mater, my alma mater. He's putting Coach Cook, and the Hilltoppers on the map a little bit. I think that's really cool that he's doing that.
Yeah, I love that they're doing that and playing Incarnate Word. I think it's cool. Like it's good for those universities.
You know what? So when Rodney was at St. Ed's, Incarnate Word is the big rival. St. Mary's and Incarnate Word, those are the big rivals when I was there. And Incarnate Word's that's pretty cool that Rodney's going old school and bringing St. Ed's in and Coach Cook and giving them a chance to get some shine. Also playing Incarnate Word early. Pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, it's good for the city. I love it. And
they're playing Texas State this year. In a regular season game, I believe.
The St. Edwards guys are going from playing the low hoop tournament at Fiji House on UT campus to playing UT basketball.
Listen, Coach Andre Cook has done a great job with that program.
Yeah, I've had some friends that have played for that program, and they seem like they've been doing
Coach
pretty
Cook
well.
Has done a great job. Okay, we'll come back. When we do, we'll get back to the football. It's the football weekend kicking off tonight. We got Ryder Cup teeing off over in Rome. We got a ton. This is a great weekend. It starts today here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Pretty big stuff going on around your sports world. Ryder Cup will tee off tonight. About 10 a.m. Eastern time. Ryder Cup. What are we looking at this? The Marco Simone Golf and Country Club, Rome, Italy. They're teeing off, baby. All right, so we've got huge win for the Astros last night. Huge win for the Rangers. Props to those teams. Won rubber games in must-win situations. Rangers now a magic number of 1 to make the playoffs for the first time since 16. Astros, that was their biggest game of the year. To win that game, get a game and a half up on the Mariners. The Mariners are about to have to deal with the Rangers for 4 games. Astros get a day off and then go to Arizona. Diamondbacks are right in the thick of this NL wildcard race, too, so those are important games for the Snakes. So this will be a big series out in Arizona for the Astros. So looking forward to that. But again, have to mention the Atlanta Braves are the far and away favorites to win the World Series this year. And it's just ridiculous what their whole lineup does, but in particular, Ronald Acuna Jr. Can I just mention again that this guy, we were gushing all season about Shohei Ohtani and what he was doing, and it was worth gushing about. No one's ever done it before. It's historic. Well, same thing for Ronald Acuna Jr., who's going to be the MVP of the National League. He's the MVP of all of the sport. He just is about to wrap up one of the greatest, and then when it's over, we can rank where it ranks, of all-time greatest offensive seasons ever, Nick, in Major League Baseball. He's 25 years old. So only 5 players have ever gone 40-40, right? 40 home runs, 40 steals. It's only 5 guys ever. Well, now Acuna is the charter member of new clubs, the 40-50 club, the 40-60 club, and now the 40-70 club. He's the only player to do all 3 of those, and now he's set the mark at 40-70. From the leadoff spot, he's batting .336 with 41 jacks, 104 RBIs. He leads the majors in stolen bases and runs scored at 146, an OPS of over 1,000. Plus, he's a Gold Glove caliber outfielder at center field as well. I mean, really a good player. And
is he for sure going to win the MVP?
Oh, gosh.
Mookie Betts is still...
Come on.
He's having similar...
40-70 on the best team in baseball. It's not close.
But Mookie Betts might be the best defender in the outfield. And playing second. He has like 40 starts at second base this year.
Is he going to win the MVP?
I mean,
it's 40-70, my man.
I'd be surprised if Acuna doesn't get the MVP.
He should get every first-place vote.
Plus the fact that they're easily on the best team. I
love Mookie Betts. But at the same time, that's an all-time season.
Okay, he's minus 550 at this point.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody, I don't care if you put your order, and okay, Mookie Betts can be second. Freddie Freeman is having a great year for the Dodgers. He can be third. That's fine, however you want to do it. But that is the MVP. It's never been done before. It's staggering. And the only person that would have a chance to ever break it is him, to go higher, right? I mean, what's the next goal? 50, 80? And I'll give props to baseball in general for changing the rules to encourage more base stealing, which, he's just, again, I remember, growing up, Ricky Henderson was a devastating player. Craig Biggio for my Astros growing up was devastating because they would be in the leadoff spot, and I guess Altuve is a little bit of this too. When a guy is that good of a base stealer, like Ricky Henderson was, you've got to pitch to him because you can't walk him to lead off a game. Well, if you throw it over the plate, these guy's batting .340. So he's the ultimate weapon because he can beat you in so many ways offensively. That's why he scored 146 runs. So because you don't want to walk him, he sees a lot of good pitches because he's leading off A, and he's a nightmare on the bases. And that adds to that entire team. That lineup is just ridiculous in Atlanta. So props to him. Bears mentioning, and we'll see where he wraps up with 3 more games this weekend. They are part of this Cubs collapse. If you're a Cubs fan, you're not having a good morning. We told you earlier, in the month of September, they've blown 5 leads now when leading 8th inning or later, and they've fallen out of the wild card spot right now, which is, all you got to do is close these games down, and you're going to the playoffs in Chicago on the north side, and they're not. They've kind of played their way out of it with all these collapses now. Arizona, that's because the Cubs are now tied with Miami for that final spot. They've got to put a couple wins on the board this weekend. Atlanta just beat them last night. So Arizona, who the Astros play this weekend, has a 2-game cushion over the Cubs and the Marlins for that final NL wildcard spot. So that'll be fun this weekend with Houston and Arizona. Rangers, a win away. All they got to do is beat Seattle like 1 or 2 times. They're going to be good. They'll be the division champs.
Who do you think's obviously Shohei Ohtani is going to win the AL MVP, but who do you think's second?
Corey Seager. Corey Seager. Without the injuries, Corey Seager would certainly be up there. Kyle Tucker, the Astros, had a great year. I got to look at Baltimore. Baltimore's going to be a 100-win team. I don't know who would have predicted that when the season began. They've been great all season long.
The top 5 in the American League right now are Ohtani, Seager, Julio Rodriguez, Simeon, and Bobby Witt Jr.
There you go. And Julio Rodriguez just went 0 for their series with the Rangers, with the Astros. He went 0 for 4 last night. Framber Valdez had his number, punched him out a couple times, and he went 0 for 9 in that crucial series. The Astros took 2 of 3. So that's one of those things. That's a chance to push for the MVP, and instead he went the other way. Seager has been great for the Rangers. If that guy had played a full season healthy, I don't think it would be. I mean, Ohtani's going to win the MVP, even though he hadn't played the final month. But pretty impressive.
Talk about rule changes affecting someone's game. Corey Seager with that shift change.
Oh, huge.
Oh,
huge. Kyle Tucker too. Those were two guys that just hit into that shift, and now they're open gaps and open spots a lot more. So the batting averages are up, the production is way up, and run scoring's up. Stolen bases are way up in Major League Baseball. I give Rob Manfred a lot of credit. Those have been changes that were much criticized when they were announced and have been great for the game of baseball this year. Kind of like college football with the shorter games. I know people are getting used to it, but I think it's been good for the sport personally. But with that in mind, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. We haven't done that in a little bit. We got some good Texas pieces of information we want to tell you. What is behind that curtain? It's this. And thank you to Nick Shuley, our co-host this morning, sending me this. Eli Manning, uncle of Arch, brother of Peyton, son of Archie. Is that how we do that?
Yeah.
Sounds like
a royal.
Sounds like from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Eli Manning. Yes. Uncle of Arch, brother of Peyton, son of Archie. And brother of Cooper and Peyton. So he did an interview with Jason Fitz of Yahoo Sports. And pretty interesting. This goes to, Arch Manning sitting, right? If I get one question asked the most, it's what's going on with Arch? Is he going to transfer? You get that a lot too, I think. And I always say, no. I mean, the Mannings Arch came here for a reason. He loves Texas, loves the school. Cooper, they've got business interests here. The family does, obviously. And this is where he wanted to be. And give your guy Michael Taft, Mookie Taft, making plays.
Shout out.
Helping to bring Arch out here.
Plays on and off the field.
Plays on and off the field, yeah. Well, and this is the point that's interesting here behind the burnt orange curtain. Jason Fitz asked him just the pressure that's on Arch, just having that last name and all that comes with it. It's good baggage to have, but at the same time, it comes with a lot. And he said, well, I just told him, more about the pressure than going to play college football. It's about he's got a lot of expectations. I said, hey, just go there. Don't forget to be a college student. Don't forget that, hey, this is a great time in your life. You're in college, you're in Austin, learning the game of football, being with some of your teammates. All those things are awesome. I also know he's working extremely hard. He's going to learn a ton this season, whether he's redshirting or kind of just sitting and watching and learning. Hopefully, that's just him getting more prepared. So when he does go into games, by going through practice, he's gotten used to the speed of the college football game and learning the playbook. Jason Fitz of Yahoo then followed up with with Eli and said, even in today's world, do you think a year of sitting and watching can still help the development of a young quarterback with all of this pressure? And Eli said, yeah, I think 1,000%. I think it's very helpful. I know for me in college, I redshirted 1 year and then sat 1 year, then sat a year and played the next 3. I think that's the best thing for me. Even coming into the NFL, just sitting for the first 10 games of the first season was extremely beneficial to me, just to watch, just to see the preparation that goes into the game plans, different plays, trying to understand what plays are my favorite, and what ones I do feel most comfortable with. So there's Uncle Eli saying, hey, best thing for me was because every person is different. Some people like Kelvin Banks is a prodigy, dude, and you've worked with Kelvin. This guy comes in starting at left tackle, blocking NFL pass rushers at a high level as a freshman. He's just a different dude. And we've seen it with X-Worthy. We've seen it with a lot of these young guys. But, there was always a sense that Arch was going to need some time because at the level he was playing of high school football in Louisiana, it's a different level. He wasn't playing big 6A football there. He was at Isidore Newman High. You're playing essentially, 3A football at the parochial level. So your level of competition against is not as great. Now, even when Arch would go to those football camps, the quarterback camps, he would ball out and he would play. But that's different than playing in games and playing 6A football in Texas and being ready. So I think that said a lot. That I think that's everything I've heard about people close to Arch, that he's happy, likes being here, understood the situation. He knew Quinn Ewers was here. He knew Malik Murphy was here. If he wanted to start early, he probably should have gone to Alabama, right? I mean, Alabama's, they're putting Jalen Milroe out there, and it's debatable whether he's fully ready for that. If he wanted to compete for the starting job immediately, Bama would have been his better choice. Coming here, you knew Quinn Ewers was the guy, at least for this year. And that's why I've said in Sark's perfect world, Nick, behind the burnt orange curtain, he'd love to see Quinn continue on this trajectory and put himself in the mix to be in the NFL draft in April, and then you have a great competition between Arch and Malik, and we'll see. And then you've got the young kid coming in. Trey Owens is your commitment from Cy-Fair this year in your recruiting class. You've already got your quarterback for 2025. Feels like Sark's in a real good cycle. The question will be if Quinn comes back again and for another year, then how does that work?
Well,
That's going to be interesting.
You heard him mention that he redshirted and then sat the next year. So Eli sat 2 years. I don't think it's out of the question that we could not see Arch for this season and next.
Well,
true.
I mean, look.
I agree with you. That's not out of the question.
Quinn sat a year. People forget that. Like he came out of school early, but he sat a year at Ohio State and got to watch and see the game, et cetera. And I think that really benefited him last year from stepping in and playing at a high level. And I think obviously that position gets scrutinized and criticized harder than any position, but for coming off basically the street, never having played, college football truly, like Quinn's year last year was an impressive year. And I think those sitting out was beneficial. And like, look at it now. And I think look, there's so many good cases of that. And I think the family understands that especially from seeing that interview of like, yeah, this is what's best. And it's take your time.
Well,
You're not in a rush.
Well, yeah, everybody's a different personality type, and you wonder if Eli and Arch are a lot alike. That sitting and watching, want to enjoy college. I mean, Eli played 4 years at Ole Miss, 5 years because he sat 2 years and played 3, and he still was the number 1 overall pick. I mean, both Peyton Manning was told he should leave, and he came back to Tennessee for another year. Those guys, are I mean, they got plenty of money. There's no rush to the NFL. Whereas there's some guys that come in and they're trying to get to that paycheck in the NFL as fast as they can. Because it's family changing, it's life changing. They need that. Mannings don't, so you can take your time with it and develop. I feel like Arch has a real level head. Now Malik Murphy, that's going to be the interesting one, right? I mean, you saw him the other night at the NIL deal. He looks like a defensive end. He's in great shape, and obviously he's insurance right now for Quinn should something happen. Same time, he's got a bright future at the position too, whether it's at Texas or somewhere else.
My question about the Malik Murphy situation is if next year Quinn does leave and Malik Murphy is playing better than Arch in the summer and then the spring, do you start Malik Murphy? Like, if it's close,
well, that's where you just
if it's close, do you start Arch just because of all the hype and hoopla that goes around with it?
That won't be our
Or the
decision.
expectation.
You just trust Sark on that. You trust Sark that he's got a plan for this. And look, part of what I think with Malik is that he got some NIL money to stay and be the backup. They didn't want to rush Arch in as the backup, so Malik made the decision. And the one thing about Malik is he's super close with Sark. He was committed to Sark when he was still at Alabama. He really wants to be developed by Steve Sarkisian, and he's thinking big picture too. Same time, if you get to this offseason and Quinn is still here, then I think Malik would have to consider elsewhere, and I think Sark would help him find a good landing spot with a coach he trusts and a coach he knows really well through the portal. That's a good relationship between those two. And let's just say this: it's an absolute great problem to have. Ask teams without quarterbacks what it's like to have too many quarterbacks. That's a great problem, especially when you're recruiting on the lines of scrimmage, adding skill players like they are. And Texas fans know this as well as anybody. Since Colt McCoy on, they were searching for one. Now we're debating, do they have too many? That's a great problem.
Well, yeah, and that's what you want, right? And regardless of what happens with Malik starting here next year, or if he's starting somewhere else, I would not be at all surprised to see him starting in the SEC next year. Like, he is that level of player, and I think he could step in and do it. And that's a great problem to have when you're fighting over these three people who are capable, as opposed to the past when we were struggling to find anyone.
18-wheeler packages.
Yeah, problems of abundance.
Sam was a good quarterback.
Sam was really
he was a good quarterback.
Sam was really good.
So was Shane.
Shane was a quality quarterback. It's gotten better, obviously, and Sark has taken it to a level. And that's why I say the relationship with Sark. If Malik's not starting here, Sark will help him, with good advice on, hey, who you should go play for. Where you should continue your development. Great spot here, X, Y, or Z. And maybe it's in the SEC. Maybe it's in a Pac-12 school like Washington, or it's going to the Big Ten, where Kalen DeBoer is developing really good players.
Maybe Colorado.
He is a
Dion.
He's a California kid.
He is a California
That's
kid.
true.
Keep that in mind. Hey, we come back. Let's do some off the record. Also in the 9 o'clock hour, our friend Bob Ballou from CBS Austin will join us. We'll preview the Ryder Cup with Bob. His thoughts on the USA versus Europe coming up in Rome. Plenty to do. We roll all the way to 11 o'clock here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Off the Record is next. Oh, it's time for Off the Record Never Sucks and Won't Suck next hour when we talk to Bob Ballou, CBS Austin, formerly the host of our golf program here on the Horn on a Saturday morning called Playing Through. We'll have Bob's thoughts on the Ryder Cup this weekend, always one of my favorite events of the year. And it's going to be weird because of this pretty staggering time difference. You have to get up early, stay up all night if you want to watch the
What time does it start?
it'll start like 1 o'clock in the morning, our time, because it'll be morning in Rome. So I believe that's so but you'll be able to, when you wake up, it'll be on when we get here in the morning, essentially, which is pretty cool. I'll be checking that out. And then on the weekend, you got to get ahead of your college football. And of course, it's team play Friday, Saturday, and then individuals on Sunday. USA won it 19-9 last time over at Whistling Straits here, but this one is on European soil. We'll talk to Bobby B coming up. Also in our off the record segment. Did you see this? That according to this survey or this study, the average person has 2,795 photos in their phone. Pictures. 2,795. How far under or over that number are you, Nick Shuley?
Oh, Lord.
I can tell you right now on my iPhone, I have 377 photos.
What? How?
My number's bad. What's yours, Ty?
I have 9,193.
Oh, I have 39,683. So, and I'm not a picture taker. I think it's just because it's all these years and
Mine goes back to like the photo, like iCloud these days. Everything gets saved, so I have photos on my phone from like freshman year when I was like 14,
yeah,
which is crazy.
Me
I have-
too.
let me
So
see,
every
I
once in a while, I'll go. That's a little fun little game I like to play though. Is go back and just look through old like stuff I completely forgot.
It
about
is
even
like
in
a
there.
you could like piece together your
Old.
life. Yeah.
You can look at, junk pics throughout your life.
No, no, no.
They're still in there. You said your dad was swiping the wrong direction one
I never
time.
saw that. Said that he saw my junk.
Oh, I thought that was
Ty, how many selfies do you have in your phone?
That's none.
I don't have
Or
any.
very few.
Yeah.
Usually, if I do take a selfie, it's me looking stupid or hungover or something like that. That's like because I've gotten into the dating apps kinda or tried to just because it's more of like a hot or not game for me and for
It's like-
most
it's a
ladies
video
as
game.
well. But I struggle with finding like good pictures of myself.
Yeah, me too.
Most of them I'm trying to look like an idiot or I'm wasted or I don't know. I don't have or a selfie. I'm not gonna like go in and take like a shirtless bathroom pic, like
Yeah.
mirror pic, like a lot of guys
Thank you.
will. But
Thank you. Yeah,
I know one wants to
300
see that.
I have 377 pictures.
That's
It's a good number for me. But I do clean it out quite often. I'm pretty like
Oh, I'm the opposite. I've got like there'll be like and a lot of it's a lot of times for work, for like
sure.
events, proofs, or whatever, and so it'll be like 30 pics of just the
One
same
thing.
thing. Yeah, and I
See,
should
I
go
go in and
clean
clean
it
that
out,
out.
and I don't.
I will clean it out. I have this thing. If I turn on my phone and I've got like red marks for my emails, I got to clean it out. I can't have them sitting there. Where my wife has like 40,000.
Yeah,
unread emails.
I'd be your nightmare.
And then you get on her Macintosh, or what is it called then, the Mac, and she's got like 40 open tabs across. Babe, can we close out some tabs here?
That does bug me.
What are we doing here? Also, let's pick this up and we'll get some listener interaction on our new text line, the Horn text line at 447-3776. What's your number? Your number of photos in your phone. Also, from the Puka Nacua, L.A. Rams. Puka Nacua is a rookie receiver for the L.A. Rams, who I guess the Rams did a kind of a rookie hazing kind of thing, but all in fun. They made the rookies to stand up and say who was the most famous person in their phone, and would that person answer the phone if they called. And so Puka Nacua surprised everybody in the Rams locker room that his uncle is Dana White, the head of the UFC. And they called, he FaceTimed Dana, and Dana answered the phone. There's a pretty cool video of this. So I will ask you, Ty, Nick Shuley, who is the most famous person in your phone? And we'll ask our audience
That I could call.
that would answer the phone.
So not like any numbers I've gotten from being on this show, obviously.
Well, they might answer.
They would answer, but they'd be like, "Who is this?"
That's all right. All you got to do is answer, say, I'm trying to win a bet.
I mean, I know I could call Sam Ellinger.
Sam Ellinger, okay.
He's not.
That's a good one. He's an NFL player.
I'm sure yours is much higher than mine. Mine would probably be Nolan Ryan.
That's
And,
cool.
and I think
Yeah.
Nolan would answer.
I have Roger Clemens' number.
Me too.
I don't
That's
think
because
I'm
he was a
supposed to
guest
have
on our
that
show.
number.
He's
See
a guest.
this.
Thank you, Coach Harrington.
This is the game we need to play with Mark Higgins.
Yeah, that's why I did this. That's why I did this. Higgs
We'll
will be
out in public somewhere, and we'll be talking about just something random, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it was one time in Monaco and Bono, blah 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 blah," and you're like, "Wait, what? Like that? What? I've known you for 15 years. How? Or it'll be like, oh, President so and so was," and I'm like, dude, no one.
He never
says
doesn't
this.
like seem like the guy that like.
Oh, he's
not doing it for the wrong. Bring that
he's
stuff
the
up for
least
the wrong
name drop
reasons.
person,
Yeah.
but like steal his phone. Sorry,
Well, we'll
Higgs.
talk to Higgs. Mark Higgins will be in the house coming up. You work with him at the Clark Field Creative and NIL and Texas One Fund, all kinds of stuff. So we'll talk to Higgs. Longtime Austin. I used to work with Lance Armstrong. That's what I want to talk to Higgs about, in addition to our conversation with Bob Ballou next hour, is, we're watching this Taylor Swift mania, and obviously we talked about Drake and his new clothing line and Deion Sanders. By the way, see who was up with Deion Sanders yesterday? People are mad that Matthew McConaughey is supposed to be at that game on Saturday, not here. The Minister of Culture, you had the great point that he's spreading the Longhorn love.
Spreading the message.
He's getting it out. But Longhorn fans are a little bit mad about that. But you see who was speaking to the team yesterday? Our friend Mark Henry.
Oh,
Mark
wow.
Henry was speaking to the Colorado Buffaloes yesterday, the world's strongest man, frequent guest on our show. I mean, you know what? As far as famous people, I would put Mark Henry in my phone as a pretty famous person.
Yeah.
Like, when you get out, when I see Mark, it's almost like a friend. It's like, hey, man. But then I remember we were on Bevo Boulevard doing the show for the spring game. And it's Rod and me and Mike Harge back in the day, this last spring. And Mark Henry came on with us. And this group of kids came by. They were doing some kind of like flag football tournament. There's about 30 kids. And they stopped, looked over, and saw Mark. And it was like unbelievable. Like they were freaked out. Like a superhero was in their midst, and we had to go to break.
I mean, he is,
because they flocked him, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this guy's unbelievable." Yeah, Mark Henry, pretty good. Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens would be a good one for me.
Bo is probably mine.
Come on, trump card.
He's the
and
best.
he'd answer, and you could chat with. He's a good friend of yours.
Yeah, he would
Bo
answer
Jackson.
unless he's golfing. Then he doesn't answer.
Well, one day
he calls you back.
I want you to send Bo a text and say, "Is Auburn regretting not hiring Deion?"
Oh man,
last year at this time. Are they regretting that?
I think we know the answer to that. Probably.
I think we do too. Hey, they got Hugh Freeze though. Hey, we'll be back. All those things we just mentioned. Bob Ballou, Mark Higgins will join us. It's 2 more hours of fun on a Thursday here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Oh, man, people are going crazy here. It says, does Rita Ballou count as a celebrity in my phone? That's hilarious, the great Rita Ballou. This says, I'm with you, 342 photos, but I clean out frequently. One of my best friends texted me to say, 300 pictures, that's so you. Like, yeah, that's me. Like, I have pictures. I do clean it out quite a bit, and I have pictures of my son's wedding from last year, and I don't just keep random pictures.
Yeah.
That's for my wife to
You've
do.
made me feel like my sister-in-law, who's great about taking pictures, and I didn't think I took that many pictures.
I don't take a lot of pictures either.
Well, I didn't think I did, but apparently I do.
Because I'm kind of like Ty over there. I don't always like pictures of me, so I try to stay out of pictures.
I take a lot of pictures of like my friends and stuff when we're out.
See, and I don't do that. Like usually with my wife, she takes the pictures, and so her phone's probably got 10 million pictures.
Yeah, I take unflattering pictures of my friends so that I have something good when they call. Like
right.
when they call me, it comes up and they're like, their face is all distorted or they're drunk or something, and it just makes me laugh.
See, I've got there's a picture of the Wilco set list from the other night in Tulsa that I sent to my buddy because we're going to the show tomorrow. So I got a picture of that for him.
You and
Go see
Higgs.
Wilco. Got a picture of the sunrise from the other morning that I took from here at the station. There's a picture of that was at the Jason Isbell show that you and I went to a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah?
Don't tell Tom Gimbel because you're not supposed to take pictures at ACL tapings, but I snapped one on my way at the very end.
I always sneak one as well.
I always let the people I'm with sneak one, and then I'm like, tag me, and then I'll just repost and be like, yeah, I can't control it. Sorry.
I know I wanted to post
you know.
it, but I know like Terry Lacone would be like, "What are you doing?
I just gave away my trade
You're never
secret.
coming again." Yeah, exactly. Oh man. Also, famous people in your phone. This says, guys, I have 8,130, but I have 3 daughters. This is Nick Saban, most famous person in my phone. That's cool.
That's a cool one.
Can you give us that number?
Yeah, can we have that? Mine would be my brother. He's Sark and Quinn's barber. He cut the mullet. Come on.
Oh wow,
That's fame right there.
That is. Those
and
are some
Sark's got a
famous
pretty
hands.
good do. I wonder ask your brother how often Sark gets his haircut. It's got to be pretty often because he's always looking high and tight.
Yeah, he looks fresh.
Looking good. How about this? We'll wait to say this until he comes on with us. But this guy says my most famous person on my phone is Bob Ballou. So we got Rita Ballou and Bob Ballou. But Bob Ballou is going to join us here in a moment.
Is there any relation there?
I do not believe so.
That's a pretty
Rita Ballou's
unique
name is
last name.
I would just Rita Ballou's name is not Rita Ballou.
Right.
Bob Ballou's name.
Wait,
Bob Ballou.
Yes. Bob
Rita Ballou wasn't that the Guy Clark song? Right?
Yes,
that was a Guy Clark song.
It's a character in a song.
Great
Guy Clark.
song too.
It is a great song. So that's where that name came from. That is not her real name.
Gotcha.
But Bob Ballou, that is his real name. Bob was a standout basketball player up in the Metroplex. J.J. Pierce High.
That's where my brother and sister went.
J.J. Pierce High.
Jessica Simpson also.
Jessica, yeah.
That's
Bob can tell you some Jessica Simpson stories.
Pierce is in Richardson.
Mm-hmm. It's on the
That's what I
border.
thought,
Richardson,
yeah.
Dallas, Coyton Campbell.
It says 42,000 photos. Could probably get Nobu Matsuhisha to answer.
That's a cool one. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a person. I just thought it was a brand. So that's cool.
But yeah, he's the Japanese celebrity chef, but now he's got like his own restaurants, right? Is that right? Nobu?
Yeah. Nobu's a big one. Drake talks about Nobu a lot.
And you just mentioned this Drake thing. We'll talk about it more when Higgs gets in here. Mark Higgins is coming in too, and you guys both work in that marketing realm, NIL now with the Longhorns. It's a big deal to get the Drake apparel line. I mean, I know we hear it, and most of our audience are kind of like, "Oh, cool." This is impactful because Drake, who is, I mean, for perspective, is kind of the male version of Taylor Swift as far as a pop star.
Cultural significance, yeah.
And so he's come out today with a new line of clothing called, what is it, October?
October's very own.
And
yeah,
so,
OVO.
And only 7 college programs have their own, line of Drake apparel that you can buy in Burn Orange. So Texas and Alabama on the football front, it looks like. And then basketball, which Drake's a big hoopster, would be Kentucky, North Carolina, Memphis, where he used to live.
Yep.
So I mean, that's exclusive, and that you said it. That's impactful on the recruiting trail. That I don't know. For young people, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and it's you'd be surprised at how significant things like that are. It starts to put Texas into that realm of like one of the cool brands, and whether you like it or not, like Kentucky, Carolina, especially Carolina, just because of Jordan and that their colors, etc. That's become a style piece. And if Texas can kind of infiltrate that and that association, which I think that the association with OVO is huge doing that. Like I think it's going to be really big because the fact that we're in those conversations now shows how far this university's come in the last 20 years or so, as far as marketing, as far as exposure, and props to the folks over there, like between CDC and Drew Martin and everybody there. They're good at what they do.
Well, and it's only Alabama and Texas really on the football front to have the gear with the Drake gear, which young people are going to buy, and you'll see all over the place. All right, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline, where we have a conversation going on right now about most famous person in your phone. And we had a texter say the most famous person in my phone is this guest right here, our friend Bob Ballou of CBS Austin, our resident golf expert. Hello, Bob. How are you, man?
I'm good. That's actually a really good question. I like that. I'd have to think about that one for a minute. There are probably some that you probably wouldn't want to say. Like there's some people that you don't maybe want people to, I don't know. But I've got Robert Ory's number, and I've always thought that was really cool.
The Big Shot Bob.
I'm the Big Shot Bob. I've long when I covered the Spurs from 2004 to 2007, I got to know him pretty well, and just a great dude.
Yeah.
And so it'd be funny to go through my phone and be like, oh, I forgot I've got his number,
Yeah. That all stemmed from Puka Nacua, the young receiver for the Rams. They did a hazing for the rookies, and his uncle is Dana White. So he called him up, and he had Dana White on the phone, which was really cool. And there's a cool video that's gone viral now since that happened. Hey, Bob, how are things, man? I saw that you played a member guest with our man Ant Geronimo. That had to be a lot of fun for you guys out there. What, Twin Creeks?
No, it wasn't. Unfortunately, it wasn't Ant, because I would give anything to play with Anthony. He's the best. It was a buddy of mine, Bob Patel, who lives in Twin Creeks, and
okay, it does look like Ant a little bit.
Yeah, he does. We had a blast. Finished second in our flight, which got us into the 10-team shootout, and then finished second in the shootout. I will willingly, I don't know what the right word is, say that I missed a 5 or 6 footer on 18 to force another hole, but I pushed it a little. But you know what? I grabbed the putt back. I didn't hit it great, and I grabbed the putt back and I hit it again right where I wanted to, and it broke right. So it made me feel a little better that I didn't read the putt right anyway. So even if I hadn't just left my club face open, I still would have missed the putt. But it was a blast. The coolest part of the shootout is there are 50 carts. Everybody that's in the tournament comes out to watch. You've seen some viral videos on that kind of stuff where there are guys that playing against each other, and you miss a putt and everybody goes crazy. That's kind of what it was. It was really fun to be in that moment. It's so funny because all those guys are my friends. I was so nervous, and I don't, you don't get nervous playing golf. And I was all 4 holes of the shootout, I was almost terrified to hit the ball. It was really funny. And it was really cool to be in that moment and see how you react to something like that you're just not really in. And I told somebody afterwards, I said, the only reason you get nervous for anything is because you're not prepared. If you're prepared, you feel like, whatever, I can do this. And I haven't played a lot of golf this year, and so I wasn't really prepared for the moment. And but I had a blast. It was a lot of fun, and I would thank Bob forever for inviting me to get to play in it, and we just had a blast.
I've said the same thing. I used to do a match play tournament with a bunch of buddies, 20 of us, and 10 on 10, like Ryder Cup. And I said, this is with no crowd. And it's an important putt for your team, and your ears are pounding, and you can feel the pressure. And then you add a crowd to it. We had the same thing at Onion Creek this summer that was pretty cool too. That's a great scene, and that's what we'll see. This is what makes the Ryder Cup so special. USA, Europe, the passionate fans. We saw it at Whistling Straits a couple years ago, and this should be great. What a scene in Rome. What have you made of this golf course so far, from what you've seen in the previews of what we're going to see starting tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know if y'all saw Victor Hovland made a hole-in-one on a par 4 today in a practice round, so that was pretty cool. The Europeans love to do this, and I think it's great. I think this is what makes, when you set up a course for a tournament that's on your home soil, you want to set it up in favor of you. And so what they've done is all the fairways are super narrow. The rough is really thick. It's not quite as thick as it was. They had the Italian Open there, and everybody says nuts. It's very thick, but it's not as thick as it was. But what Europe really wants to do is take the short irons out of the Americans' hands. That's pretty much their whole goal in this. They want the Americans to have to hit mid to long irons, and so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 irons in, as opposed to just hitting wedge every time they tee off. Or hit a wedge into a green, and then make it come down to a putting contest. And that's where Europe feels comfortable. There's a reason America has not won the Ryder Cup on opposing soil in Europe since 1993. Jeez. 30 years ago was the last time the Americans won away from the U.S. So there's a lot in the setup that I think favors Europe, and that's what they want to do when they go into an event like this.
It's well said, Bob Ballou. Yeah, man, they set up the course in their favor. I remember the one that was in Ireland that was so in their favor, and that was when the U.S. had Tiger still playing. It's a challenge, but again, it's one of these on paper. I mean, you got Sam Burns and Patrick Cantlay and Ricky Fowler, and there's Brian Harmon, who won the major this year. Brooks Koepka is there off of his great year, and of course, there's a little controversy with that. Jordan Spieth, Justin Thomas, Scotty Scheffler. I mean, on paper, it's USA all the way, but we know it's not played on paper, Bob.
No, it'd be really slippery. That's what I've always said about playing a game on paper. No, listen. I think this U.S. team is about as good as it could get. When you look across the board, there are, I think, 7 of the 12 Americans are in the top of the world golf rankings. They are loaded. They are a loaded bunch. There's probably, short of like wanting Dustin Johnson on the team or Bryson DeChambeau on the team or Keegan Bradley, who's another one that I really thought deserved a spot, you've got to be really happy and excited about what this American team brings. On paper, they are the better team. They should go into Europe and have success. That's not how this works. I think we all know that's not how this works. And especially when you look at the European team, let's not act like this team's just like a bunch of nobodies.
Right.
It's Rory McIlroy and Jon Rahm and Victor Hovland, who's playing his best golf of his life. Tommy Fleetwood, who just thrives in this moment 4 years ago. And when he went 5-0 with Francesco Molinari, Matt Fitzpatrick won the U.S. Open. He's on this team. Terrell Hatton's played big golf. And then you start going through the rookies that they have on this team, and I love their rookies. And it's kind of funny when you think about a rookie in a Ryder Cup. I think a lot of times you think, oh, they're going to succumb to the pressure, going to be a little nervous. Like, I don't think that's the case at all with either of these teams. I think the rookies are going to thrive in this event. I think that when you look at Europe and you see like a Bob McIntyre, a guy that probably if you don't follow golf all that closely, you don't know all that well. This guy's been amazing overseas.
Yeah.
Sepp Straka had a great year on the PGA Tour. Everybody kind of go, Sepp Straka, whatever. No, Sepp Straka's been great. And so you kind of start going through Ludwig Aberg, who played at Texas Tech and is, just amazing. But you go back to the American side of the rookies and you see Brian Harmon and Max Homa and Wyndham Clark. Those guys are battle tested. Max Homa was killing it in the President's Cup 2 years ago or last year. He went 5-0. Wyndham Clark didn't succumb to the pressure at all at the U.S. Open. He actually is probably the person I look forward to seeing most this week because he was the most cocky and the most not arrogant, but just had the confidence to go into the U.S. Open and say, this tournament's mine and I'm going to take it from everybody else. So there's a lot to look forward to when you look at the rookies in this event. That European team, I think they get what happened 2 years ago when they were kicked in the face 19-9.
Yeah. And
Rory McIlroy's crying after his match. It means a lot to these guys. And he talked a little bit about this week about how Luke Donald, their captain, has done a really good job of helping them bond and being closer together and being more of a team. And I think those type of things are the things that kind of lead you to a victory when you're going through this stuff.
And looking for pairings and who's playing with who. They haven't announced that yet, right? Are they going to announce that today? Is that right?
Yeah, that's they have not. I don't believe they've announced it yet. When we get on Italian time,
yeah,
and it's in the morning, and we're trying to figure out who's.
I think they're doing it right now.
I was wondering. I was kind of wondering if it was going to be somewhere right now. But yeah, so what I would say what we would expect from the American side, at least, if nothing else. I think you will see a lot of Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay paired together, and they will probably play most of the matches. I would think we'd see Jordan Spieth and Justin Thomas paired together. I think we'll see them play. Is
that Sam Burns and maybe Sam Burns and Scotty Scheffler? They're good buddies too.
Yeah, I will be interested to see because they didn't have a lot of success together. I'll be interested to see if Zach maybe flips that a little bit and goes with Scheffler and Wyndham Clark to give Scotty a putter. Scotty's been working on his putter the last few weeks. He's got a new guy that's kind of helped him along as he's tried to overcome some of his putting woes. And it's funny to say Scotty Scheffler and his putting woes, considering he's number one in the world and he had just amazing. He every tournament he was in the top 15 that he played in, but he probably would have won about 7 tournaments if his putter was kind of going the way it was supposed to go. So I think that'll be an interesting thing to see if he keeps with the Burns Scheffler match, or he kind of moves on to a Scheffler, Wyndham Clark, and give him a really good putter. Be interesting to see who Koepka's paired with. They all love Brooks Koepka. Scotty said that. I know the live thing is out there, but Scotty even said at one point, like, he was $29,000 from making this team automatically. He was, he kills it in these events. He's a really good player. Like, they weren't going to leave him off the team. Now, you can make the argument against some of the other guys that went to the Live Tour, Bryson and Patrick Reed and Dustin Johnson, even though Dustin went 5-0 2 years ago. But yeah, it's a very interesting kind of moment to see who they pair together and then who ends up being really good together. I think that I'm going to give you my not wild card. I think the most important player for the U.S. team, I think a lot of people would think maybe it's Justin Thomas just because of the controversy surrounding his selection. I personally think it's Max Homa. I think Max Homa going 5-0 in the President's Cup and showing what he showed there, he's been so good. He's won 6 tournaments, 3 since the beginning of 2022. I think Max Homa is the guy to look to see how many points can he get, because I think that's going to be what really boosts the Americans this weekend.
All right, buddy. It's great to hear you. Wish you were still with us talking golf on Saturday mornings. Hopefully we can get that back at some point. But, man, great to hear you. Hope to see you soon at a Longhorn game or an event, and thanks for doing that. We'll talk maybe on Monday once we all know what happens over in Rome.
Can I make a prediction?
Please.
I'm taking Europe.
Ooh.
I know it's really that's not
out on
the
that limb.
direction I think everybody's going. I'm going Europe. There's just too much there. There are too many guys that care too much about that event on the European side, and I think Europe somehow figures out a way to get it done.
Can't wait to watch. Got to get up early to do it on Italian time, but, man, it's going to be worth it. It's one of the great events every 2 years of the sports calendar. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you. We'll be watching you on CBS Austin, okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, Bob Blue. There it is. Yeah. Most famous person in your phone. Hey, by the way, speaking of coming out and seeing us, we're going to be out tonight. Don't forget, it's a home game. So Thursday with our friends at Bud Light, we're going to be at Little Woodrow's on Palmer Lane. Little Woodrow's. While we're out there, we're going to get ready for that Packers and Lions game. You could register to win some college football tickets. You could also get some Bud Light buckets for $20. Bud Light photo contest to win an autographed UT football. And Patrick Davis in the Sports Complex will be there live. I will be joining him. Ty Henderson's going to come by, too, if he can get his car fixed or find his keys or whatever the latest problem is he's having. You need a ride out there, Ty?
No.
Pick you up. Be your Uber.
He's got time for the Uber this time.
Yeah. Nick Shuley is here. Mark Higgins is going to join us coming next. We'll take your thoughts on the golf. Here's a text that says, my son and his wife and their friends are in Rome to support Scotty, Jordan, and USA. Very cool. This guy says, I have 2,415 photos in my phone and 735 videos. Dang, you are stocked. Koepka and Scheffler will be good because Scotty loves him. Good idea right there. Derek Johnson, most famous person on my iPhone. I fix his iPads and phones. See,
that's a cool one.
The legendary lifetime Longhorn. This is, I have a friend who has a personal message from Rick Barnes. We also have this. I have Quan Cosby and Rod Babers' number.
Nice.
And then how about this one? We asked about Sark getting his haircut. Because we got a text that most famous person in your phone. This guy says, my brother, because he cuts Sark's hair and he cut the Quinn Ewers mullet. He says, my brother goes up. He says he gets a cut every Wednesday during the season, Sark does, once a week. My brother goes up to the stadium, cuts Sark, also Banks, Flood, Jackson, and Worthy, etc. Does all of them. Look at they come to him. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, Mark Higgins joins us. We'll keep the conversations going. Ty is here. Nick is here. Mark Higgins joins us next. You're on Hook 'em Up. Hey, it's a busy Thursday. We're watching the Ryder Cup. We just talked to Bob Ballou, and I asked him about the pairings. They're actually happening right now because it's evening in Rome. They're doing a big presentation. Captain Zach Johnson is about to announce his teams and picks for who's going to go head-to-head in the first round of action. I will say that it's always interesting to see golfers without their hat on. I remember when I would see Tiger Woods without a hat on, you're like, it looks like a different person. It's like seeing a football player without the helmet, right? It's like, that's weird. Baseball players, too, the same way, because you always see them in a hat. And, of course, they always have the sun, right? Like their forehead is white and their face is all
their tan
or
line.
red.
Yeah, that's a common theme in cycling as well, like for weird tan lines.
Yes, for sure. Golf, too. I mean, you get on your arms, you get the golfer's tan or the farmer's tan. Okay, so we got a lot going on. Good stuff with Bob Ballou. Earlier this morning, we talked to Ari Temkin. AT was great, previewing Texas and Kansas. We're going to re-rack that coming up in our 10 o'clock hour because I think it's good for his. Ari used to work for us. Then he went to San Antonio. Now he's in Dallas working on Sirius XM's college Big 12 radio. And so he covers the Big 12 daily, talking to coaches and insiders. And he went to Kansas. So he'll give you a good thought on the Kansas Jayhawks and Lance Leipold and what they're bringing. So we'll get that next hour. But joining us to make it a three-man booth, or four, with Ty Through the Glass, but three in this room, is Mark Higgins with Clark Field Creative as well, and longtime Austinite doing great work. Athlete relations is what we're saying. You and Kim Kardashian, I said.
He does run the show.
How are you, Higgs?
It's not a joke.
I'm doing well. Getting ready for the big game. Nice little weekend coming up.
Nice weekend, a lot of sports, and you and I are going to be at the Wilco show on Friday.
We are. I'm taking my oldest is into music, and Wilco hasn't been here in about 4 years, so he's been listening. So he's looking forward to it.
Cool.
I'm taking him out there.
And it's interesting for me because this new album that comes out the same day. It's called Evicted, Wilco's latest album. And it was produced by a Welsh artist, a female named Kate LeBon. Kate LeBon. And if you know Wilco, the band out of Chicago, they produce their own records. They've got their own loft and studio where they make all their own music. And interesting that they brought an outsider in to produce this record. It'll be how it's different.
Yeah, I think that might be the first, or maybe not since early records.
Yeah, way back, right? With
AM.
Yeah, all those. So interesting to hear that. That'll be out coming up Friday, which is tomorrow, and then the concert's tomorrow night at the Moody Amphitheater downtown. Looking forward to that with Higgs. And going to the game on Saturday, you guys will come out to the Mockingbird Saloon. Be
Absolutely.
Ready to go. Get ready for Texas and Kansas. And who's the most famous person in your phone, Higgs?
I heard you guys talking on the way over here. I was trying to think. I was scrolling through it on the way up the hill here, and
they have to answer.
Yeah, that's the and Ty alluded to it. Like, guys' numbers change, or will they answer? So celebrities, I think people get their numbers, and all of a sudden it's like, I got to change it.
How you receive the number should be like for a lot of the most famous people. I mentioned Roger Clemens. Like, it's not like Roger Clemens called me or I called him.
Sure.
We had him as a guest, I think.
We had him as a guest, and I always put, in case we have him again, so Aaron doesn't have to send me the number or whatever, I always put all the guests in my phone.
Right.
So I've accumulated a good amount of cool phone numbers, but they wouldn't know. I think they have to know at least who you are.
I could call Nolan Ryan, and I think he would answer.
But he know who you are, though.
So I think it's a twofold.
Yeah, that works then for me.
It's a twofold question: is who's the most famous person in your contact book, and who's the most famous person who would answer?
Yeah, I mean, McConaughey would probably answer.
Matthew.
Yeah.
Well, you need to send him a text and tell him that, hey, man, people are mad at you for going to the Colorado game, not this Texas game.
But then I was looking, I had Jerry Seinfeld's number in my phone.
Oh,
wow,
that's big.
That was a big one. I thought.
Trump card.
He actually. This is and if we got time, I'll tell a quick story. He called me. I didn't know it was him. The number came up private. I thought it was someone from my family, so I didn't answer it. And I was home from work early. I was watching Seinfeld on TV.
And he called you.
And I listened to the voicemail, and it was Jerry Seinfeld. And he was like, "Hey, Mark." He's like, "I'm calling about getting those bikes." He wanted free bikes because we're having bake sales for Jerry. He's a little light on cash.
Free bikes. Oh, man, that's hilarious. Jerry Seinfeld, great one. So, Higgs, for people to know, you worked closely with Lance Armstrong for a long, long time.
Yeah, I was part of a group here called Capital Sports and Entertainment, and they managed Lance, and I did an internship when I was in college. I guess it was during his second tour win, around 2000. I graduated from UT with a sports management major, and then had a job with his agent, Bill Stapleton, longtime friend. And, Lance started kicking off tour wins, and then I became his day-to-day manager for about 21 years.
Golly. So you went through the ups and the downs,
I did. I've seen them all. Yeah.
Well, and so I thought it'd be interesting to ask you what you see with this, Taylor Swift mania and Deion Sanders. I mean, when Lance Armstrong was at the top and was winning 7 Tour de France's and, curing the cancer battle and the Live Strong bracelet, I mean, he was as high an A-lister as there was, right? You guys were going everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I was I was a kid who never got on an airplane until I was 20 years old, and we were spending about 180 nights a year on the road around the world. So, but the Taylor stuff and, and Deion, like, these things don't happen without a plan. I mean, it might not be Deion and it might not be Taylor, but there's people, I wouldn't say pulling the strings, and both of them are huge, notable personalities, so they definitely have input into how it's going to go down. But you just don't randomly, I think I'm going to go to the Chiefs game this weekend. Like, there's calls to be made.
I asked
people
Nick
to be
earlier in
talked.
the week, how many people do you think are in Taylor Swift's PR team or on it?
It's 15, 20.
Yeah, I was going to say at least a dozen.
And it's like a firm that runs her.
100%.
PR. So she doesn't do anything without. It's, hey, Taylor will be here today, and was that kind of that deal?
Yeah, and I also think for her too, like, everything is vetted. Every tweet, every Instagram thing is probably run the traps. Make sure we're not tagging someone who's of controversy. Make sure that it's, there's a schedule, and she's not gonna, have a couple, vodka cranberries and start, firing off some Instagram, things in the middle of the night. That just doesn't, her stuff is calculated.
Well, and in your case, it's fair to say that from the highs of the highs, you had to be there when it got really bad.
Yeah, it was, definitely some dark times, and it was something where you're like, wow, this is really happening. So it was, interesting to be around, just to see it too, as well. Just be involved in it and be inside that bubble, and like, oh wow, things are not going great.
Things are not going great. And safe to say, all the way, I'm assuming all the way to like the Oprah interview that we did.
I was there in the room. Yeah.
Old Oprah, that was like something else for Austin, Texas. But man, what a ride! No pun intended. But
did Oprah come here?
She did it in the Four Seasons.
Yeah.
Four Seasons Hotel.
It was right next to our office.
Is that where he dropped the news, or
he finally confirmed
I'm not aware of the Oprah interview.
It was just kind of a one-on-one interview with her, and kind of just laid it all out and kind of confessed. Yeah.
With the big O.
Yep.
Oprah Winfrey. Yep. And the Four Seasons Hotel. Mark Higgins was there in the room, and now doing great work with the Clark Field Creative. And what's been your read? You've been, as you said, you went to UT and have been around this realm your whole career and whole life. What's your read on how this has impacted college athletics, college athletes, and what you're seeing ground level?
Yeah, I've had a unique experience, kind of running with a pro athlete for 20 years, and Lance is very polished and very professional and knows what he's doing, and, on time, punctual, knows what he wants. And so to have it on the whole other side now is a bunch of amateur kids who, and quite frankly, some of these kids were 17, 18 years old. I mean, to have them, they're in this spotlight. And I told a bunch of them, like, hey, you guys are professionals now. You're being paid. You got to show up to places on time. You got to show up and do the work. So it's a nice dichotomy of, hey, I had the pro guy, and now but you also get to input these guys and give some advice, like, hey, if I was you, I would do maybe this way, or maybe when you do this post, tag this person. So it's been interesting, and some are really good at it, and some are way mature beyond their years, and some have work to do, but it's natural. I have teenagers, and if I threw them into the spotlight. Exactly. So if I threw them in the spotlight, I'm sure they're going to make mistakes too. So you just try to help and try to encourage them and kind of help them along and just, make sure they're getting better every day.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of it's actually really interesting because Higgs and my experience with Lance and that, and like he said, Lance being so polished, Lance was so pro. Like, you can say whatever you want about Lance, but like, we'll fight you on some of it because he is one of the sharpest. Like, he was not someone that you could pretty much tell what to do or tell him how to handle things. So we had interesting things where we would plan out certain things that were happening or certain moments, but then a lot of it was reactive and figuring out how you respond to things, how all these things happen. And we're talking good and bad. I'm not talking, the downfall. And I think we learned a lot of good lessons, and it's things that we can kind of send on to the kids. And I think, we've learned it through Bo Jackson too, and just how he handles himself, of like teaching these kids that, what you do has an effect, what you say has an effect. Like, these things are very important. Where you show up, what you do online, all of these things go into what your brand is. And that's important for these kids to understand, because whether you like it or not, the second you report to campus, or the second you whatever are representing the University of Texas, like, you've got a big microscope on you, and things are, it's not like it was in high school. It's not like that anymore.
You were the biggest star at your high school, probably.
Yeah.
Most of these guys, and you were a big deal locally and in that realm. But now if you're going to take the money, right, but having covered UT as long as I have, I firmly believe it's part of Ricky Williams' problems were the bubble that they kept him in here. Like, when Ricky Williams went off to the NFL, he was shocked into like, oh my gosh, all the cameras, mean, John Bianco is a great friend, but they really sheltered and bubbled those guys back in the day. Vince Young, same kind of thing. And I am a huge advocate that these kids that you call them, some are going to handle it well, some are going to struggle at times, but they're having to learn it early on. So they're having to deal with people outside of their football life.
Yeah, and I know people want to rag on and just make fun of and how bad social media is, but some of these kids have grown up on it.
That's
and
all
I
they
think,
know,
a guy like a Ricky or a Vince, I'm not saying they should have had social media, but if they had that outlet where they can, kind of mold themselves and mold a brand where you're not just thrown into the deep end once you get into the NFL.
I think of him. Go ahead, Nick. I think of Ricky, Cedric Benson, Vince Young. They all, and Cedric had issues. The late great Cedric Benson. He had off-field run-ins, but when Bucky, my former co-host, was working at Texas, he was cleaning up messes all the time. But now they have to be more aware of their surroundings, more aware of things. You got to be an adult quicker, which is a good thing. That's one of the things I like about NIL. And Nick, and you and I have talked about that.
Yeah, and look, social media is great because it gives everyone a voice. Social media is terrible because it gives everyone a voice.
Yes.
So there is the plus and the minus to that, but I also think it's like you just said, Aaron, that. You know who these kids are. We have a better idea now because they can talk to the world. The world can talk to them. They know what their fans are saying and they know what they're doing. And I think that's important. And we always talk to them about is what you put out there is kind of who you are. Or we'll see some of these kids' profiles or things like that or what they do online. And then you meet them in person and you're like, hey, you are so dynamic. You're so impressive. You have they'll tell us these things they're into, or it's I love video games, or I love this, and it's people want to know that, people care, and so it's putting the things out there and being who you are online is important. And if the kids just want to be private, that's fine too. But it's understanding that your brand starts now, and your brand's probably already started, honestly, from your high school recruiting, et cetera.
Yeah, Clark Field Creative with Mark and Nick, and obviously that is the for-profit version of the Texas One Fund, which is nonprofit, but you guys help there as well where you can. And, what do you guys, and we'll pick this up throughout the rest of the program. And if you have a question for these guys on NIL that you've been dying to ask or want to know just from their experience, they don't have all the answers, but certainly more than most, hit us on the text line, 512-447-3776. But what is there any way to look at what you're seeing and say, okay, this is a big issue, this is something that needs rectified, they really got to get their hands around X, Y, and Z, or is that blown out of proportion sometimes?
On our side, I think we're fortunate that the Texas One Fund has really gone after, and we've made some great relationships in the city with a lot of nonprofits. So it's exposing a lot of the athletes to maybe, like we talked about, they're, newly away from home, don't have mom and dad here, but taking them out into the community and seeing some things, whether it's a nonprofit that focuses on hunger or a nonprofit that, we go to the Dell Children's Medical Center and see, you see some kids going through it and you're like, these kids can step back and say, man, I'm so lucky. I'm on a campus. I'm, playing at the highest level. I've got an education paid for. I'm making a few bucks, but I'm also seeing some kids who, don't have that opportunity or going through something. So it's been nice with the One Fund and the nonprofits in Central Texas here to work with them and kind of give these kids an opportunity to see some things they probably wouldn't see if they stayed home or just, didn't come down.
And Nick, you can pick up on this because it's such a great point. Because again, get out of your bubble, but at the same time, and it's not just football. That's the one thing you've said to me. We work with football players, but it's every sport. There's 500 athletes there. And look, at the university, this is the pro team of this town. So to be able to help these nonprofits and assist them with these such visible people who before weren't allowed to do anything like that or rarely could, that's a huge thing for the nonprofits.
Yeah, and it's you guys have the burnt orange curtain, and that was always what UT was called back in the day, and it was tough. Like you said, we didn't know Ricky's personality that much. There were very controlled.
But who's the basketball player you met?
Terrence Rencher. You couldn't have told me Terrence Rencher wasn't the biggest celebrity in all of Austin, and I know when I met him, I lost my mind. But I couldn't. I met him at, I think it was in the burnt orange room under the Frank Irwin Center when Penders would come talk or whatever, But there weren't a lot of those moments as a kid where you could interact with these. But now you can have one of the guys or girls show up to your birthday party. You can, if you want to do things, it's a lot more accessible than you think. And we're happy to help facilitate that. Or there's ways you can do it yourself. But it's I think there's these moments now where you can really get to know these kids, and I think it's better for the brand of the university when you have all these ambassadors who are, the majority of the time, very good ambassadors for your brand and understanding what it is. And I think, this gives the kids a chance to understand the history of the program. And, we're all, Texas dorks and know a lot about it and remember, Vince running into the end zone. These kids are young. These kids weren't born yet a lot of the time when we're talking about that. So I think when they get out in the community and talk to people, they start to understand how important this program is to a lot of people in the university, the history, those things. And I think we take for granted that these kids know all the history of Texas. I mean, I said it to one of them. I forget who it was. I was like, yeah, this is the best team we've had here since 08. And they were like, oh, really? And you're like, yeah, this is a big deal. Like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I was only 3 years old or something
exactly.
when that happened.
They're like, yeah, who's Colt McCoy?
Who's Colt? Well, that's right. I think that's another great point. And we'll pick this up because you're bringing new conversation starters there because that's like for sure. And what is it? Something Rod Babers always says. Do you want to? What does he say? Do you want to play at Texas or for Texas?
Yeah.
And learning things like this helps you become more for Texas. Like
yep.
I don't want to play at Texas where I get to wear the uniform and get NIL money and be popular, or do I want to play for the University of Texas? And that's in the community, that's on the field, that's a practice, and learning those things and seeing the passion of fans helps enforce that. Hey, this is a big deal, y'all. And I've got kids that are just come through that age of 18, 19, 20. It's their eyes aren't always open to things, and they do take things for granted. I think it's another great asset that's going on with the NIL space and how these kids are being forced or being allowed to grow up quicker and be exposed to things that maybe they weren't before. Great stuff. Mark Higgins and Nick Shuley. Ty is here. We'll pick it up, play a little round of Who Said That coming up. We'll also keep you posted on the Ryder Cup picks that are coming out. The pairings are being announced right now, and a big festivities there in Rome. We'll get you details. It's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. Watching the Ryder Cup, and you just said, Nick Shuley, that's a very European press conference. You were referring to the Tour de France days, the cycling.
Yeah, it looks like a cycling press conference. It just feels Euro.
It's very extravagant.
Yeah.
Very formal.
They do it for every sporting event. Like they'll parade all the cyclists out there. They'll parade all the staff.
It's a parade. Yeah, it's a celebration of the athletes.
I always found them very awkward because it was just like there'd always be like 20 people in the audience that were media and a couple people who were just, I don't know. It was always awkward.
Cool. That's happening right now, and we'll, as they post them, they're happening, but I'm going to wait till they're all out, and then I'll give you the pairings at the top of the next hour. Our fabulous fifth quarter is coming up. It'll feature a conversation with Ari Temkin, Kansas grad, now host of SiriusXM's Big 12 Radio. His thoughts on Texas, Kansas, and his Jayhawks, he called it. His Jayhawks coming in here. And Ari will tell you when you hear him why he won't be there, because he's going to be hanging out with Taylor Swift, it appears, and we'll have that coming up. But, guys, I want to play some Who Said That. It's time for Who Said That. Like we have our little song. We need some Who Said That time, because I got some good audio. All right, see if you guys can guess who said this. He's a current Ryder Cup player, but this is talking about the immaturity of youth, right? And not being certain. Listen to this. This is one of the European golfers talking about his early experience. This is about a 4-minute piece that my buddy Craig Flowers sent me, but I think the beginning of it is pretty enlightening of how young people can be immature but then learn. Here's a little piece of sound.
Am I looking at you for this? It's not that important an event for me. It's an exhibition at the end of the day. Obviously, I'll try my best for the team, but I'm not going to go running around fist pumping. Who said that?
All right, there we go. That was Rory McIlroy talking about.
That would have been my guess.
In
the
a letter,
accent.
Yeah, where he said it's not a big deal. When he was first in it, he was like, "Oh, because you come up as a competitive golfer and it's an exhibition, not a big deal. I won't be fist pumping." But now that whole piece, I'll have to retweet it. It's really good because it just goes into the passion and now it's like this is the biggest deal. I mean, these are individual contractors and they play to win tournaments. But man, when they get on a team for their country or for their homeland, it's a big deal. It takes it to a whole different level. You heard Bob Ballou earlier this hour talking about how nervous he was while playing his member guest out at the country club. I've been there, man. It's high stress, and golf's hard enough, but that's fun. We'll tweet that. That's Rory McIlroy, who is part of Team Euro. Also, let's play this. I think you'll like this. We played it earlier, but this is a former NFL coach talking about what he saw on film, what the Arizona Cardinals did to the Dallas Cowboys on this past Sunday. Here's what he said when he saw the film. Chuck, this is a former defensive coordinator and head coach.
Run at Micah Parsons. They came up with a blueprint, and damn did they run at his ass. And they put big bodies on him. He's a smaller guy. You get a tight end and a tackle and doubling him, I think Dallas is going to have some issues.
All right, well, and as several, you said it earlier, this isn't the first team to double team Micah Parsons, not the first team to run at him. I do think they were a little bit flat-footed, but that's Chuck Pagano, the former Colts head coach, former longtime defensive coordinator, saying that's the game plan. Go right at that dude. And we'll see what the answer Dan Quinn has, right? Dan Quinn's got to be creative here because he knows it's a copycat league. What the Cardinals did and had success with is something that the Patriots will look at and say, let's see if we can get this going. What is the counter for the Cowboys this Sunday against the Patriots and Bill Belichick?
Yeah,
Bill O'Brien.
I wouldn't say they ran at him. I would say they ran towards his direction because I don't know that you run at Michael Parsons.
Well, but he's going to have to learn, and Ty said it. Ty used to do it when he was a defensive end at Westlake. He gets upfield too much sometimes, so he gets out of the lane. He creates the hole himself. J.J. Watt used to do this for the Texans a lot, too.
Looking for sacks.
Yeah, for hunting for big plays, tackles for loss and sacks. All of a sudden, you're out of your gap. You're not. There's now a hole because you were too aggressive.
Yeah, that's if my Westlake coach, Coach Vosik, right now is listening, he probably is nodding his head in agreement with me because I got drilled for it every day. You want to make the big play, but as a defensive lineman, you still have to know your assignment and do the dirty work, which sometimes
do your job.
I don't think just Micah Parsons was guilty of this last Sunday either. I think the whole defensive line was a little bit giddy and thought they could have their way with that offensive line, that Cardinals offense, and
they got punched in the mouth.
Well,
Exactly.
they took advantage of it. The Cowboys were looking for 10 sacks that game. You could tell, like they came out like that. We're gonna do what we did, and the Cardinals had a game plan. I think the Cowboys just looked completely off guard.
Yeah, and then had all they almost had a chance to do what the Giants did the week previous. Remember, the Giants fell behind 20-0. Cardinals came all the way back and won that game, and the Cowboys had every opportunity but had to settle for field goals and couldn't score in the red zone. Hey, can we play one more? This is a Who Said This? Happens to be maybe the best young coach in all of football right now, and he might be the best interview or post game chatter in the National Football League. Here we go.
I do have a question about some dance lessons or ballroom dancing that you did back in younger days?
Never done ballroom dancing. I mean, I have been known to have some ownership of the dance floor. And if you turn some music on, have the ambiance right, maybe, there can be some lessons had, but I don't think I would be the one learning them. Boom.
Confident?
Isn't that great? Oh, man. That is Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. That's a great line.
Have you all seen the video of him when he was the ball boy with the Broncos? And him saying, like, if I don't play in the NFL one day, my life will be a failure.
Yeah.
And he has, like, 2 hoop earrings. Like, he looks like such a early 2000s dweeb. But
he's a hipster from Aurora, Colorado, who grew up as a ball boy that's how he met the Shanahans.
Wow. I didn't realize he went to Yale.
Oh, yeah, he's super smart.
I mean, you can tell he's super smart. He's hilarious.
I have been known to have some ownership
of the dance floor.
On the dance floor.
I feel that.
Of course you do. Of course you do, Ty.
You got to own it. Doesn't matter how good you are at dancing, as long as you own it.
Dancing's all about confidence.
Boom.
Most of the time.
There will be lessons being given.
What about alcohol?
I was about to say, it depends on how much alcohol you've consumed. Alcohol plus confidence equals great dancing.
Yeah.
Hey, the fabulous fifth quarter is coming. We got Texas-Kansas chatter. Your thoughts on the Who Said That? Mike McDaniel. Ownership on the dance floor. We got the pairings for the first round of action in the first team competition at the Ryder Cup. We'll get you details on that. Coming back, hook them up with Ian Rod B. Nick and Higgs hanging out with Rod doing daddy duty until Saturday. We'll be back. The fabulous fifth quarter is here on a Thursday. We got football tonight. What a weekend. And what a day. We got what's popping for the end of the hour. We'll get you previewed for the big games tonight. Baseball coming to its conclusion. 4 more days of Major League Baseball's regular season. Big wins last night for the Astros and Rangers, to say the least. And they're in good spots now. Ronald Acuna Jr. becomes the first ever 40-70 player. Every time he steals a base or hits a home run, he's adding to a record he's owned since he went past 46 stolen bases. If you think about how tremendous he's been this year. The previous record was 40 home runs and 46 steals. Now it's 40-70 with the 25-year-old MVP. Somebody mentioned, we were talking about MVP in the National League. I said, no, it's Ronald Acuna by a mile. But at the same time, somebody said, what about Matt Olson, his teammate? Because Matt Olson, the first baseman there, remember they lost Freddie Freeman into that whole situation, the free agency? And all of a sudden they trade for Matt Olson, who's only hit 53 home runs this year and driven in 134 runs in the middle of that. I mean, they are ridiculous. Think about this. I used to play, only video games I would play growing up were baseball games. I just loved them. Then I got a little bit into the football. But look at this. Matt Olson, 53 home runs. Ronald Acuna, 41. Austin Riley, 37. Marcell Ozuna, 37. Ozzie Albies, 33. I mean, it's like a video game.
Try pitching around that in the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, come on. They got 303 home runs as a team. This is like even more than the video game. When I was a kid, we would play, like our house and our next door neighbors, the driveways kind of were parallel, and there were long driveways. So we had this strip of grass in between. There were 2 trees lined on the other side. So it created this perfect tennis ball, baseball field. So the pitching mound went right down the grass strip, and there was enough distance between the houses, and then we'd hit over the street. And we would play like full seasons of tennis ball, baseball. Like, I mean, it would be, you get teams of 3 or 4, like 2 on a team, and man, we would pitch to each other. It was crazy fun, and we'd keep stats like that, and you'd end up, oh man, 53 home runs. That's what the Braves are this year. Stupid good. Astros and Rangers. Rangers closing in on a division title, their first playoff trip since 2016. I would also say that the big trade in the NBA, the blockbuster that went down, Dame Lillard, talked earlier to Keenan Womack of OrangeBloods.com, who came in and gave his thoughts. All 3 teams, I think, made out pretty darn well in that deal. None better than the Bucks, who now have Dame Lillard to pair with Giannis Antetokounmpo. We're also going to hear some Texas chatter coming up. In-house this morning, Nick Shuley and Mark Higgins from the Clark Field Creative, part of that NIL space. They're longtime marketing geniuses. You like that? Geniuses?
We've been upgraded.
Maybe Mark.
I've given you a promotion. And also say this, happy birthday to Nick Shuley, who's in here this morning early after his birthday night. So thank you for doing that after your dinner with your friends. And you didn't have to get up early, but I appreciate you doing it while Rod still does daddy duty.
No, happy to do it.
And it's your mother's birthday today. So your mom, think about this, the math here. Your mom had you like as she was about to celebrate a birthday.
Yep. Yeah, she said it was so I'd have my own birthday. My dad claims it was because she was sick of the labor. So,
yeah. But
happy birthday, Mom.
Yours
happy
is
birthday,
yesterday,
Darlene.
hers is today. Darlene.
I'm sure she's listening.
Yeah, she's not.
She's not. Well, how old is your mother today, if you're allowed to say that on the radio? Are you going to get in trouble for that?
That's a great question. Actually, I'm not going to estimate because I don't want to overestimate.
Yeah. If you don't know, don't answer.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like how much does your wife weigh? Don't know. If you don't know, what size is she? If you don't know, don't answer.
It's gonna
she's
be
perfect. Is what she is. She's perfect.
She is the best. Like she's the best.
All right. Well, what will your mom do on her birthday today? Any ideas?
I think we're gonna take her out to dinner tonight. So we'll see.
4 p.m.
Yeah, they like to go early.
Oh, Higgs.
No, it's true.
Coming over the top there.
It is true. My parents love to eat early, so we'll probably you can find us at a restaurant at about 4:30. Every time I do dinner with them, I always find myself a little bit hungry around 8 or 9.
Yeah. That's right. Well, I will hand up. I'm 50 now. We tend to get dinner out of the way and get home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like on a Friday,
it's healthier that way.
It's way easier to get a reservation places. I love it because I'm like, where do you guys want to go? We can go anywhere. It's 4 p.m.
It's 4 p.m. They're just opening. You got the whole place to yourself.
Still serving lunch at that time?
Yeah, it's more of a brunch.
Well, we do that. Like if we go downtown or we go out into Buda or down into Hayes City Store or whatever, it's much easier to get a table. And we usually just sit at the bar because it's just 2 people and, don't have to get a reservation at all.
There's something genius to it. I'm not going to lie. Every time I'm there and we just walk straight in, get seated, get great service. I'm like, well,
then you're home and in bed early.
Maybe you guys are onto something.
Watching games. And I'd also say that I don't know, the food seems to be better early. I don't know. There's something good. It's really, again, you get the dinner out of the way. People are great. Everybody's in a good mood. Nobody's been there
The
since
servers
like,
aren't totally
servers
jaded
aren't
yet.
worn out.
Yeah, it's the kitchen's not super busy, so they can concentrate on very much on your dish.
Yeah, man.
There's
And-
something there.
Those folks at Luby's had it planned out a long time ago with the Luann platter, man. Get in early, get the Luann special, and get on out. Hey, this says, good morning, guys. Wanted to try out the new text number and see if you've heard Rod's newborn baby's name. Keep up the great work. We will certainly do that. Yeah, new text line is 447-3776, just a couple numbers off from the previous. But Rod's new baby, I do know the name, but I am not sharing it.
Very proud.
He'd be mad at me. I'm going to let him share his baby's name. I did reveal earlier that the middle name is Grace. So he will, and he sent me a nice picture, and because they go, wife, we wanted to see. Give me a picture. I need to see a picture. Need to see a baby picture. So he sent that. But
you were the guy that asked for the picture?
Yeah. Well, I said, wifey wants to see a picture.
Oh,
I was
your wife
fine. I was like,
wanted to see a picture.
and I'm kind of like from the Seinfeld episode. It's a baby.
Yeah.
So
Gotta see the baby.
Gotta see the baby. What was it in Curb Your Enthusiasm when they're like, we want a tour of the house? I'm good. Sure, there's some rooms, bathrooms. Gotcha.
Exactly.
I'm the same way. You guys want a tour of the house? No, I kind of get the general gist of what's happening around here.
Decorated somewhere.
Looks nice. And of course, the homeowner gets offended.
I have a Larry David story if we have time.
Oh, we have time right now. Larry David. Mark Higgins, we were having a fun conversation earlier about most famous people on your phone. You did work with Lance Armstrong closely for 21 years, so you got to meet a lot of people as his manager. And you got a call from Jerry Seinfeld that you didn't answer while you were watching the TV show Seinfeld, a rerun. Tell me your Larry David story, because he and Jerry Seinfeld co-created that show.
Before he does, let me preface this. Higgs knows more famous people than anyone you've ever met. He is the least name drop person you'll ever meet, but he'll just drop it casually in a conversation, because to him it's not a big deal, but to you, you're like, what, you know the president or something like that. But anyway, so I'll let you get back to your story. I just didn't want people to think by any means you were a name dropper, because you're not.
I was fortunate as a +1 or a +2, whatever you want to call it, to go to Ben Stiller's 30th birthday party. And it was at a bar, a restaurant. I went there, and it was me, Lance's ex-girlfriend or ex-fiance, and Laura Dern. And Laura Dern, we walk in, and she grabs my hand, and she says, do not leave my side. I hate these parties. I hate them all. And I'm like, okay. So we're sitting there just, having small talk. And Larry David walks up to talk to Laura Dern. And he's wearing, just like he does in the Curb Your Enthusiasm, he's got the blazer and the simple shoes and the khakis and everything.
That's real.
He literally
That's not a bit.
literally pulled a piece of Bazooka Joe bubblegum out of his blazer and starts eating it. And I'm like, are we being filmed? Like, is this part of the show?
Bazooka Joe.
And I don't know if you remember the actress Rebecca De Mornay.
Of course.
She came over, and she had been a little overserved, and she comes up to Larry and she says, I want to be on Curb Your Enthusiasm. And like the tour, he goes, yeah, that's not going to happen. She's like, what? He's like, nah, it's not going to happen. And I was like, maybe we are in the show right now.
Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Rebecca De Mornay, what, the hand that rocks the cradle? That was
wow.
Remember that was
a risky business.
Risky. Oh yeah, of course. Every kid my age had a
well
big
aware.
crush on her. Her and Phoebe Cates, Rebecca De Mornay and Phoebe Cates are quite famous in that age bracket. All right, so there's Mark Higgins. That's a good story. And this was in L.A.
L.A. Mm-hmm.
Ben Stiller's bird. He's a little short guy.
A lot of the guys out there are short.
Most people with talent, I've realized.
Nick Schuli's not the tallest guy in the world. You know what I'm saying?
It's not my talent.
It's clearly why obviously I have no talent, because
I have no talent and I'm short, so I don't know what I got.
all my talents are hidden. I'm still looking for them.
Exactly. Not really. That's not true. But great stuff. So yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's amazing. And I think Mark Honig.
Yep.
Voice of the Lake Travis Cavaliers, former colleague of mine. If you ever hang out with Mark for any extended amount of time, and maybe he's grown up because he's got a girl dad of 4 now, but I don't think so. He is Larry David. He has no filter. He has no awareness of what he should say and when he shouldn't say it. It's unbelievable. It really is.
Being a board op for Mark Honig is it's a roller coaster.
It's a roller coaster. But you get him in a public setting, he's super funny and he's witty, but he's one of those guys you're like, did you just say that?
Push the line.
Like, did you just say that right now? Like, right now. You just said that.
Oh.
Having no filter, though, is that considered having no filter?
Well,
not
just
knowing
awareness. Situational awareness, we call that.
You can have no filter and have really good social awareness, though. Like Larry David.
Well, that's why Curb is so good. That's why, it's just the awkward moments that are created by actions, right? And you're just like, ooh, like cringeworthy.
And they're very real, though. They're things that we've all, you can tell the writers are phenomenal because it's things they've actually experienced.
Well, and if you've heard from Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld and the creation of the original Seinfeld, it's all authentic. That's how he is. like I've always said, you could make a show on Honig because he's, he used to be our promotions director at the Zone back in the day. Like he was in charge of promotions, and they became known as Mark Honig Productions because there was something would be not good. Like something would go like it seems like a good idea.
It's a tagline. We're not good.
Yeah, him and Bucky in the booth together. I'm sure that the conversations they have off air.
Well, I'll tell this, and I will not use names. One of them, he came up with this idea. He wanted to do this. It was summer. He was the promotions. We wanted to do a Zone calendar. So your listeners send us a picture of your pretty girlfriend or your wife in a bathing suit, and we're gonna do website splashes and things. And well, we weren't getting a lot, and the promotion had a sponsor. And I just remember him going out, and he sent some interns to go and they would come across this female at a gas station who's like leaving Barton Springs or whatever, and she's in a bathing suit. So they snap her picture, her approval, the whole bit, put it up on our website. Turns out to be the underage daughter of one of our larger clients.
Is that why you don't work with him anymore?
He didn't do that job. He went into sales.
We don't do those kind of promotional deals. Because
for Mark, that seemed like a good idea. We're just going to go out near Barton Springs. We'll see some pretty girls. We'll snap it. They don't know that they weren't sent to us. We'll just put them up.
What are the odds?
The underage part is killer.
That's like a Seinfeld
job
episode.
And then our boss today was still our boss then, Lise Hudson back then, and Mark.
She loved that.
Mark, guess who I just got a call from?
Oh man.
Oh man. That's good stuff right there. Okay, so Nick and Mark are here. Higgs is here. We're talking all things marketing, NIL. I do think the NIL space is really cool and helping these young guys. I've advocated for it. Now to hear that it is benefiting in the ways I didn't even think about, I think is a really cool thing. All right, as for the Ryder Cup, let's mention this. Ryder Cup pairings are out. Thank you to Mark Higgins for taking a photo of this and sending it to me as they were announced over there in Rome this morning here. So Team Europe, here we go. Team USA versus the match 1 tomorrow. You have to wake up at about 1 o'clock in the morning, I guess, 1:30 to watch this live. Scotty Scheffler, the lifetime Longhorn, will indeed be paired with Sam Burns. I asked Bob Ballou about this last hour. Sam and Scotty are good buddies. Their wives are friends and close. And back to his days at Texas, and Sam Burns was at Florida State. So they're good buddies. And so they'll be playing together against John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. That'll be a great match early. Max Homa with Brian Harman. We had Bob Ballou said he thinks Max Homa is the linchpin, kind of the key guy. If he has a good week, he feels like the USA will have a great week. Brian Harman is his matchmate there. Brian, of course, is the Open champion, won the Open Championship this past July. They'll be head-to-head with Victor Hovland and Ludvig Aberg. And, of course, Ludvig is, I should say, of course, Bob Ballou let me know this. He went to Texas Tech. Ludvig. He's playing with Victor Hovland, who, if you know, at the end of the year, he is playing as well as any golfer he was like Tiger Woods-like on down the stretch at the FedEx Cup. Unbelievable finish. So he's been red hot. Also in day one, early matches, you got Ricky Fowler and Colin Morikawa. Speaking of shorter guys, they'll be head-to-head with Shane Lowry and Sepp Straka. Now, there'll be a height advantage there. I don't know if height matters, but Shane and Sepp are much taller than Ricky and Colin. And then Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay, the Californians, together head-to-head against Rory and Tommy Fleetwood. Tommy Fleetwood was 5-0 last time they got after this, so that'll be good.
How does a guy from Sweden get to Lubbock?
It's got to be a culture shock, right? I've been to Lubbock. I've never been to Sweden.
It was a culture shock when I got there. Didn't last more than 2 months. Coming from Austin.
What was your initial impression of beautiful Lubbock?
Well, the first time I ever went was for orientation. Drove in that night, right around when there's a more explicit term for it, but the poop winds.
Yes,
that or Lubbock is
smells
famous
that
for.
way if the wind's
So
blowing
I got
in the
that,
wrong direction.
and then met up with the one person I knew, and he instantly was like, "All right, let's go to the liquor store." And he was like, "Pick out a bottle," and that's Lubbock right there. I think just drinking and going to house parties.
Well, he was a good golfer too.
Yeah.
And you said when you were faking being a UT student, living in West Campus but going to Texas State, that you
Sam Burns?
You said the golfers were heavy drinkers themselves. Some of them.
Yeah, I used to hang.
Guys.
They had a really cool house off by Tom Green Street on North Campus, and I met Sam Burns. I met a lot of cool UT golfers there. But yeah, they like to go hard.
They like to go.
Nobody goes like hockey players, though.
No, yeah. I mean, I think they want to be like hockey players in that sense.
When the hockey players want to be golfers, because all the ones I've met, they all golf and they're very good.
That swing.
Yeah.
The slap shot, I'm sure that's a natural transition after playing hockey. But yeah, they go hard. They're a little geeky, a little nerdy. A lot of them I met, but they definitely like to party.
Well, I was around a lot of baseball players. Same thing. I mean, I just think it's college kids. No matter your sport, you know, raging testosterone and
well, even with a lot of like
on your own for the first time.
I'm sure a lot of the football players and basketball players that you meet who, like in the public eye, are like, oh, this big badass, like he's huge. Like I'm sure he's like a super macho guy. I've met a lot of it, like Malik Jefferson. I met him, and he was just like a very quiet, like nice guy. Obviously, like. Wasn't very out there, you know. I guess you just think of these athletes as everyone's Baker Mayfield, and so not always the case.
Not always the case. And Sam Burns, you kind of look like Sam Burns.
I do. We have. I'll try to find a picture of my 9,000 pictures on my phone, but I do have one that we took, and we were a little inebriated at a pool party, and the resemblance is uncanny for sure.
All right. Higgs, what was the best celebrity birthday party you got to attend? Is there one that stands out?
I mean, that one was pretty cool. I mean, that one was cool. There was a lot of people there. Rich Eisen was there, and they had just launched the NFL Network. And it was like, I think he had just left ESPN, and I think everybody was like, "You're crazy. Why would you leave ESPN?" And it's worked out for him.
I think he had a good plan.
Yeah.
The NFL's a pretty big deal at this point. That was, 20 years ago now?
Yeah, more than that.
More than that. All right. Guys, thoughts on Texas? It's coming up bottom of the hour. I'm going to revisit the interview with, let you guys clear out of here, and I'm going to have Ari Temkin because he's very knowledgeable on the Kansas Jayhawks. I think our audience will like it because he went to Kansas and covers the Big 12 for Sirius XM. But thoughts on Kansas? Worried? Concerned? I mean, 4-0, 4-0. Will tell you, if you go to the stats, I mean, it's very even. I mean, Kansas is, and they haven't played a murderer's row schedule, but they played Illinois at home. They played BYU, who had just beaten Arkansas. They played Nevada at Nevada. That's their one road game. But they're in the top 25, both offense and defense, nationally. So they're pretty balanced. And as we said, they're number one in the nation in third down conversion percentage. Over 60% of the time, they move the chains with that dynamic offense. You guys are UT grads. Thoughts and concerns of the Jayhawks?
I mean, I guarantee that side-by-side comparison was probably on the film or on the overhead projector as the guys walked into to meetings yesterday, because if you look at those stats, it looks comparable. I mean, we've had, a bigger signature win for sure this year, but I think the coaching staff and Sark are doing a good job. Just like, you can't overlook. I know Oklahoma's coming up, but you cannot overlook Kansas, and they bit us, a couple years ago. So I'm sure these guys are motivated to not let that happen and to kind of keep it going and keep that defense just swarming.
Nick, you concerned?
I was a little bit. I was more concerned at how we come out at home. I think that's been, like we talked about.
It's been kind of a flat, and you said the crowd hasn't been great at the kickoffs.
It's like a little. I don't know. There's something about it. It's not there. We're not as fired up as we should be, I think. And I think, well, maybe, and that was because it was Wyoming, and we just expected to come out and stomp them, and then they kind of punched us in the mouth a little bit, and everybody got quiet. And so
we needed the Griswold light show to get everybody going.
That was honestly what turned the tide of the audience, was the drone light show up there in the crowd. People started to get excited, and then all of a sudden we poured 21 on them. But I think look, it's big on us too, that we need to bring it as fans and like make that place like when Will Anderson said that's the loudest place he's ever played. You do that and you come out and the team comes out to play like they did against Baylor. And I mean, this thing, I think we'll be comfortable if that's the way it goes. But if we mess around with them, this is a team that can play. Like Sark said, it's a top 25 matchup. This isn't an easy game by any means.
Well, and the only way I could see the Longhorns as players being overconfident is they played this team last year and won 59-10.
Right.
And they ran for 400 yards. So Sark has to make sure they're aware. We're better this year, but they're a lot better.
Yeah.
Because, again, and look, it may come out and be easy for Texas. I mean, I do think Kansas is such an improved football team. I remember last year Jalen Daniels wasn't healthy for that game, so that was an advantage to Texas. And, Texas had that a couple times. The K-State quarterback, Will Howard, they started the wrong quarterback in K-State. Kansas, Jalen Daniels wasn't healthy. He's healthy this time, and can we hear that Sark cut that we've been listening to this morning, talking about Jalen Daniels trying to get your hands around this guy. One of the reasons they are so good on third down is this dual threat quarterback who can throw it, run it, and then they have two really good running backs in Hinshaw and Devin Neal. And they stay ahead of the chains very well, and all of a sudden you look up and it's 3rd and 3 all the time, kind of like old school option football. But it's option out of the spread. It's really creative what Lance Leipold does. It's option football, so it's assignment sound, gap sound on defense, but they're kind of going everywhere, and they're just trying to get a few yards here, a few yards there, just like the old wishbone or just do it from a spread formation, old option, and then they spring a big play. But they end up in 3rd and short a lot. Here is Sark on dealing with Jalen Daniels, maybe the best quarterback in the Big 12.
He's a real dual threat. You know, I think the natural thing is we think about the runs that he has for explosive plays, but he throws the ball all over the place. And they've got great schemes and concepts. You know, they're running real pass concepts that stress your coverages. And then they have the run concepts with his legs as an added element to it. You know, the +1 runs with the quarterback run. So he taxes you both ways.
He taxes you both ways. And that's, I mean, again, if you watch, and I wish Rod were here, but, you know, Rod's got baby duty, and that's fine because Rod would be breaking this thing down. There's only Rod can. But, you know, he is a football theorist, loves to study Kansas because they are extremely creative. And when it really is the spread option. I mean, it's like spread you out and then run option football with speed. And it's not like, you know, the old wishbone days with Darrell Royal. That was about power, right? That's just overpowering you. You know, and this, you know, Novocaine is what they say, and remember the Titans. Eventually it's going to break open and work. This is a little different. They spread it out. They'll go tempo. And I think Sark does this too, just indifferent, right? You know, Texas, when they go into attack mode, they can really go quick. And I think that's when Quinn's at his most comfortable when he's running this offense. But this team, you know, the over-under's in the 60s, upper 60s for a reason. I think Vegas thinks Texas is going to win by 2 touchdowns, but some points on the board. This Texas defense will be pressed like they haven't yet so far.
It's going to be warm, too. You know, Kansas not used to that. We've been in this all summer, so the guys are conditioned for it, so that could be effective.
Yeah, and I would say that, true, and we'll already say this coming up, but they did attack the transfer portal. You know, one of the reasons Texas rushed for 400 yards last year was the depth, and they had some banged-up guys, and Texas just attacked them with the run game and Bijan, and they had no answer. They went into the portal. They rotate 10 guys on their D-line, and they're healthy right now, so we will be fresher. But this does feel like a game that may be closer than Longhorn fans want it to be into the third quarter. And then especially if Kansas hits some plays early on their scripted plays. Like, you know, they've got stuff they've been working on. They've been saving for Texas, and they're going to throw it at Texas. If, you know, Longhorns, we've seen some safeties get beat over the top. We've seen some corners with some deep shots. Longhorns have been as great as they've been on defense. They've given up some explosive plays. And so if Kansas hits a couple of those early, you know, you get into a bit of a dogfight. But I do think over time the depth, the talent of Texas will stretch it out. Will they get to the 16? 17? I don't know. I would be leery of that number at this point.
Get a W.
Get a dub. Yeah, you get out of here, you know, 37-21, 30-41-24, great, right? You're up and out of here. Like 41-28 even. I don't think they can score 4 touchdowns on Texas, but they are a very good offense. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate y'all coming in. I'm going to play this Ari Temkin interview, then we'll get some What's Poppin', but I've kept Nick way too long already this week, and it's his birthday. Now it's his mom's birthday. Higgs, good to see you. What do you guys have coming up that we can help with Clark Field or even the Texas One Fund? Anything that is on the horizon?
We are going this evening. I think we've got about 14 or 15 football guys going out to Austin Pets Alive over there on Cesar Chavez. I'm going to go check out.
That's today?
Tonight.
Mm-hmm. Tonight?
5:30.
Austin Pets Alive East?
The one that's right by the lake, right by on Cesar Chavez.
Oh, okay,
baseball fields and all that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, right by the YMCA.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
All right, so Austin Pets Alive with some, and I'm assuming these guys love pets and animals and that kind of stuff.
Well, our biggest pet interaction so far has been Malik Muhammad. We saw a little small, was it a pony, like a small quarter horse, and his eyes popped out of his head.
He's from South Dallas, man.
He made a beeline to the pony and like just sat. And we have some pictures of his face. Like he was just so excited. It was awesome.
He's never seen a small pony.
I don't know.
I see South Oak Cliff. I mean, I'm not running around.
You'll see some people riding horses around in South Dallas.
That's fair.
I promise you. I've seen it with my own eyes.
This says, as a lifetime fan and alumni, always disappointed in UT fans. People associated with know that the fair weather, get there early. Over the last 12 years, has turned more fair weather. You said you had an observation like that, Nick, that maybe it's a little bit more of the place to be seen and be than maybe cheer.
Yeah, I think it. I mean, look, that was Austin City Limits Fest, right? It was always like hardcore music people for the first few years, and then now it's the thing to do in Austin. You're there, right?
It's a scene,
and everybody's there. And I think UT has become that. It's the event, and that's a good thing, and it's a great thing. And people, I know Texas fans look at it as like, oh, all these people that don't understand, and it's like, well, this is an opportunity for them to learn. This is an opportunity for them to become fans, and this is part of being a big city is having these types of things happen where it's a lot of people who aren't familiar with the cheers. And I saw like the marketing department of Texas has done a good job, because at the start of the game they were trying to teach people some of like the cheers, et cetera, which is, you know, we've never done in the past. But it's also because I think they're recognizing the fact that it's not all just homers like us. It's people who are like, hey, I want to be. Yeah, I used to live in LA or something. I was a UCLA fan, but I want to be a Texas fan now.
I hate that.
Well, but it's part of being a growing city, and I think it's embracing it is better than kind of fighting.
You can't
it.
stop it, but at the same time, yes. I mean, what people are hearing is these Californians are taking over our football games.
Hey,
well, they
but if
need to
they're-
dial it up too as we get to the SEC because they're going to see some crowds like they've never seen
Yeah.
when they go on the road next year.
I know
so.
that's right.
It's good if they're rooting for us, though. Hey, if they're there and rooting, that's a good thing.
That's right. All right, Nick Shuley, Mark Higgs, and the guys will be out at the Austin Pets Alive tonight. What time is that?
5:30.
5:30 to 7 o'clock. You want to meet some Longhorn football players and help out with the Clark Field crew. We'll come back when we do. Ari Temkin, graduate of Kansas, deep dive insight on Kansas, Texas with the host of SiriusXM's College or Big 12 Today. Coming back here on Hook 'em Up. Busy Thursday, man. Looking forward to a great game tonight. I think this is going to be a really good game. And it's an important game in the NFL for Thursday Night Football. If you're looking at the standings or you hadn't been paying attention, the Vikings and Bears are both 0-3. And so the division, the NFC North, is really up for grabs. Of course, the Vikings won it last year. They'll play tonight with the Packers and Lions. Winner will be 3-1 and will be in first place in that division. Loser will drop to 3-2. What would that be? 2-2? Yeah, 2-2. They're both 2-1. So big game tonight. Lions, Packers at home. Lions, actually, it's only a 2-point line. We'll get a what's poppin' pick of the night for the top of the hour from Ty. It might be this. Or it could be some college football or some baseball with the Astros off. Rangers can clinch a playoff berth with a win tonight in Seattle. We'll get you a preview of that. Also, some other what's poppin' thoughts. on this Thursday. We also have the Ryder Cup ready to tee off. We told you that the first groups and teams have been announced by the captains over there in Rome. We'll reset those for you again in What's Poppin' if you missed it here just a minute ago. But obviously in these parts, the biggest dang thing going on is Texas-Kansas. If you're looking at the Texas football schedule, this might be the best home game of the year. So we'll get that for you coming up. But right now we need to talk to we'll get some thoughts on the What's Poppin'. But you know what else is coming up? It is the high school football weekend, because it's Thursday, and that means we talk Vandergrift High School football off to a 4-0 start coming off of their bye week. And they're going to have one heck of a game coming up with the Manor Mustangs coming up on Friday night. That game will be a district contest at home for the Vandergrift Vipers. And we're going to talk to Coach Sanders here in a moment. It's brought to you by Brain Vault and the Brain Vault technology. Of course, Brain Vault, Dr. Drew Sanders has gotten his team fitted with that Brain Vault technology and that opportunity to play hard but play safe. As we always tell you with the Brain Vault, it's not a mouthpiece. It's an orthotic that can keep your youngsters healthy, and especially in collision sports. They've taken that technology from roughly 100 NFL players over the last 8 years with no concussions reported now to your young athlete in a retail version. Go to brainvault.com. He joins us now on the Vaqueros hotline and coming off the bye week, Coach Drew Sanders. Coach, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good. Just plowing through. Rod Baber's not here. His wife had a baby Tuesday night, so he's doing daddy duty. And his first child. I know you've got yours are all getting big. I remember yours when they were really little. How old are your kids now?
Yeah. We used to hang out in Plum Creek back in the day. They now are one is working for Dell.
Oh, wow.
So he's that old. And then one is a year away from graduating college. He's going to be a coach, so I'm excited about that. Caleb's his name. Matt is the one that's graduated. And then I've got my last one, Sadie. She's a sophomore basketball trackster here at Vandergrift.
Awesome. Yeah, I remember when they were tight. We'd see you guys at the swimming pool there at Plum Creek, and mine are all of similar age. We had 4 years. Yeah, those good. We've gone on to do good things. Our kids have too, and that's cool. Now Rod's just beginning the journey because he and his wife, that's their first child, so they're in for a lot of fun here coming. So excited about that.
Yeah,
for
we
him.
are.
Pretty cool. All right, off the bye week, Coach.
I need to get them to move to the Vandergrift attendance zone.
Yeah,
I guarantee their kiddo can play some football. Oh, is it a boy or girl?
It's a girl. A little girl.
Oh, well, I guess I've got to wait then. Maybe cheerleader.
Or volleyball player, all the great sports out there. And you should mention, we mentioned that because it's a football program, but man, the whole athletic department of Vandergrift is just playing at a sky-high level. I know in Austin and Central Texas, Lake Travis and Westlake are kind of the standard, but boy, Vandergrift is getting there really, really fast in every sport.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We finished the best we've ever finished in the Lone Star Cup. For the listeners, it's the thing that basically adds up all the points from every single UL activity. And I think we finished 5 or 6 this year, 6A. We won it back-to-back when we were 5A in 14 and 15. And so we're just now climbing there as a 6A school. I mean, so many great schools out there. But we've been really proud of a top 10 finish.
Absolutely. That's just a well-rounded program. All right, Coach, off the bye week, you told us last week you wanted your guys to get off their feet and watch some football and relax, and because this is pretty grinding summer with the camp and how hot it was, and then 4 straight games to start the year. Are you feeling good? They come back ready to go for practice this week?
Yeah, we actually had a great week of practice. Felt like we fixed some of the things that we wanted, or at least worked on the things that we wanted to do, and then the kids came back excited and ready to get back for the push as we go through the second half of the regular season and playoffs, hopefully, and all that stuff. So great attitudes, and it was well needed.
Well needed, and get some bumps and bruises shorn up and get your legs fresh. And a tough game. Manor Mustangs off to a 3-1 start. We know they have great athletes out there at Manor. And what's the scouting report for your group getting after this group?
Well, Manor's offense is probably what they are kind of riding on right now. Obviously, their defense is good, but their running back is amazing. He's the first running back in the Austin area to reach 1,000 yards. So I think he's averaging over 225 yards rushing a game. And he's 6'2", 225. He's a transplant from defense and moved him over from linebacker. Petaway, I think, is his name. And so he's our biggest concern. Obviously, have good quarterback, good receivers, all those things. But how they win the game is if we can't stop him. And so he's kind of our focus. And then defensively, they're young. but they've got length, and they run around. So they didn't get to 3-1 by accident. They're definitely a quality team.
Yeah, Titus Petaway, 241 yards and 4 touchdowns in their last game. Among the already to 1,000 yards in 4 games. That tells you he's putting up big numbers, and that's got to keep you up nice. You're a defensive guy, Coach. I mean, that's those are the kind of guys you can't let them get going, or else that offense gets going.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. And then, of course, if this too, if he gets going, that opens up everything pass game wise, because then you have to put so many people in the box, and then you get one-on-ones on the outside, and they have a very good quarterback and fast receivers. And so we really do have to limit him and kind of get him, because once he gets going in a full head of steam, goodness gracious, I don't think there's anybody on my defense that can tackle him.
Talk about what your coaching staff, you guys did during the bye week to improve. I mean, looking at old film, and what were the goals for each position group, and what were the goals for your coaching staff during the extra time?
Yeah, offensively, we just had a couple of pass concepts that, we were just trying to perfect. Some of the routes where we are trying to communicate basically without communicating between the receiver and the quarterback. When we sit down on a route, when we go vertical on a route, and then the search routes, and all those little things that my offense does so well that makes a defense wrong no matter what coverage they play. And so that takes timing, and that takes work. And so we were working on that and emphasizing that. It's one of the things that we were emphasizing on offense. Then, defensively, we just we talked about this at the beginning of the year. Our secondary is still inexperienced. Even though we played 4 games, we've got to make sure our rotations are correct, and then tackling has to get better. And so that was a big emphasis on just being physical and getting off blocks, making sure we're lining up correctly, and then just taking a lot to break down the tackling skill and getting back to basics, honestly, on that kind of stuff. It was great to have a little extra time to focus on things, and felt like. And so you're always worried about game plan. That's why the bye week or improvement week is just so good.
And I'm assuming there was some scouting. Did you get out to a game, or your coaches get out to a game on Friday or your last weekend?
No, with our district all being out, I gave everybody off and definitely kept up. And then now you can watch games on YouTube a lot. So definitely we're checking out everybody. And we had scouts there, but as far as our staff, I gave everybody off a Friday night, which was nice for everybody.
All right. And Vandergrift off to the 4-0 start. Maynard's 3-1, one of the highlight games of the Friday football that'll kick off tomorrow night out at Vandergrift. The fast starts, Coach, I've asked you about this a few times, but, man, you look at you guys' first quarters. I mean, it's been we've been talking about the Longhorns, that they have a 21-point quarter in every game this season. When you get off to a fast start like that, or you put 21 points on the board that quickly, boy, that's hard to come back from for your opponent. I'm assuming getting off to a fast start has been a goal of you guys.
Yeah, I mean, how you do that is the preparation throughout the week, number one, and then number two is making sure you take every single game and you prepare and you mentally are ready to go like it's a Super Bowl every single week. And so our guys have shown maturity and ability to do that, like take each game as its own, as opposed to looking ahead. One of the things that you'll hear me say to my team, if you guys hung around, is you'd hear me say a 7-step ladder over and over again. We have 7 steps to win a district title, and it's a ladder, much like if you were stepping onto a ladder. If you try to skip a rung, that's dangerous. You'll fall. All kinds of bad things will happen. And so for us, we're just on the second rung of this ladder, and we can't act like there's anything else after this. And I think this team has really taken that to heart. They're enjoying every single game. They're preparing for every single game. And I think you can see the results. Hopefully we can do that, this Friday again. Yeah,
Maynard in town. Home crowd. Be great to be back, cooling off just a little bit. Still begging for some other cool temps. But Coach Drew Sanders at Vandergrift, big game, part of the Friday night lights that are coming up. Appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for doing it, and best of luck this weekend against the Mustangs.
Cool. Thanks, E.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Drew Sanders. Coach Drew, there you go. Man, they are we've talked with him, and pretty cool. Now, I know, Ty, the Westlake Lake Travis game was the center of attention last Friday, and they're not in their district anymore. So Vandergrift, plays north, plays up into Williamson County more now. But, Vandergrift is right there, I think, with Westlake and Lake Travis. And the addition of Deuce Adams, the quarterback, and his brother, of course, Mike Adams, played wide receiver at Texas, if you'll remember, back in the 90s. Great receiver. Remember Lavelle Pinckney? Mike Adams. Mike came out of the Metroplex. Well, he is now the wide receivers coach at Vandergrift, and his son, Deuce, is the quarterback. And I think he's committed to Louisville, D1 player. He is dynamic. They had a guy, Bo Buchanan, Ben Buchanan, Bo Buchanan last year, the quarterback who went to Baylor, played baseball.
It's not. No, it was last name's Buchanan.
Yeah.
Sure. But yeah, he's
First
a catcher, plays baseball.
Yeah,
at Baylor
but
now.
he was, and I saw him play 7-on-7 out at Lake Travis last summer, and man, you just could tell he's kind of got a linebacker's mentality. He played, and Drew has said he could play linebacker if he wanted to, their quarterback, and now he's playing baseball at Baylor. But really just a gamer, just a tough guy, gritty. Willed them to a state championship game last year. Not willed, but talent, but he was such a big part of that. But now when you see Vandegrift and you watch him on film, man, Deuce Adams is special. He's got great touch on the football. He's got a great arm, and you knew he grew up in a football family with his father, and he's got the right technique. But man, he can make something out of nothing quick.
No, it's clear that I think Vandegrift with Deuce Adams and his brother, I forget his brother's name, but they probably have more talent at the wide receiver and the quarterback position than Westlake or Lake Travis do.
Yeah, and I think they've kind of caught up to Westlake and Lake Travis on the lines of scrimmage. Remember last year they lost to Dripping Springs early, and this year they went down and beat Dripping 27-0. And I know Dripping's without Austin Novosad now, but man, they were a state championship game player last year. This could be a team that tries to. And remember, that first round matchup in the area around will be one of either Lake Travis or Westlake, right? Or it'll be a couple rounds in. When they'll,
it depends on who goes D1, D2, and all that jazz, but there's a chance they play, yeah.
One other piece of breaking news, and it's out from the world of football. Adam Schefter, he didn't break this news. They put out a press release. The announcement is official now. The USFL and the XFL have officially announced their intention to merge as one league and create one league. And it'll be called the United States Football League, I guess, because that's what the letterhead says, the USFL. I guess it's the XFL joining the USFL to make it one league. So that is now official. We knew the rumors were coming, and now it's going to be. And I guess, and I'll look between now and tomorrow's show what the details on this on, because you got The Rock. Right? Remember during COVID, The Rock and his group bought the XFL and tried to bring it back up. And they did okay last year, the XFL, but they lost a ton of money, which is always going to be the case with a new football league. But they started the league. And now they're merging, and I don't know if Rock will stay, in place as some type of CEO along with the leaders of the USFL. That will all be determined, but that is now official according to Adam Schefter. We'll come back. We'll get the What's Poppin' picks, preview the night in football, the night in baseball, and everything you need to know as we send you along your way on a Thursday. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. haven't actually stayed healthy. They've lost a lot of guys, including Jacob deGrom early, Max Scherzer here late. Corey Seager's been in and out of the lineup. Adolis Garcia had some time down, but they've just plowed through, and here they are. They win tonight. They beat Seattle in the first game of that 4-game series. They will be the division they need to win that game. Their magic number to clinch the division is 2, so they still need an Astros loss if they win tonight. They'd be within a half game of clinching that tonight. So it's Jordan Montgomery on the mound tonight, the left-hander, who's been pretty darn good since coming over from St. Louis. He's the guy that they got. Max Scherzer got all the headlines, but they also traded for Jordan Montgomery from the Cardinals. They're going to face Lucas Gilbert tonight, who is the Mariners can really pitch, and Gilbert's a really good one. He's 13-7 on the year, looking for his 14th win. Logan Gilbert, hard thrower, big dude, 6'6". That's what you're dealing with tonight. But obviously, these two seems very familiar with one another. Rangers just swept the Mariners this past weekend in Arlington, so they got to feel pretty good. Jordan Montgomery's gone 4-2 with a 2.92 in his last 10. So been pretty darn good, and a step closer to clinching that division. What's popping could be an opportunity. Now, the Astros do not play tonight after picking up that huge 8-3 win last night over the Mariners to take the rubber game of that series. What can you say about Mauricio Dubon? Speaking of popping, I mean, we've talked a lot about the Astros as a frustrating watch these days in a team because they're not hitting, they're losing to bad teams. But boy, they clutched up this week and beat a team twice that they hadn't beaten but twice all year. They had been 2-8 going to Seattle. They ended up winning both of these games. They lost the middle game, but they win the first and the third. And Mauricio Dubon last night, there was, Altuve hit a home run early in the inning, and then Mauricio Dubon with a big 3-run jack, really sent the Astros going, and they never trailed in the game. They won 8-3, and they get the victory there. There was a situation there where the benches cleared after Hector Neris struck out Julio Rodriguez. Julio, the young star, went 0-for-9 against Astros pitching in that series, 0-for-4 last night, so he was frustrated. And Hector Neris, when he struck him out in a big spot late in the game, pumped his chest and was really animated, and Julio didn't like it very much. The benches kind of cleared, cooler heads prevailed. But that's the last meeting between those two this year, unless they meet in the playoffs, which is becoming more and more unlikely. So, yeah. It says, said he was on the Rangers. Yeah, right. Yeah, you picked the Rangers and the Twins last night. That was your parlay, right? Your What's Poppin' Sex Panther pick?
Mm-hmm. I'm 2 days in a row.
2 in a row now. You're on a streak. What are we feeling tonight? What's the Sex Panthers vibe?
I'll give you another little parlay tonight. I'll take the Detroit Lions -1.5.
Okay.
In Green Bay. And then I'll take under 55.5 in the Temple-Tulsa game tonight, starting at 6:30.
Temple Owls, that's Stan Drayton taking on the Tulsa Hurricane, or is it
Golden Hurricane? Golden Hurricane.
I don't know what that is. What is a Golden Hurricane?
The first thing that came to my mind when you just said it was golden showers.
Don't. I don't know what the golden is.
You knew what you were setting me up for.
I know what a hurricane is. I know what a hurricane is. I don't know what a golden hurricane is. Not sure.
Just whenever they show up to an away game, they all their fans show up and it's a golden hurricane of Tulsa fans.
Of golden shower.
They could use a different.
I know what you're.
We're not
name. By the way, to your pick, this is going to be you're breaking a trend here. The Detroit Lions, who are 2-1 on the year, have won just 4 of their last 32 visits to Lambeau Field. Just 4 of their last 32 trips into Lambeau. That's all they've won. Not good.
How many?
4 in the last 32.
It's a new Detroit Lions team.
Well, that's 30 years. I mean, this is a divisional game, so they play at Lambeau every year.
Dan Campbell's a different kind of coach.
Biting kneecaps.
And David Montgomery's good to go tonight, and same with Taylor Lewan, their left tackle.
Well, and I'll be honest, I haven't watched the Packers. I've watched the Lions because I have Jahmyr Gibbs on my fantasy team, and they had that primetime game that they stole from the Chiefs on Thursday night to start the season. But the Packers are a weird team. They blitz the Bears week 1 because everybody blitzes the Bears because the Bears are terrible. They also then, it's kind of a tale of 2 games now. They were in Atlanta and up big and were controlling the Falcons. And then they let the game get away and ended up losing 25-24. Falcons came all the way back and beat them in Atlanta. This past week, they were at home trailing the New Orleans Saints 17-0 into the fourth quarter and rallied to win that game 18-17. And that was the game in which Derek Carr, the quarterback of the Saints, got hurt. Jameis Winston had to come in, and the Packers came all the way back. So Jordan Love got himself a comeback. Also, they gave up a game. So the Packers kind of, I think, have to feel like they should be 3-0. Lions, after beating the Chiefs, turned around and got beat by the Seahawks in a good game at home. Then they turned around and got the win last week. So here we go. Lions then beat Atlanta, by the way. These two teams have a like opponent. Lions beat Atlanta. Packers lost to Atlanta already this season.
I just don't think the Packers are going to be able to keep up with the Lions offense and the pace of the game, which they're going to play at. They're going to pound the rock. We know they're going to do that. But Jordan Love, he's looked okay. He's looked better than I thought, but the consistency still isn't there.
They're not. And Detroit, you think Detroit this year and last year it's about the offense, but their defense was the difference last year. They only allowed 25 total points in 2 wins over Green Bay, and that was Aaron Rodgers, right? Not Jordan Love. So I feel like they feel like they have a good scheme here. But what we're learning about Green Bay without Aaron Rodgers is they're still really talented on defense. Their defensive line is really good. Their first-round draft pick this year, the kid out of Iowa, Lucas Van Ness, is playing really good along that line and giving them a pass rush to go with the guys they already had. And
Jair Alexander, he was out last week. I wonder, I probably should know this if he is playing. Have you heard anything?
I've not seen the injury report this morning, but we'll see. Jared Goff, DeAndre Swift. By the way, somebody said, can we trade DeAndre Swift to the Chiefs just for marketing? So we can buy some Swift jerseys in Kansas City.
So on the Packers injury report tonight, Aaron Jones, Christian Watson, and Jair Alexander are all questionable.
Those are huge. Aaron Jones with A.J. Dillon, that gives them that running game that they like so much. And then the best receiver is on that list too, and the best corner.
And I don't think he played last week, but I think he was on a snap or a pitch count.
Yeah, Romeo Doubs had big plays last week. Romeo Doubs made big plays for the Packers. All right, that's a big game tonight. We'll be watching that. Also watching the baseball, see if the Rangers can inch even closer to a playoff spot. Actually, if win tonight clinches the playoffs. They need a magic number of 2 to clinch the division, as we mentioned. So that's happening. Also, what's popping? How about earlier? We had Bob Ballou previewing the Ryder Cup, where the announcements are out and who's facing who in these first matches. He said, "I'm taking Europe." Bob
Come
Ballou
on,
said.
Bob Ballou.
Out on that limb. And Bob Ballou is a golf expert. He also
you can't pick against America like that. So willy-nilly.
America. Well, as he pointed out, USA hasn't won a Ryder Cup on European soil since I was in college, 1993. It's been that long.
Do they every 3 years they do the
2 every 2?
2. Okay. So
every other year. They play the President's Cup in the non-Ryder Cup years. That's the U.S. against everybody, not Europe, essentially. Australia.
So what? Like
South
15, 17 trips to Europe? They haven't won?
They haven't won. And as he said, this course in Rome, it's beautiful to look at. It's like a Michelangelo, but the home team gets to set up the course to their advantage, right? And the U.S. is a lot of long knockers, a lot of big hitters, and so it's a shorter course, narrow, thick rough, and it's really a shot maker's course. And putting will be of premium, which the Europeans trying to give themselves an advantage because the better team is USA without a doubt as far as talent, top 20 players and all of that. So by the time we get here tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., we'll have some matches in the books. This thing's going to be played overnight. We'll get you details, so tune in. If you're going to get up early, make sure you locked it into us at 6 with myself, Monty Williams, coming in tomorrow. Monty Williams be hanging out. It'll be great. Also, we're going to talk to our friend Bill Schoening in the first hour tomorrow. Bill Schoening is not only talking NBA and Spurs and the Dame Lillard trade, he'll also be talking his show at Saxon Pub on Sunday. Good stuff tomorrow. Join us 6 a.m. on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Jim Rome is next.